The story begins when a boy opens his eyes and can't quite place his whereabouts. Then his classmate wakes him up. The teacher catches him sleeping in class, and the whole class bursts into laughter. Finally, the class's biggest jerk has been caught sleeping again. The teacher angrily approaches him and asks, "Is my class so boring?" But Blair can't believe his eyes. This woman, and boring? No, her curves are not boring at all. Look, what perfect geometry. Absolutely perfect. The teacher sees this look. He doesn't like it at all. She grabs his ear and pulls him toward the blackboard, saying, "Now solve this problem." Blair's mind is still lost in thoughts of that perfect geometry, but he uses his special technique to get the blood flowing back to his brain from the bottom up. Then he looks at the problem on the board. Find the sum of all the numbers from 1 to 100. Professor Brittany yells, "Hurry up. If you sleep in class, it means you know the lesson." Everyone starts laughing again. Everyone knows that Blair is the class leader. He's the dumbest of all. But as soon as he calms himself down, his whole face changes. He looks so confident that the teacher is shocked. When he writes the answer on the board, Professor Brittany's eyes widen. The player doesn't show off. Camley simply says, "I have to go to the washroom. I have some work." The entire class is shocked. Was his answer really correct? The teacher, whose perfect curves had captured everyone's attention, is now perplexed. How did he manage such a complex calculation in his mind? The real truth lies outside the classroom. Appears. The player himself has no idea what's happening. This body isn't his. His real name is Chenlu, a world-famous math professor who had become the youngest master. He doesn't know how he died, nor how he ended up in the body of this average student. He also feels that even basic math formulas don't exist in this world. Is this his world? If not, then perhaps he's about to become this world's Isaac Newton. Lost in this thought, our protagonist bumps into a girl walking down a hallway. Like a bomb. Like a bowling ball hitting a pin. Blair's head starts to ache, but he feels something incredibly soft in his hand, and he considers that moment well worth it. At which point, he realizes what he's doing. He immediately pulls back and reaches out to pick the girl up. The girl explodes with anger. "You're red again?" Blair asks, confused. "Have we met before?" The girl turns red. She hides her treasure and yells, "You did the same thing the first day. You're always trying to touch me and my. You peek up my skirt. You're just as arrogant and disgusting as you were before." She abuses me so much that our professor's soul boy is left blushing with shame. He tries to explain, but the girl is now in the mood to burn his memories. She summons fire magic in her hands. Player for tack changes. "If I'm so weak, it would be cowardly to beat me, right?" But the girl is in no mood to listen. She's all set to make him a BBQ. Blair now takes the last resort, honesty. He says, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, who has such amazing geometry, and I swear I've never seen a white petite color." The girl is stunned, and her anger suddenly subsides. But before she can say anything, the boy disappears from there. He runs as fast as he can. As he runs, he realizes what a crazy world this is, where science and magic coexist. Suddenly, he gets a sharp headache. He falls on the grass and faints. After this, his mind goes blank. He goes into childhood memories. He calls out for his father. Then the scene changes. The reflection of a palace is seen in a puddle of water, where some people are standing. A man gives a beautiful box to a woman and says, "Don't worry, my love." After this, the woman holding her child's hand goes inside a big 2-story house. Inside, 2 women are heard gossiping. The lady and the child were once noble, but the one who supported them died. Then the memory moves forward. Now a child comes running to his mother, happy. He claims he's been admitted to Chandon Sar Academy. That child was Blair. His mother, seeing him, becomes worried and explains that he'll face many difficulties there. She remembers her husband, who looks exactly like him. Then, flashbacks flash back to Blair enduring humiliation at the academy. Every professor mocks him. He resolves to repay his family's debt. After all, he came from a noble family that is now bankrupt. Therefore, he has to work twice as hard. But the problem is, the reason is that he was born without any magic power. He couldn't even create a small fireball. Because of this, his life at the academy became hell. Everyone made fun of him, which made him depressed. Then suddenly one day when he wakes up, he sees a blue-haired girl in front of him who asks him, "Are you okay?" The player is surprised. Who is this girl? She extends a hand to help him up and says that he should reach the magic theory class. He gets up with her support. He is a little surprised because no one has ever cared for him so much before. They hadn't. They arrive at a class where the professor is teaching about the 4 basic elements. As they read, Blair begins to understand the system of this world. You're either born a mage or a commoner. The professor, whose hair is streaked with gray, explains that mazes control the elements with spells, checkums, piles, cheptamso, cheshires, and spiritual power. But to do so, one must possess a natural gift. After a while, the class ends, and everyone leaves happily, but Blair stays behind. He asks the professor, "Can someone learn magic without innate talent?" The professor immediately replies, "No, it's impossible." Some students standing behind him laugh. Everyone knows Blair has no powers. Just then, a boy named Toby approaches him and says, "It's okay, friend. Even if you don't graduate, there'll always be a place for you in my father's area." Blair smiles. He remembers that this chubby boy was the body's only friend. They say goodbye. Then, Blair notices that the same blue-haired girl is watching him. He asks, "What's wrong?" The girl panics and runs away, saying, "Professor Brittany called me. I need to go to her office." Blair now finds herself thinking about her. She stays with her all day, as if she wants to say something but can't muster the courage. Blair realizes that even if she's a math genius, her intelligence won't be much use in this magical world if she doesn't have any powers. So, she needs to hold on to some hope. He thinks, why not practice a little and summon a small flame? He looks at his hand, closes his eyes, concentrates, and tries the fireball technique, hoping something will happen, but nothing happens. His hope slowly fades, and he begins to feel like he's failed again. Then suddenly, a bright orange flame emerges from his hand. He stares at his hand in shock, amazed by the glowing fireball. He doesn't understand anything. All he sees is a flame in his hand. A yellow light is flashing. He can't believe it, staring at his hand in shock. He's amazed by the glowing ball of fire. He can't understand anything. All he sees is a yellow light flashing in his hand. He can't believe it's real, because he's been told this body doesn't have any magical power. But what he's seeing is clearly true. He takes a deep breath and accepts reality. Our boy then starts playing with his new power, as if a child has just gotten a new toy. He pauses, wondering how this happened so suddenly. He thinks perhaps the 2 worlds have somehow crossed. Then he remembers that he has to go see his teacher. He heads towards her office. He knocks on the door, and a voice from inside says, "Come in." He goes inside and apologizes for disturbing him. But as soon as he looks inside, his eyes widen and his face turns red. His math teacher is standing in front of him in a strange pose. He stands there, but the teacher has no idea about his condition. She smiles. A chair full of Tron greets him. Our protagonist still doesn't move, just stares at her. The teacher says without any tension, "Don't pay attention to the scene. I always do calculations like this." The player gives a slightly awkward laugh and asks why she called him. The lawn teacher smiles and tells him to sit next to her. She steps back for a moment, then comes back and places a pen and paper in front of him. Blair looks down and sees a new math problem written for him to solve. As he prepares to solve it, the teacher says she's going out for a while. But without wasting any time, Blair immediately says the answer. The teacher, shocked, asks, "What did you just say?" He repeats the same number. At which point, Blonde suddenly gets up and comes to her. She grabs her shoulder and excitedly asks, "How did you do that?" This problem seems really long, she says a little angrily. Did you solve this before? I just picked the number 79 at random. Blair smiles slightly and asks, do you really want to know how? She laughs and says, yes, tell me. Blair's gaze involuntarily drifts to his chest. Then, a little embarrassed, he says, okay, I'll tell you. He thinks the teacher is innocent enough. Then he launches into an explanation. He says he saw her adding numbers one by one, which is a very risky method and prone to error. But he still praises her calculations, saying they were correct. The teacher looks at her paper and says, but that's the only method I know. Blair smiles and he says that method is wrong. Then he explains that the real method starts with finding a pattern. Add the first and last number, then the second last, and so on, until the sum of each pair is 80. He asks, now tell me, how many pairs make 80? Lond immediately stands up and says, 39. Blair happily says, perfect, sit down. Then he immediately apologizes. I'm forced by habit. Then he explains that this method transforms long addition into simple multiplication. This method allows for finding the answer very quickly. The teacher, delighted, says, wow, this is an amazing method. She then says that perhaps it can be improved further. Blair praises her and says, yes, this method is possible to improve. When he finishes explaining, the blonde teacher freezes in place, trying to understand everything. Blair calls her by name, ma'am, but she remains silent. He thinks that perhaps the basic math of her world is too advanced for this place. After a while, the teacher regains her composure and, with a slightly sad face, asks, did you create this method yourself? Blair dodges the question and says, I did. I just made it up to make calculations easier. He thinks that even if he mentions Gauss's name, she might not understand. Then suddenly the teacher holds his hand and says, you're a genius. That scene gives Blair a bit of a romantic feel. She says, if we study together, your future is very bright. Blair turns red. He's about to say something by mentioning her name, but the teacher, sensing his mood, gets embarrassed and steps back. But then suddenly excitement appears on her face as if a new idea has come to her mind. She says, Blair, you should become a mathematician. Blair immediately says no and enthusiastically says, I don't want to become a mathematician. I want to become an amazing math teacher. The teacher is surprised and asks why, and then angrily presses him on the table. She says you should study maths. You should not waste your talent. If you become a mathematician, you will have a great position in society. Blair shakes her hand off and says, I have no interest in maths. I want to become a table. He explains that it is very easy to become a great mathematician in this world. That's it. I have to talk about old theories. That would seem like stealing someone else's ideas. But there's something new to explore in magic. After a little thought, the teacher says, okay, let's have a bet. She tells her that there's a magic exam coming up at the academy that will determine whether Blair can stay. Blair is worried that if he fails, he'll be expelled. The teacher says, if you really want to become a magician, you'll have to pass this exam. There's a moment of silence in the room. Blair looks at her, saying nothing, just thinking. Then the teacher picks up a calendar from the desk and says, if you pass the exam, I'll never talk to you about becoming a mathematician again. If Blair doesn't pass the exam, the teacher will help him get a teaching assistant position so he can stay at the academy and continue his math studies. After explaining everything, she asks if he accepts this bet. She's clear in her mind that this boy will never pass because he has zero magical ability. But Blair, without showing any expression, accepts the bet with complete confidence in his eyes. He takes it. Then, walking down the hallway, he thinks about how accomplished his teacher is. She's always after him. Then, the previous scene flashes through his mind, but this time with a slightly romantic twist. He realizes his thoughts are going in the wrong direction. To distract himself, he sets out to practice. But suddenly, a girl with ribbons in her hair comes running toward him, and they collide violently, falling to the ground together. Our protagonist, He thinks this situation looks familiar. Then he realizes something strange is happening to his hand. As the pain subsides, he opens his eyes to find a pale girl sitting on top of him. The next moment, the girl realizes her hand is on his chest and begins to beat him in anger. She becomes so angry that she considers using magic. She raises her hand, and suddenly, a bright orange fireball forms in her palm. But when she looks ahead, Blair has disappeared. At which point, she screams. He runs away again, and she begins to lash out in anger. Meanwhile, behind a bush, Blair breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that if he hadn't run away, he would have become a PBQ by now. A little while later, the same girl with the ribbons approaches the math teacher. She angrily declares that she's hit a paramedic twice at the academy today. She angrily declares that the next time she sees that guy, she'll throw a fireball at him without thinking. The teacher finds her words a bit funny and laughs slightly. The girl, whose name is Isabella, immediately changes the topic. She gives it to him and says, "I solved the math problem you gave me." She proudly declares that she solved the entire problem in just one night and thinks no one could have done it faster than her. The teacher praises her hard work. But then, smiling, she says, "There was a boy named Blair who solved the same problem in just 1 minute." Isabella's eyes widen. She asks in surprise, "What?" "Just 1 minute." The teacher explains to her that there's a special mathematical theory behind it, and she can show it to her if she wants. The teacher then tells her, "I'm not sure." She begins to explain the player's method. Gradually, Isabella's confusion fades, and she begins to understand the method. But then she's shocked. She can't believe Blair herself invented this method. Isabella is determined to meet this genius. She asks her teacher about him with excitement in her eyes. The teacher is a little surprised by her sudden reaction. But then she says, "Okay, I'll introduce you to him." Then, in excitement, Isabella slams the classroom door open and rushes inside. She enters and shouts, "There's a guy named Blair here." She declares in front of the entire class that she wants to meet him. Blair's friend is about to say something, but then someone pinches her thigh, and it's none other than Blair himself, who's hiding under the table. The fat friend understands everything and tells Isabella that he's just out on business. Isabella glares at him as if to say, "Are you kidding?" But then gives up and says, "Okay, when he comes back, tell him I was looking for him." The friend is relieved. He takes a breath, smiles, and says, "I'll definitely tell you." As soon as Isabella leaves, the door slams shut. Blair slowly emerges from under the table and looks around to see if she's really gone. The class is now silent. Everyone's eyes are on Blair, as if asking, "What was all this about?" Blair looks at her friend and asks, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Her friend, whose cheek is bandaged, grabs her shoulder and says, "Tell me the truth. What happened to this Isabella girl?" Blair is completely confused. His friend looks at him in surprise and asks, "Do you even know who that girl is?" Blair, a little cautiously, asks, "Who?" His friend explains that she's connected to very powerful people, and it wouldn't be a good idea to mess with her. But Blair responds nonchalantly, "No one can even touch me inside the academy." His friend sighs and asks, "Well, tell me, what's the name of this academy?" Blair tells him casually. Then he asks, "Where's this campus?" Blair says, "On Baker Avenue," but his friend's son remains, saying he's in Yabo City, and the mayor is none other than Isabella's father. Hearing this, Blair's eyes widen. He realizes just how much trouble he's gotten himself into. He panics and asks, "What should I do now? Should I apologize?" Just then, a loud voice comes from the back of the class. Both Isabella and I turn around. A blonde-haired boy stands with his team, staring at Blair. He says, "Losers like you won't last 2 days here." His name is Pod, the same boy who had been teasing Blair before. Blair's friend intervenes and tries to defend her, but deep down, he knows Pod isn't wrong. Because in this academy, you don't get any respect if you don't have skill. And the situation is even worse now, as all second-year students are required to take a magic exam. Those who fail face expulsion. The exam is easy in theory, But for Blair, it's the end of her life, as she has zero magical ability. Then, suddenly, she passes. Someone bangs on the table. Bored angrily yells at Blair, "Are you deaf?" The atmosphere becomes tense. Bored curses at him. But Blair's friend is no longer silent. His face hardens, and he's ready to retaliate. The blonde boy is immediately challenged to a fight because of his rude and overconfident attitude. He asks in surprise, "What does Blair's friend Toby have to do with this?" The atmosphere between the two becomes very tense, and he almost. There are those who fight. The old man angrily declares, "I won't forget this," and leaves with his friends. As he leaves, he declares that Blair will have to pay for this the next time they meet. Blair becomes a little scared. Sweat breaks out on her face. But she's also heartened by the fact that Toby actually stood up for her and defended her. A true friend is one. Blair laughs and says, "If you face any problems with Isabella, please support me." Toby smiles and says, "I'll support you, but by then I'll probably have beaten you up myself." To which Blair just makes a weird face. What? A few days later, the day of the magic exam arrives. The professor explains the rules and says that anyone who fails will have to leave the academy. The test is quite simple. Students stand behind a line and hit a target in front of them with a fireball. The exam begins with the blonde boy, B. He comes across as very confident, as if he already knows he's the best. He quickly creates a fireball and hits it perfectly. The instructor praises him and says he declares he's passed. Then everyone takes their turn taking the test. Just then, in the crowd, the blonde boy spots Blair and Toby and taunts them, "Enjoy your last few minutes." Toby angrily retorts, "Shut up, you idiot." And then the next name is announced. Toby's. He immediately begins preparing. A small orange flame lights up in his hand. He shouts the technique's name and throws the fireball toward the target. It barely touches the target, but the instructor declares he's passed. It's done. He jumps with joy, knowing at least he passed. The instructor looks at the list and pauses when Blair's name appears. He remembers that this is the same boy who doesn't have any magic powers. He thinks he shouldn't be insulted in front of everyone. So he ends the test as if he'd forgotten, but then the blood bully shouts loudly, "Wait. There's still one student left." He points his finger at Blair and says, "He's already failed." The whole class turns to look at the liar. The instructor, a little uneasy, asks, "Will you take the test?" Blund's friends burst out laughing. Everyone starts joking. Meanwhile, a passing math teacher also starts watching the spectacle. He puts a hand on his shoulder and says, "Ignore all of them, friend." But then suddenly, Blair's entire demeanor changes. His face exudes complete confidence. He declares, "I'll take the testament." The entire hall falls silent. Blund and his friends are astonished. Then they burst out laughing, as if they've heard a big joke. Hearing the commotion, the math teacher comes closer and watches. The magic instructor angrily says, "Everyone, be quiet. Do it." He asks Blair one last time, "Are you sure?" Blair answers simply, "Yes, Professor Antonio, I'm ready." The instructor gently says, "Don't mind if you fail." Blair stands in front of the target. He takes a deep breath and thinks he has to do something impressive in front of everyone. He knows he doesn't need any spells or hand movements, but to put on a show, he puts on a full act. He loudly says the spell's name. Everyone's attention shifts to the target. Blair looks completely stressed on his face, as if he was working very hard. Smoke starts rising all around. People cover their faces to avoid getting burned. When the smoke clears, everyone sees that Blair is holding nothing. London and his friends burst out laughing. But then suddenly the flame in his hand burns slightly and fiery circles begin to spread around him. A huge fireball forms and flies straight towards the target. As soon as it hits the target, there is a huge explosion. The fire spreads everywhere. All the students and teachers are stunned. The target is completely reduced to ashes. It happens. The magic professor says in surprise that Blair has passed the exam. Lord, the boy's face falls. He shouts, "Impossible! Even I can't do this. Toby jumps with joy and says, "Brother, you had hidden so much talent." Just then, the professor calls Blair to his office. The magic teacher also stands outside in amazement, wondering how he did it. Blair sits in front of the professor and says that he practices from books every day. That's why he was able to master it. Professor Anthony says that magic is a gift from the gods, and those who don't have powers are called God-forsaken. Everyone thought Blair was one of them, but now it seems the gods have bestowed their special blessing upon her. They praise her and say she has immense potential. But Blair is deeply weary. She feels like all the teachers at the academy are bent on teaching her something. Suddenly, she says, "Thanks, Professor, but I want to go back to my world." The professor, startled, asks, "Which world are you talking about?" Blair realizes she's made a mistake. Dee. Quickly regaining his composure, he says, "I was just joking. It slipped out accidentally." Anthony smiles, but doesn't fully believe it. He thinks Blair might be studying too much and legends have gotten into his head. He says he might be referring to the old myth of the secret master. Hearing this, Blair's interest peaks. The professor explains that according to a legend, there was a secret master who could control space and travel to different worlds. Although people believe it to be a myth, Blair's curiosity now wells up in his eyes. He eagerly asks the professor more about the legends. Blair suddenly grabs the professor's shoulder and declares that he must become a sacred master. Some time passes, and Blair begins to delve deeply into the history of this world. He sits in the library late into the night, engrossed in stacks of books. Fighting sleep, he reads each page as if it holds the key to his return home. From the books, he learns that there are different power levels of the masters in this world, 7 in total. Here, the sacred masters are only mentioned in ancient texts and myths. According to those books, the holy peas possess space magic, allowing them to travel from one world to another by opening rifts in the air. Today's people consider this to be just a story and consider the existence of other worlds a lie. But our boy still holds out hope that this path can take him back to his world. But the problem is that Professor Antonio doesn't believe these things. Therefore, it's impossible to get any more information from him. That's why the administrator approaches him and asks how his studies are going. Blair panics, but Blair replies, "Enough studying. Now help with some library work." Blair compulsively leaves his books and begins working. After hours of hard work, he's exhausted. He had no idea working in the library was so demanding. When his shift ends, it's class time. As soon as he enters the classroom, a strange silence descends upon the room. Everyone begins whispering about him. It seems so. After all, he did perform a great joke in the magic exam. The constant chatter is weighing on his mind. Then suddenly, his eyes fall on Isabella and he freezes. He wonders what she's doing there and stands there staring. Seeing Isabella's awkward posture, he feels even more awkward and turns his gaze away. Suddenly, Isabella gets up from her seat and shouts, "I didn't know that boy was Blair, the one whose mood changes in an instant." Blair immediately tries to calm things down, but Isabella interrupts and calls him a pervert in front of everyone. Blair tries again and again to reason with her, but then he sees flames forming around him. Isabella gathers all her magic power in her hands, preparing to launch a fire swell. Blair ducks in fear and covers his face. But nothing happens. He opens his eyes and sees the math teacher standing in front of him, the one who stopped Isabella in time. The teacher angrily asks, "How dare you use magic in class?" Isabella tries to say anything. She tries, but the teacher interrupts her. Then, the teacher calls the player to her office, and it doesn't end there. She asks Isabella to come along. The player silently nods in agreement, and the two follow the teacher into the office. As the door slams shut, the other students are stunned, as if still trying to understand what's happened. A playful boy in the class asks in shock, "Why is Blair getting so much attention?" Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Blair recounts the entire story. He explains how he got into awkward situations with Isabella, The teacher tells them to make up, saying it was just a misunderstanding. After a little hesitation, Isabella agrees and forgives Blair. The teacher then changes tack and brings up the magic exam. She praises Blair's performance and tells her that their bet is officially over. She curiously asks, "How did you suddenly gain so much power?" Blair laughs and says it was just good luck. He then says he actually has some questions about magic. The teacher remains silent. She starts listening. Blair asks, "Are spells and hand gestures always necessary to use an element?" Isabella immediately interrupts, laughing. "What a stupid question." Blair, a little embarrassed, asks, "Aren't there any exceptions?" The teacher explains, "Yes, even the most powerful mages need spells and gestures. The only difference is that they can do it much faster." She explains that magic is a gift from the gods. They can control people through gestures and spells. Elements teach summoning. But if someone can do it without any gestures or swells, it's called divine enlightenment. Isabella asks irritably, "Ma'am, why are you taking such a stupid question so seriously?" Blair is left wondering. Perhaps he's from another world, so this world's god overlooks him. He understands that if he wants to become a mage, he must first understand the basic theory. But the teacher's real intention is something else. She takes out a folded paper and gives it to Blair, telling her it's a scientific journal, in which the most important research is published. Isabella, standing nearby, peeks through curiosity and screams in shock. The paper bears the math teacher's name, along with Blair's. The teacher explains that she has understood Blair's summation method and published the paper using it. Blair's mind is filled with only one thought: will this earn me money? After all, the library salary was so poor. As if she had read his thoughts, the teacher smiles and hands him a pouch, saying, "This is your reward." Blair, he opens the pouch. Inside is so much money. It's more than his 2-year salary. He smiles with joy. But feigning shyness, he says, "You can keep half of it." Eichler, innocently, immediately agrees and takes half. Blair's face immediately falls. He thinks, "I was just being formal." Now he has only half the money left, and he begins to feel a pang of anger. He thinks he needs to get out of this world as soon as possible, but then his eyes fall on the teacher again. A new question arises in his mind. Do you get paid the same amount for a published article? The teacher replies, "Yes, each article is paid separately." Hearing this, a brilliant idea comes to his mind, and he immediately begins excitedly saying that he has a new theory that he brought from his old world. The teacher immediately understands what he is talking about. It was Hugh's enigma. Our boy, who is not very familiar with the science of this world, gives a slightly confused expression, to which the girl begins to explain that Ralph's riddle was a puzzle created by an ancient sage. This is a made-up math problem. The story goes like this. A man has 7 sons. Each son has 7 bags. Each bag has 7 cats. And each cat has 7 kittens. The problem seems simple. Adding them all up gives the answer. But the problem is that if the numbers get too large, the calculation becomes very difficult. Then the blonde girl curiously asks if he can solve this riddle using another method, to which our boy confidently says that he has some ideas. The girl listens to him. Inspired, she says she wants to work with him on this new method. Time passes, and the two work hard for hours. After a while, the student who had been sitting in the office all day falls asleep in her chair. Suddenly, she is startled by a loud scream nearby. The scream is from the professor, who jumps with joy and exclaims, "Our boy has finally solved the problem." Isabella, surprised, asks him, "Did you come up with this idea yourself?" To which he smiles mischievously. He says, "Do you really want to know?" The girl shakes her head in utter curiosity. He replies, "I don't have any special skills. I just study a lot." The girl asks in shock, "Really?" But even after a long time, his words keep revolving in her mind. Then suddenly something happens that completely shakes her. She sees that our competition is going towards the 3rd-year building, while he is a 2nd-year student. She wonders what he is doing there and promises herself that this time she will get her hands on him. She'll hold on. But within seconds, she loses it again. Meanwhile, our boy has already reached the high stone wall behind the third-year building. This is the place Toby told him about and warned him not to do anything stupid. He gently crosses the wall and suddenly remembers his magic teacher who told him that if he really wanted to learn magic, he should go to the Magic Association in Yabo City. He freezes for a moment as he sees the view beyond the wall, spread out before him. The city amazes him. The unique architecture, the quiet streets, and the bustling merchants in the middle, courting their customers. He walks slowly, taking in the beautiful place. Then his eyes fall on a massive, white-walled castle. He immediately recognizes that this is the Magic Association. Before entering, he takes a mask from his pocket. He knows it's unsafe to reveal his identity, so he covers his face. If the entrance isn't too crowded, he goes straight to the main desk. There, he meets a blue-haired girl who immediately asks what kind of help he needs. Our boy is shocked to see her. It's his classmate, Molly. He thinks she's working there. Molly offers to train him with a high-level mentor, but demands an insane amount. He's shocked to hear the price. Who has that much money? He's about to give up and leave. Molly stops him and tells him that if money's a problem, he can sign up at the association's library. He turns around and asks in surprise, "Library?" Molly tells him that the Magic Association's library has thousands of books. And the best part is, they're free. His face lights up hearing this. Getting a chance to learn magic without spending a single penny was nothing less than a dream. He immediately says, "Register me right now." But for registration, they ask for a magic certificate, which he doesn't have. Molly thinks he must already have one. But then she tells him that the certificate proves that a person truly knows magic. He has the knowledge. She says he can prove his skills right here if he wants. He asks hesitantly, "Can I take the test right here?" Molly nods, but warns him that the specialist on duty today is a very strict man. Only 10% of people pass his tests. Despite this, our boy remains undeterred and agrees to take the test. He thinks that jumping over the wall and running away won't be practical. After a while, they both reach the examiner, Andrew's room. The man is wearing a red tablecloth. It has 2 silver stripes, indicating that it is a mid-level mage of the fire element. Andrew doesn't talk much and simply asks who this guy is and why he's wearing a mask. He replies, "I'm a slob. I came from the previous world, and I'm wearing a mask because I burned my face while training." The old man sitting nearby taunts, "Your fireballs must be very special, that you burned yourself." Andrew laughs with some interest and thinks that judging by its edge, it appears to be a low-level mage. Molly suggests that he go to the exam room and take the test, but Andrew refuses and says, "Get it done here." He says, "Come on, show me what you know." Blair Channel, a little surprised, asks, "Right here in this small room." The old man then jokes, "Don't worry, Andrew. Your pathetic fireball won't burn us." He doesn't say anything, just stands quietly in front. He starts concentrating all his magic power in his hands. Andrew finds his casting method strange. But within a few seconds, everyone's eyes widen. Energy gathers very quickly. It starts to happen. Andrew shouts, "Stop!" But it's too late. The entire room is filled with bright firelight. A huge fireball forms, flying straight towards the examiner. Andrew, terrified, tries to hide behind the door. But then there's a massive explosion. Smoke and fire spread throughout the room. Everything becomes blurry. Molly coughs and waves her hand in the air to see what's happened. Amidst the black smoke, Molly sees an old man coughing and chanting some magical spell. Where the examiner once stood, a massive blue magic shield now forms, protecting him. Andrew, the former examiner, lies on the ground, covered in dust, trying to comprehend what just happened. It was actually the raven-haired old man, Midge, who had created the shield in time and saved Andrew's life. The old man holds the barrier with complete focus, his face solemn, his eyes peering through the smoke. Andrew is so lost in shock that he doesn't even move. The man shakes her shoulders and brings her back to her senses. The girl just stands there, completely shocked by all this. Our boy, understanding the situation, immediately apologizes to both of them. He says he thought everyone would be ready for his swell, so he unleashed his magic with full force. Despite much commotion and chaos, he passes the test. A short while later, he's sitting in another room where he's given his math certificate and library card. He takes both documents in his hand and starts looking at them carefully. At that very moment, he sees a girl with blue hair. The girl approaches him and smiles, saying that even the examiner was astonished by what he did. Our boy, Chan Lo, smiles politely and thanks her. Then, saying goodbye, he leaves. But as he leaves, he calls her by her name, which shocks the girl, and she wonders how he knew her name when they first met. Upon reaching the library, Chan Lo is stunned by the mountains of books all around. He wastes no time picking up a thick book, sits down at an empty table, and begins reading. As he continues reading, he realizes that these books contain a wealth of rare and useful information. He's particularly interested in those that discuss magical and spiritual power. According to the books, a mage's strength depends on their spiritual power. The greater the spiritual power, the more powerful the magic. Furthermore, high-level mages can even control the elements of weaker mages. However, there's little information about the four basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. The explanations in books seem a bit outdated and incomplete because the scientific knowledge of this world is very basic. The people here believe that these four elements are the foundation of everything. Not only magic, but the entire world is made of them. All other elements are considered combinations of these four. This concept is very old in terms of generations. According to modern science, matter is made of many elements, not just four. But because magic and magical elements really exist in this world, it is not understood through scientific logic. Then suddenly an idea comes to his mind. Could it be possible to interact with these elements in a different way? He begins to think deeply and suddenly jumps out of his chair in excitement, causing everyone in the library to look at him in surprise. If his theory turns out to be correct, he could create a completely new magic. He quickly picks up all the papers lying on his table and runs out of the library. Now he runs straight to the Magic Association because he needs to test his theory immediately. He runs down the hallway, completely gasping for breath. On the way, the examiner and the old man recognize him, the same people who were shocked during his test a few moments ago. They are still sitting at the table, and the same blue-headed girl is serving tea to them. Andrew is talking about how the spiritual power of the channels is very low. But how did he create such a huge, powerful fireball? He says the strangest thing is that even that old man couldn't control his element. The old magician in the crest wonders if the boy has some secret power they can't understand. Dusk falls, and Chanel decides to leave the city and return to the academy. On the way, he easily sneaks inside a high stone wall. Without making any noise or raising any dust, he doesn't want to waste any more time and immediately decides to test his new magic theory. Ideas spring to mind, one after another, and he tries to create something unique. He takes a deep breath. He takes it and suddenly feels a strange energy. White waves begin to swirl around him. He quickly realizes that this energy is emanating from his own body and that he can control it. He attempts to direct the energy to create another element. A glowing sphere forms in his hands, which transforms into oxygen within moments. But he's unsure whether it's truly pure oxygen, as it's hard to tell by looking at it. He compresses the oxygen to make it denser. He makes one and thinks that if it's really oxygen, he can prove it by burning it. The first attempt produces only a little smoke and nothing significant happens. He doesn't give up and tries again. This time, he compresses the oxygen and immediately sets it on fire. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion. The entire ground shakes, and the shock wave is so powerful that the glass of the surrounding building shatters. Even the math teacher's office classroom cracks. The teacher, hearing the noise, runs to the window and She sees flames rising from a huge explosion outside. Smoke and flames billow out of the green field. Our boy stands there, coughing and trying to breathe through the smoke. A strong wind suddenly begins blowing, sending everything flying. Sweat pours down Chloe's forehead. Fear is clearly visible on her face. She looks around, trying to understand the extent of the damage the explosion has caused. She realizes that the oak is far more powerful than she expected. Someone shouts from a distance, asking, "What happened there?" He turns around and sees a man running towards him. Chalu understands that trouble is coming, so without wasting a moment, he runs towards the forest. After running for a long time, he hides behind some bushes and breathes a sigh of relief. Despite this chaotic experiment, it seems he has discovered something useful. Sometime later, the next morning, he sits in his classroom, thinking about last night's incident. Exhausted from lack of sleep, he rests his head on his desk and takes a short nap, but he finds no rest. Who is going to do this? Then suddenly someone starts patting him hard on the back. It is Toby, who nervously says, "Hey, I heard there was a blast near the third-year building last night. All the windows broke." Chell smiles, blinking his eyes, and calmly replies, "I don't know anything. I slept all night." Everyone thinks the blast was caused by a very powerful machine, but no one knows why. Our protagonist says he's never seen a machine like this, to which his friend, surprised, asks, "What? What do you mean? Never seen high-level math?" Then he laughs and says, "Our math teacher is some super high-level maze." Hearing this, Blair's eyes widen, and he's so surprised that he jumps out of his chair. After a while, Blair thinks, why not go and talk to the teacher herself? The scene then cuts. He knocks on her office door. The door opens immediately, and the teacher, smiling, invites him in. Blair arrives just in time, because she herself wanted to talk to him. She explains that the Mathematicians Association has published a book called Ralph's Enigma. The article is published, and because Blair provided the solution, his name is listed first among the authors. The teacher smiles proudly and congratulates him on solving the most difficult math problem. But Blair ignores her and says he actually came to discuss something else. The teacher is surprised when he says he wants to study math now and wants to study with her. She stares at him for a few seconds with a completely confused expression, wondering if this is the same boy. Blair, who was always obsessed with magic, suddenly found an interest in math. Blair says she thinks he'll regret it later if he doesn't learn math now. He smiles and says that perhaps in his past life, he might have been a great mathematician. Hearing this, Blair's teacher's eyes light up. Overcome with emotion, she grabs his hand and hugs him. She says she's so glad he said that. She hugs him tightly and says that from now on, they'll both go to school every day after school. We'll study math together. Poor Blair turns completely red and awkwardly tries to free himself. He gently pushes her back and, at that very moment, seizes the opportunity to say he needs some help with magic too. The teacher, still a little embarrassed, agrees. She says, "Okay, you can study whatever you want." Blair sighs in relief and runs toward the door. He just wants to get out of there. As he starts to leave, the blonde teacher calls out to him and reminds him that the next day, their study sessions are about to begin. He nods and is about to leave when suddenly she says, "Wait a minute." She sits at her desk, folds her hands, and begins to think about what she should say. Blair stands there, bewildered, unsure of what's about to happen. And then the teacher realizes something. She realizes that Blair only mentioned studying math so she could get help with magic. She becomes a little annoyed because she feels her request wasn't sincere. Blair panics inside. He leaves. He doesn't know what to say. Then suddenly an excuse comes to his mind and he quickly says, "Actually, since we'll be together every day, it'll be easier for me to ask you about magic." He doesn't even finish the sentence when the teacher's hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. She holds him tightly. Blair falls silent in fear, wondering what's going to happen next. But the teacher smiles and says that he has talent and can use math as a powerful tool. She tells him to rest and start tomorrow. Come back just in time. Blair smiles slightly and thinks to himself that this girl is really smart, but also a bit sneaky. The next evening, Blair comes for his lesson. He goes straight in without knocking but stops when he sees the scene inside. There are two girls sitting there and one of them is Isabella. Isabella gets angry as soon as she sees him and immediately asks, "What are you doing here?" The teacher immediately handles the situation and apologizes, saying that she forgot to tell him that from now on the player will also study with them. The teacher asks Isabella to guide her a little, but it's clear from Isabella's face that she doesn't like it at all. Then the blonde teacher calls Blair over and says she's prepared a problem for her. She reads the problem. A stone is dropped into a well. After a while, another stone twice as heavy is dropped into the same well. Tell me, when will the second stone catch up with the first? Isabella immediately starts answering. First, we need to know the time between the two falls. But before she can complete it, let's talk. Blair interrupts. The second stone will never catch the first. He explains that if we ignore air resistance, both stones fall at the same speed. This answer irritates Isabella. She taunts him, "You don't even have basic knowledge. Everyone knows that heavier objects fall faster." She adds that this was proven by ancient sages, and even children know it. But our boy smiles and says, "Just because some old people said it doesn't mean it's true. Have you ever seen this happen yourself?" Isabella becomes angry that he challenged the ancient sages. The atmosphere becomes tense, as neither is willing to back down. Blair says that science is only true if it can be proven, otherwise it's just a belief. A student standing nearby jokingly says, "Let's bet on it then." Blair initially refuses, but Isabella quickly says, "Let's bet 10 gold coins." A smile spreads across Blair's face, and he immediately agrees. The teacher holds his head. She takes it. She knows no one will be able to stop her. After a while, everyone reaches an open space to conduct the experiment. The teacher still insists, "Don't forget, one stone is twice as big as the other." But Blair remains adamant. Why should she give up the opportunity to earn easy money? Everyone else is convinced that Blair will lose because they all believe in ancient sages. Isabella says that being confident is good, but being overconfident is foolish. Just then, white platforms appear in the air, and the teacher climbs onto them. She climbs up and begins to fly. The wind, along with a flash of blue light, lifts her to the height of the clock tower. Blair sees someone using flight magic for the first time and stands there, watching in awe. Reaching the top, the teacher picks up both stones, one small and one large, in her hands. Below, Isabella says, "Now it's clear he's going to lose." For fairness, the teacher aligns both stones at the same height and then releases them simultaneously. Both stones begin to fall in the air, and for a moment, it seems as if there is something between them. The difference is visible. Both stones come down rapidly, their speed increasing as they fall. But then both stones hit the ground at the same time. Everyone's eyes remain wide open. Isabella's jaw drops. She can't believe what she's just seen. Meanwhile, our boy just smiles slightly because he already knew this was going to happen. The teacher standing above is also shocked. Her face clearly shows that she can't understand how this happened. She uses her spell again. She slowly climbs down to take a closer look. The two stones remain there, and the other three silently contemplate what has just happened. After a while, Isabella begins to understand, but her face remains filled with utter confusion. Both girls can't believe how this is possible. To them, the words of the ancient sages couldn't be a lie. The teacher wonders how her student knew that the law of falling bodies was wrong, to which Blair explains that she had just read it. She'd read it in a book, but when she experimented on her own, she found the reality quite different. Turns out, the truth adults had been teaching for thousands of years could be proven wrong by dropping just two stones. It was mind-boggling that none of these scholars had ever tried to verify whether what they knew was even true. The blonde teacher grabbed her shoulders and told her that this law was crucial to their world, and that soon, a new law would appear in new textbooks bearing the player's name. But the player isn't particularly happy with this fame. as he feels he wasn't alone in the experiment. The teacher tries to smooth the situation over, saying he deserves all the credit. He just helped a little. She adds that if he wants, he can work with Isabella to refine the law. Isabella's face lights up. She excitedly says she loves the idea. Blair smiles and says he'll definitely need Isabella's help to finalize the law, and invites her to work together. Suddenly, all the hesitation on Isabella's face disappears. She stares at Blair in surprise and begins to think about his proposal. Newspaper headlines suddenly flash through her mind. Two geniuses at the academy discover a new law together. The thought makes her face turn red, but she tries not to show her feelings and, a little shyly, says yes. The blonde teacher is lost in thought for a moment as she realizes they will have to work together alone. She thinks, her face turns red again, wondering what the new law will be called and how both their names will appear together in the textbooks. Then suddenly, she says that if anyone at the academy bothers Blair, she will personally help them. Deep inside, she's thinking about how smart and handsome this guy is. Suddenly, Blair extends his hand. Isabella immediately thinks he wants to shake hands, and her face turns completely red. A little nervously, she asks, "Why are you extending your hand?" To which Blair replies, "I'm not." He gives 10 gold coins, meaning he was referring to the money in his stomach. Hearing this, Isabella becomes disappointed and steps back with a small frown. Meanwhile, Blair's face lights up with joy. After all, he had won the challenge and earned 10 gold coins in a single day. He starts counting the coins and thinks to himself, today, he's become rich. Deep down, Isabella thinks he should have been more interested in fame than money, but she still feels that it's not that simple. Blair ponders her question for a moment. "Isabella," curiosity asks, "what do you really want?" Hearing this question, Blair falls silent for a moment. He realizes he's never even considered it himself. Then, suddenly, memories of his past life begin to flood his mind. Memories of his students, his job, and his friends, now in another world. He gets lost in those memories and gradually finds the answer to his question. But he knows he can't tell anyone what he wants. He lies with a slight smile, saying he's only after money. He's not just for money, but working hard for a better life. He bids farewell to Isabella and the teacher and leaves. The lawn teacher watches him go and thinks there's something about this boy that he can't tell anyone. A day passes. Blair is sitting in the classroom again, thinking that sleeping at his desk is much more comfortable than his small room. But now that he has money, he feels a little more relaxed. Just then, a plain boy named B bangs his desk and angrily says, "Someone named Fizz. He's looking for you." Blair asks, surprised, "Who's Fizz? I've never even heard his name." B doesn't like his answer. He gets angry and grabs his hoodie. But then a voice comes from behind, "Let him go right now." Everyone's eyes turn in that direction, and there another blonde guy enters, dressed in a suit and adjusting his tie, looking absolutely royal. It's Fizz, the same big shot who was looking for Blair, and he's not alone. He's accompanied by 2 other men, their eyes fixed on Blair as if they were. He wants to burn her with his gaze. Figgy stares at Blair. Contempt is clearly visible on his face. Meanwhile, our boy just looks at him with curiosity because he has never seen this guy before. Figgy stands in front of him and asks, "Are you Blair?" Then he looks him up and down and laughs a little sarcastic laugh. Blair takes a deep breath and says, "Yes, it is me. What's the matter?" Figgy stares at him and says, "Stay away from Isabella." He says that a boy like Blair should not even go near a girl like Isabella. Saying this, Fee tells his gang. He gives a signal and everyone leaves. On the way, he bumps into Toby, who's passing by. Poor Toby falls down, too frightened to speak. He just sits quietly until they leave. Then Toby silently approaches Blair and asks if everything is okay. Blair smiles and says, "Yes, they just wanted to talk." Toby then explains who 5G is. He's the class president, and everyone in the academy fears him. He's from the famous Howard family and the son of a viscount. So he tries to convince her that it's not right to mess with Fizz, because his father is a big man in a secret society and many of the academy's teachers are members of the same society. He laughs and says that he knows Blair might be a little attracted to Isabella's beauty, but he warns her not to ignore Fige's warning. Our boy feels a little awkward, because such a thing wasn't even on his mind. Some time passes, and by noon, classes are over. Now Blair is already sitting with Isabella. He's there, but his attention is elsewhere. He's thinking about his new oxygen technique, thinking about how to use it correctly. The biggest advantage of this technique is that it doesn't require magic or sleight of hand. But the problem is that he doesn't yet know how to use two elements together. Just then, Isabella pulls him back to reality and says, "Now enough of daydreaming. Solve the problem the math teacher gave you." Blair takes a long spoon and hands him a piece of paper. As soon as Isabella sees the paper, her eyes widen. The entire formula is written on it, and she realizes that Blair has already solved the entire question. She is shocked, because in that same time, she could only solve half of it. Blair smiles and says, "Not every problem can be solved the same way. The secret is to think differently every time." Isabella becomes a little irritated after hearing this and looks down at the paper, but also feels a little impressed. Then suddenly, Blair remembers that he wanted to ask her something. He asks if how does she summon two fireballs at once? Isabella laughs and says that she can summon many fireballs, not just two. Hearing this, Blair is stunned. He looks at her in surprise. Isabella realizes that the boy can only create one fireball, and she begins to tease him. Blair tells him that he has read many books on magic, but nowhere has he found the technique for summoning multiple swells. Isabella says that books only teach the basics. No one writes about such advanced techniques. She further says that it can only be learned if one hires an expert magic consultant. Then in a teasing tone she says that if anyone calls me sister, then I will teach them myself. Without thinking for a moment, the player says with a very serious expression, "Okay, sister." Hearing his deadpan tone, Isabella is shaken. She is in complete shock as she did not expect him to speak seriously so soon. This sudden answer of Blair leaves her completely flustered. But promises and promises, she reluctantly agrees and says that, okay, she'll teach him. The two then leave the academy and go to a secluded area to practice. Isabella goes into concentration and casts swell. Suddenly, several yellow fireballs form around her, slowly spinning in the air. Blair stares in amazement, barely managing to muster two. But what amazes him even more is how stable Isabella's fireballs appear. Isabella explains the main secret to summoning multiple fireballs. It's the distribution of spiritual power. She explains that most people think spiritual power can be focused on just one point. But when someone masters this technique, they can distribute their power across multiple points. Each portion has the ability to summon its own spell. And this is how multiple fireballs are created. Blair then asks, "Can different spells be summoned from each portion?" Isabella smiles excitedly and replies, "Yes, of course." Meanwhile, in the distance, a golden ball appears. The head boy is watching them. His name is B, and he suspects something is going on between them. Another boy standing next to him is gripping the wall so tightly that it starts to crack. Their boss, standing nearby, is horrified by this and thinks to himself that Blair will pay a heavy price for this. Meanwhile, Blair is practicing diligently, trying to divide his spiritual power into 9 parts. Isabella instructs him to follow each step slowly and concentrate. Divide the power. She smiles and says, "Don't worry even if you fail. It took me 6 months to learn this technique myself." But as she says this, suddenly several fireballs form around the player. Isabella looks at him in shock. She shouts and asks, "How did you do this?" Blair calmly says, "I just divided the spiritual power into 9 parts and created fireballs." Isabella doesn't believe him and asks how he was able to do this so quickly. Blair has a slightly surprised expression. He gives it to her and casually says, "I just figured out how the technique works." Isabella is stunned by his simple answer. She stares at him for a while. Then, a slight blush appears on her face. She thinks he's not just a math genius, but also a magic genius. But at the same moment, her irritation increases because she spent half a year learning this technique, and this boy learned it in a few minutes. To save her pride, she lies, saying she's also used this technique before. She angrily leaves the training. Claire can't understand why she's suddenly upset, and he thinks, "Woman, I'll never understand." He reaches into his pocket and suddenly feels something strange. He stops and sees a small bracelet tucked between his fingers. Meanwhile, Isabella, still angry, hurries back toward the academy. Suddenly, Blair comes running after her and grabs her hand. Isabella, startled, asks, "What do you want now?" Just then, Blair extends his hand. She has a beautiful bracelet on her hand, with a small golden cat charm hanging on a red thread. She is amazed to see it. Blair smiles and says, "Isabella, this is for you. It's because of your help that I was able to learn this magic." "Thank you." Isabella stares at the bracelet for a few moments. Her face turns red, and with a slight laugh she says, "Looks like you're starting to understand a little. Maybe you're not so stupid after all." Then she quickly grabs the bracelet, puts it in her hand, and without thinking twice, she says, "Isabella, this is for you." She starts running with a smirk. "Well, this gift is a long one," she yells, but because she's not looking back, she says, her legs get tangled and she falls straight onto the grass. She laughs awkwardly and tries to get up. Blair looks at her, a little surprised. He doesn't know how to react. She quickly gets up and runs off again. "I'm not going to give up so easily," she yells back. Blair just lets out a long sigh and lies down on the couch, a slight smile on his face. He wonders if she hadn't liked the gift, why would she have taken it? He then mutters softly, "Anyway, I paid a full 50 silver coins for that bracelet." He then reflects on the fact that he had originally planned to give the bracelet to his math teacher. But then something catches his eye, and this episode ends. Three boys walk toward our protagonist, who is currently lying on the grass. One of them, Pi, reminds him that the class president had already told him to stay away from that girl because of the mayors. The president was quite upset by Blair's proximity to his daughter. Hearing this, our MC slowly gets up without saying anything, with a very serious expression on his face. Then, suddenly, he turns his back and starts running away from the boys who were harassing him. At this point, the blonde boy and his team also run after him. Our boy had no intention of fighting them, but then one of the three opened his mouth and said that Blair's father was a coward who ran away in the middle of a war. Hearing this about his family, our MC's mind wanders and he suddenly stops. The blonde boy advances, teasing him. Thinking Blair has let his guard down, he tries to throw a punch from behind. But as he throws the punch, his hand stops midair, right in front of Blair's face. She says she wasn't expecting this scene because she threw the punch with all her might, and the recoil sends her flying back, resulting in a nasty fall. It's clear on Blair's face that he is furious with their behavior. Meanwhile, the blonde boy is barely able to get up. His hand is completely burned, and he is groaning in pain. Seeing this, Blair becomes even more enraged and says that his father was a brave warrior who gave his life for his homeland. He also says that his father was an amazing father who should be respected even after his death. He then warns them that no one should disrespect his father. Suddenly, 9 people surround the enraged Blair. Fireballs begin to spin. Seeing this, the bully and his friends tremble with fear. They remember that Blair had 0 magic. So how is this possible? The fear of dying grows so great that they all run away, leaving their leader behind. Now Blair and the blonde boy are left alone. The frightened blonde boy looks up and the anger on Blair's face makes him feel terrible. He begs for his life, saying that fighting is forbidden in the academy, but Blair just glares at him. Disgust is evident on his face. The fear has vanished from the bully's eyes, now filled with utter helplessness. He freezes there, unsure of what to do. Our boy shows no intention of stopping. He raises his hand. Fireballs begin to gather in his palm and slowly move toward the boy. Then suddenly, he feels a presence behind him. Meanwhile, B closes his eyes, covers his face with his hands, and screams for help. But when he feels no pain, he feels strange and opens his eyes. Before him, he sees 9 fireballs. The balls disappear, and a boy is lying on the ground. Confused, he tries to make sense of the scene and sees Blair lying peacefully on the grass in front of him. The blonde boy is still in shock, but he gently shakes Blair to check if she's alive. Seeing the opportunity, Pi tries to run away, but a stern voice from behind stops him. A math teacher is standing in front of him, who is already taking care of Blair. The blonde boy tries to explain that it wasn't his fault, but our MC is still lying on the grass, pretending to be unconscious. The blonde boy continues to defend himself, but the crowd around him doesn't believe him. The professor pressures him further, saying she knows how jealous he is of Blair. The argument continues to escalate when a bearded man with a mustache suddenly appears. He scolds B and tells him that the black-haired boy is lying on the ground. This clearly proves that B was lying. The man orders him to go straight to his office to receive his punishment. Wait. Then he speaks to the vice president. He says it's all the academy administration's fault and apologizes for the situation. The 2 men leave, discussing the situation. While the girl tries to wake the player, she's worried about his condition. But then she feels a strange chill. The protagonist steps back, a look of embarrassment and mild excitement simultaneously on his face. The girl looks at him and realizes he's not well, but he says he's perfectly fine. That's it. Until she was squeezing him like that. Hearing this, the girl gives him a big hug and says she was really upset. Just then, an elderly gentleman arrives and says this whole matter will be resolved, but they're here for a different reason. The girl steps forward and introduces Blair to the 2 men. The older one's name is Arkle, and the younger one's name is Calvin. Our boy bows and respectfully greets them. It turns out that the black-haired boy has now become quite famous at the academy, and people know him as the young man who. The professor helped Brittany solve the Ruvo's enigma. But the professor immediately interrupts, saying that Blair solved it herself. She simply wrote the report. Because of this, both Blair and the professor have been nominated for the Edwin Award, a matter of great pride for the town. The 2 men say that if they want, they will help in every way so that both of them can win the award. But the girl is more worried about whether their son can also win the award. The old man takes a deep breath and says that Blair now, he's also very young, and no mathematician at his age would be able to do such a thing. If the professor said Blair did all this, no one would believe it. The girl is about to say something when our protagonist calls her name and takes her hand. She looks at him. A slight sadness and disappointment appears on her face. The atmosphere becomes a little heavy, so Arkle suggests they discuss this calmly later. The girl agrees, and the 2 men slowly leave. Time passes, and by evening, the academy is bathed in a golden orange light. The professor and Blair and I walk down the corridor together, both lost in their own thoughts. Then she says that even though the standard solution to Enigma was simple, the method Blair used represents a major step in the history of mathematics. She says that the award should go to her, not anyone else. Hearing this, Blair is taken aback and tries to speak. After a moment, all he can say is that perhaps the award shouldn't be his. He adds that as far as he's concerned, Professor Brittany is no longer a stranger to him. Upon hearing this, the professor's face turns completely red. She's a little shocked, but nicely embarrassed by her own reaction. She tells the student to go home, leaving our boy wondering what he just said. Shortly after, a crowd has gathered around the academy's notice board. Everyone is talking about Professor Brittany's paper, which he published, and especially about the name of the student who helped with it. People are astonished because for hundreds of years, scientists have been trying and failing to solve the Russian enigma. While everyone is talking about it, our protagonist tries to blend into the crowd so that no one will recognize him, and the trick works. No one notices him. But then, from a room a short distance away, he hears shouting and swearing. He recognizes the old man he met earlier, and behind him stands someone else. It's the board and his father. his father is scolding him for fighting, and his parenting style is quite harsh. To punish him, he slaps his son right there in front of everyone. Our boy is enraged by this, but he has no intention of interfering. After slapping him, the blonde-haired man apologizes to Artil and requests that his son not be expelled from the academy. But what the board had done was a serious rule violation. Before the old man can even finish speaking, he falls to his knees and begs Artil for mercy. He crouches there, begging for mercy for his son. Even this shocks him, and he tells his father to get up. Blair, who had been silent until now, decides to move on. He goes over to Artil, greets him, and Artil responds as if he hadn't heard anything. Our boy simply asks what happened to B. The blonde-haired boy becomes enraged when he sees the black-haired boy intervene. Artil explains that the student started the fight. He broke a major rule, and therefore the academy has banned him. They have decided to expel him. At this, B's father, still kneeling, swallowing his braids, grabs Blair's sleeve and declares that he will teach his son a lesson. Just forgive him this once, he explains. He explains how difficult it was to get him into this academy, and that if he's expelled now, his life will be over. Hearing this, Player takes a deep breath and, looking at Artil, calmly says that B shouldn't be given such a harsh punishment, which surprises everyone, as this was the boy B used to fight with. Artil listens to him and says that the academy may suspend the expulsion for a while. Both B and his father breathe a sigh of relief. But Artil warns that if it happens again, there will be no second chance. Hearing this, B's father holds his son's head and bows, telling him to thank both Artil and the player. Fearfully, B bows and thanks them both. Artil accepts the apology and tells them to go to class. When they reach the auditorium door, our boy opens it. Just as he's about to leave, B stops him and asks why he sided with him. Player, his hand on the doorknob, thinks for a moment and then says he only did it so he wouldn't disappoint his father. B looks down at the ground, pondering what he said. He then turns back and sincerely thanks Blair, telling her to be careful with Face, as he won't forget this so easily. He also reveals that Face's uncle is the academy's vice principal. Class then ends. The player heads to the library as usual, mulling over the day's troubles. Suddenly, the librarian appears at the door with a serious expression, clearly indicating that this isn't going to be a good thing. Our boy, curious, asks what he's doing there. The librarian asks directly if the player has had a fight recently. He's shocked and says no. Then, she asks what happened. Then, he receives the news that he can no longer work in the library or stay in his room. And worst of all, this. The order came directly from the vice principal. Hearing this, Blair sets out to find Professor Brittany, the same professor who had originally wanted to take him and Bella to the math seminar. Blair explains that he can't go because he's been evicted from his room and now needs to find a place to stay. The professor offers him a place to stay, saying she has an extra room. Hearing this, our boy blushes a little and begins to wonder what it would be like to live with the professor. He asks if she's going to have to worry about it. Will it? The professor smiles and says it's no problem. Instead, they can study math together anytime. He understands her words a little, but his face still turns red. The professor says they'll meet after the seminar. Suddenly, Isabella bursts into the room and asks what he's doing there. The professor explains that Blair is also going to the seminar with them, and now he'll be staying with her. Hearing this, Isabella's face turns angry and she immediately starts complaining. The professor understands her reaction. She doesn't get it and says that Blair isn't a bad boy and he doesn't need to worry. Our boy stands there wondering why he's being scolded again. To ease the tension, the professor practically shoves Isabella out of the room and tells them both to get ready for the seminar. She then asks Blair if she has the right clothes for the event, as the dress code is formal. Confused, he asks if a magic tunic will do. The professor says that if she has one, it's perfect. Some time passes. Nightfall arrives, and the ball begins. Everyone slowly makes their entrance, and then our boy arrives on the red carpet with two beautiful girls. When they arrive, Isabella announces that they've arrived. It's the Howard family mansion, the very place where the Magic Society holds all its events. This society is the most important organization in the entire kingdom. Therefore, they always use the Howard Mansion, and it turns out that this mansion is the home of their class representative. Three boys are having a heated argument. Just then, Professor Brittany arrives and greets Vice President Calvin, who is standing next to them. Calvin, delighted to see the professor and Blair's group, greets them warmly. Our boy immediately greets them back. Isabella, standing next to him, is confused, wondering how they know each other. Calvin asks Blair to introduce her friends, explaining that they were just talking about him. Professor Brittany decides not to interrupt their conversation. She does so and steps back, saying she'll see them later. When Blair and Isabella enter the mansion, shock is evident on both their faces. Our main protagonist is stunned by the glares all around and, without wasting any time, heads straight for the food table. He mindlessly picks up a plethora of snacks and drinks, devouring them all in seconds. Isabella's face falls, feeling embarrassed by the player in front of everyone. Then, suddenly, the player's gaze is fixed in one direction. Hanging on the wall, a large painting catches her attention. It depicts two rivers connected by several bridges. Lord Girl explains that it is the Howard family's greatest pride. A painting called The Seven Bridges of the Royal Capital. Blair asks again, a little confused, clearly indicating she has no idea what it is. Overhearing their conversation, the owner's son, a playboy, approaches them and begins to tease Blair. Isabella absolutely loves his attitude. He doesn't come, and she immediately defends Blair. She says he's their guest and deserves respect. But the boy doesn't listen to anyone and continues to mock Blair, saying she doesn't even know about such a famous painting. Seeing this, Isabella decides she shouldn't make any more of a scene. She grabs Blair's hand and starts leading her away. The class representative, who has been watching all this, becomes enraged when he sees Isabella's hand in Blair's. He goes behind them and stands in front of Blair, saying that he only cares about girls. He knows how to hide behind. Blair replies with a slight laugh and asks what the real meaning of this painting is. This leaves Isabella a little confused, and Puss looks at him. Blair then explains that if he understands the story behind this painting, he can create a new magical method. Hearing this, the bland boy laughs and says Professor Brittany simply put his name on the paper out of sympathy. Isabella immediately replies, Blair solved the riddle herself. But the boy doesn't care. He loudly announces that Blair will now solve the riddle written on the painting in front of everyone. Isabella is shocked to hear this. She realizes that the boy has turned a personal matter into a public drama. Gradually, whispers spread throughout the hall. Everyone starts talking about Blair. In this noise, Professor Brittany and Calvin also notice Fez, the blonde boy. Now, smiling, he says that Blair will now have to solve the riddle in front of everyone. Then suddenly, a hand touches Blair's arm. He catches him. It turns out to be Professor Brittany. She worriedly asks why he picked a fight with Fez. She explains that the Howard family is very powerful in this city, and getting into trouble with them is inviting trouble. If he continues like this, he'll be in trouble not only with the Math Society but with the entire academy. Furthermore, this Seven Bridges problem is a question that mathematicians have been trying to solve for centuries. She says that Fez is just trying to humiliate her in front of everyone. Fez overhears them and turns and says to the professor, "You. She used to say that Player was a genius. Now it seems you no longer trust her." The professor becomes a little nervous and tries to defend her words. But Player interrupts. He confidently declares that he accepts the challenge. He says it's his way of thanking the Howard family for getting him out of the library. Hearing this, the girls standing nearby are surprised, unaware of the real reason behind it. They ask if he's sure, but by then, Blair has turned to face and said, yes, he accepts the challenge. Fez smiles and begins to tell the story of the Seven Bridges. He explains that this challenge was created by the first-generation head of his family. Long ago, the capital was situated between two rivers, separated by two islands. 7 bridges were built to connect these places. These bridges connected people and facilitated trade. One day, the family had wondered if it was possible for someone to cross all 7 bridges just once and then return to the same place. Where did he start? This question drove mathematicians across the kingdom mad. They tried, but none could devise a way that didn't involve crossing a single bridge twice. Finally, the old man who had set the challenge himself declares he has found the solution and will prove it the next day. But when all the mathematicians gather the next day, the man has never returned. A few days later, his dead body is found in the river. It is said that in the excitement of his discovery, he slipped and fell into the river. His death, the entire math world was shocked, and the problem was never solved. The Howard family hung an engraving of those poles in their hall in his memory. Faze concludes the story by saying that this challenge is a family pride. Blair immediately understands, because this puzzle exists in his own world. Faze now laughingly asks, "So Blair, will you find the solution?" To which Blair calmly replies, "No, I won't find any solution." Then he adds, "Because if I can't find it, no one else will either." Fez starts laughing after hearing this. He can't control himself and bursts out laughing in front of everyone. Gradually, the crowd grows and begins to disperse. They find this drama boring. Then a girl says that Blair is just an agent who doesn't know his place. But another girl standing next to her carefully observes Blair's eyes and says that there is some sharpness in the boy's gaze. Maybe he's not as stupid as everyone thinks. Then Blair starts speaking. He explains that this 7-bridge question has never been asked. It can't be solved, and that's why he can't solve it. The entire hall falls silent upon hearing this. Professors Brittany and Isabella begin whispering, and Faze angrily asks, "If there's no solution, how did our clan's first elder find the answer?" Blair smiles and poses another question. Blair asks, "Is there any proof that the so-called elder actually solved the riddle?" The blonde boy, surprised by her autistic nature, asks if she knows who the elder is. Who was he? And what respect did he have in this kingdom? Just then, someone in the crowd loudly strikes his cane on the ground and tells everyone to shut up. The man is Vicent Howard, who scolds Fasai, telling him to stop showing off by using his family's name. Hearing this, the bland boy hides and apologizes to his father. Then, Vicent approaches Blair and says he's heard about him. Blair, without expression, bows politely and greets the head of the household. Vicent says that he has dealt with his son. He witnessed the argument and apologizes for it. But immediately afterward, he says he heard Blair say this wasn't a solution to the riddle, and that it calls his ancestors' reputation into question. Blair calmly explains that Bridges' problem with the capital really can't be solved. A girl standing nearby notices that she's never seen Blair so confident before. The Viscount, a little nervous and irritated, asks if he really wants to prove what he's saying, but Armaine, the character, doesn't back down and confidently declares that he can prove to everyone that the riddle is impossible. He explains that many scholars of the time tried to solve the problem by practically testing the paths, which was a valid method. However, if one looks at the problem carefully, the answer turns out to be different. Saying this, Blair begins drawing something on a piece of paper and then shows it to everyone. He explains that such a complex practical problem can actually be explained with a simple drawing, where each piece of land is a point and each bridge is a line, which connects those points. In this way, the entire map of the 7 bridges is simplified in this drawing. If someone can exit each point without repeating anything, it means they can return to their starting point. Hearing this, the crowd is stunned, and some people say among themselves that they never thought of solving the problem from this angle. Meanwhile, one of the 2 girls from earlier says that now she has to admit that Blair is not as simple as everyone thought, to which her friend tells her, "I told you." She gives a "so" look. Both of them now seem impressed with Blair. Blair continues his explanation. He explains that in addition to the starting and ending points, whenever someone crosses a bridge to reach a place, they need another bridge to get out. Therefore, points can be classified as odd and even. Points connected by odd lines are odd points, and those connected by even lines are even points. Hearing this, Brittany immediately understands the logic and says that if someone needs a starting point, to get out and return, he must go through every point, and for this, all the points must be paired. Blair smiles and confirms, "That's exactly what I did." Just then, a man with glasses understands Blair's point and is about to ask a question. But Blair stops him. He explains that 4 points in the puzzle are singular, meaning odd. So, no matter what method is used, no one can ever return to the starting point. Hearing this, shock is clearly visible on everyone's faces. The player states clearly that there never was a solution to the 7 bridges puzzle. The entire hall falls silent. Everyone tries to process what he's saying. Even the man with glasses agrees that there's no flaw in the theory, meaning this problem is truly impossible. Hearing this, the blonde boy turns red with embarrassment and shouts that Blair is wrong. But gradually, everyone begins to understand that the Howard family has been lying all these years. Fez tells everyone to keep quiet and repeatedly insists that Blair is wrong. But after such clear proof, no one doubts him anymore. He doesn't. Another girl, who had always trusted Blair's intelligence, suggests that perhaps their ancestor was a corny man. As the crowd pressure increases, Fiji panics and calls out for his father. But instead of receiving support, his father delivers a powerful punch to his face. The punch is so powerful that it sends Fiji falling several meters away. Count Howard angrily declares that if Fiji had kept his mouth shut, their family wouldn't have suffered such an insult. He then swears that whoever brought shame to their family will be killed. He'll have to pay the price for this. Wei tries to escape, avoiding everyone's gaze. But then a voice from behind says, "Wait." She hears Blair's voice. Blair says that according to the rules of the Math Society, he helped Fiji. So now it's the Viscount's turn to help him. The Viscount pauses. He thinks for a while and finally agrees. He asks what question Blair wants to ask. Blair's question is simple. If the value of the sides of a square is 1, what is the value of its diagonal? Victim Howard tells him. He's completely stunned by the sight. He doesn't know how to respond. Brittany interrupts and says that the Howard family created the Howard theorem. According to that theorem, if a square has 1 side, then the square of the diagonal's length equals 2. That's the mathematically correct answer. But Blair calmly says, I asked about the value of the diagonal, not its square. Hearing this, the Viscount's face falls. He panics. The crowd, too, begins to wonder. Everyone wants to know what happened. What is the actual value of the diagonal? The Viscount ponders for a long time, but in a cold sweat, realizes he doesn't have the answer. Blair realizes his suspicion was correct. The Viscount already knew about the existence of this number. Blair remembers that in his old world, scientists were respected, but people didn't care about them. But in this world, science isn't as advanced yet. But scientists have celebrity status. Anyone who makes a major discovery becomes famous worldwide and even receives royal treatment. They even receive respect. Gradually, these scientists have joined forces to gain economic and political power and have now become a formidable force. The Howard family is like the head of this mathematical community. Whatever they say becomes law. This mathematical society includes scientists, politicians, and even church members. They believe that everything in the world can be explained by numbers. In fact, this idea is similar to the Pythagorean school, started by a famous scientist from ancient Greece. The Pythagorean school has thousands of followers. But there was a flaw in it that broke the entire system. They believed that everything could be represented by whole numbers or fractions, and that everything in the universe could be explained through them. But then a student of Pythagoras, a man named Hippocrates, exposed a major hole in their thinking. He proved that it was impossible to calculate the diagonal of a square using fractions alone. And this discovery shook the foundation of their entire belief. The group became so desperate that instead of solving the problem, they started repeating it. They decide to get rid of the man who invented the problem. They capture poor Hippocrates, tie a large stone to him, and throw him into the sea. But it's to no avail, because the truth eventually comes out. Gradually, more people start talking about Hipparchus' problem. After this, the Pythagorean school completely disappears. Numbers that cannot be written as fractions are called irrational numbers. And from here, knowledge of numbers grows so rapidly that a new field of mathematics emerges. Blair, looking at the Count's face, realizes he's known about irrational numbers for quite some time. This makes our boy curious about how the world handles this. Hearing this question, the Viscount's condition worsens, and cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. The audience also becomes super curious, standing there, calculating the diagonal. Brittany also becomes interested and asks what's wrong with this number that makes it so difficult. It cannot be expressed. Our protagonist explains that this is a completely new type of number and that many such numbers exist. He also says that someone had discovered such a number before, but that discovery was kept secret because of face. Hearing this, Count Vic realizes how much trouble he has gotten himself into, and that it was all because of his own son. He angrily attacks the boy and gives him the death glare. But the blonde boy is in no mood to be beaten again, so he makes no attempt to escape. He starts looking for a way out. Just then, Fig blames Blair for insulting the Howard family. With anger in his eyes, he races to attack our boy. Blinded by the entire race, Lon charges at Blair, his fists poised in the air. Sensing impending trouble, Blair prepares to defend himself. But just as 5G's punch is in the air, a hand suddenly reaches out and grabs his wrist, halting the attack. It's the same girl who stopped him. Was keeping an eye on the player. 5G, confused by the red-haired girl, yells, "Let go of me." But the girl, completely calm, politely replies, "Sorry, I have to stop you." Vij tries to break free, but to no avail, as the girl's grip is too strong for some reason. Just then, he hears his father's voice and freezes in fear. The Viscount is furious with his son's actions, as he has ruined the family's reputation. He expects a severe scolding. The blonde boy tries to explain, but his mind goes completely blank. Just then, the head of the house raises his voice and prepares to speak in front of everyone. He apologizes to the crowd for causing trouble because of his son and says it's his own fault. Then, regarding the number Blair gave him, he tells everyone not to worry. Their math community will surely find an explanation. He thanks Blair and politely leaves. But his politeness is just a facade, because as he leaves, he mockingly says, "Have a good night on my property." Blair smiles and says all the best. As Viscount leaves, he thinks he never imagined he'd have to endure such embarrassment. Our protagonist then genuinely thanks the girl who saved him from the plan. But the girl, surprised, asks if he's forgotten her. She's her lover. Suddenly, Isabella hits him hard on the head, leaving Blair completely shocked. She angrily asks why he was hitting on other girls. Seeing this petty fight, the redhead laughs and says, "Sorry I disturbed your couple moment." Both Blair and Isabella are shocked to see this. The girl jokingly says that she was joking, but she is a little jealous of their relationship. Isabella blushes with embarrassment after hearing this and says that she misunderstood. Then the blonde boy asks what Alice, that redhead, is doing here? Alice explains. She says she always attends such events, but she didn't expect the mayor's daughter to be there. Brittany explains that Elise's family is well known in the city's math community, and she has been representing her family at these seminars for years. Elise steps forward, gives her name, and extends her hand for a handshake. She says she's a third-year student at the academy and Isabella's classmate. Blair shakes hands and says it's nice to meet her. Elise then leans in closer, looking into her eyes with curiosity. But our boy gets a little nervous and inadvertently focuses on Alice's chest, making him blush. Alice continues to stare at him, while Isabella's face becomes dejected, feeling like she's nothing compared to her beauty. Alice then says she really enjoyed Blair's presentation and suggests she study math more seriously. But Blair quickly replies, "I'm sorry, I'll be declining." He says Alice should meet Professor Brittany, as he learned a lot from her. Alyssa understands that the boy isn't going to fall for any cheap tricks and is impressed by his boldness. She says goodbye, saying she wants to talk to Blair alone later. This makes Isabella feel a little jealous. Curious, she asks Blair how she reacted when Alyssa invited her alone. But Blair, confused, simply asks, "Why should I go with him?" Isabella thinks that all boys are the same. As soon as they see a beautiful girl, they start running away. But things don't escalate. Before long, Blair blurts out that Alice Sisto can't match Isabella's beauty. Hearing this, Isabella blushes and asks if he's seriously saying this. To which Blair replies with a calm expression, "Yes, I really think you're more beautiful." Hearing this, Blair breathes a sigh of relief, while Isabella blushes, thinking about that compliment. Just then, a man in a white suit approaches them. It's President Calvin. Everyone asks what he's doing there. The president smiles and says that they're tonight's stars, so he had to come say hello. Blair politely replies that he just helped solve the problem and mentioned the number. But Calvin explains that the problem and the number were no small matter. The Howard family was very proud of the Seven Bridges enigma, but today it's been proven that there's no solution to the problem, which has ruined their reputation. And the number Blair mentioned could shake the entire world of mathematics. So the president wants to know why. Who is this guy? Where did such talent suddenly come from? And what is his true intention that changed everything with a simple explanation? But Blair, to defuse the situation, pretends he doesn't know anything. He says everyone saw that Fishy asked for his help. He simply offered an idea and a poll, and the number he gave was purely out of curiosity. He even adds that even Viscount could have found that number himself, with the help of the Mathematics Society. Calvin, smiling, says that perhaps he overthought it. He doesn't ask any further questions, but he warns Blair that messing with the Howard family isn't a good idea. The scene shifts to the Howard family's patriarch in his office, where his son is lying on the floor. The child is in critical condition, his face covered in bruises from insulting the family. A mysterious figure standing in the shadows next to him advises that the time has come to take action. The Count is now simply waiting for the player to leave the mansion. He should be eliminated, and the entire incident should be made to appear as an accident. Upon hearing the shadow figure's orders, he bows his head and obeys. Then a voice from behind calls out, "Are you going to kill someone again?" The Count turns around and sees a white-haired man standing before him, dressed in a similar white suit. Beta's face hardens, as she doesn't like the tone of the man named Abel. The black-clad figure is shocked, as he himself had killed Abel with his own hands. Abel smiles and says that it's normal for them to be surprised because the Viscount had ordered his murder the previous time. Hearing this, the father jumps from his chair in disbelief and shouts, asking how he's alive and whether Blair works for him. In anger, he takes a gun from his pocket and points it at Abel and says, "Now tell me the truth." Just then, his blond son begins to understand the whole situation. Abel calmly says that his father is asking too many questions and he doesn't know where to start. Then, after thinking for a while, he says, Blair has nothing to do with him, but he has a very important reason for coming back. Despite the gun being pointed at him, he remains completely cool and says that he is going to completely change the Howard family. Hearing this, the Count, surprised, asks how he will do that, to which Abel, instead of answering, asks himself, "What do you think is the true foundation of our family?" The Count immediately replies, "Our foundation is our reputation," but Abel immediately cuts him off, saying, "No, our family is built on freedom." Hearing this, the old man, he becomes enraged and asks what this means. Abel drops a bomb of truth. He explains that his father always knew the Seven Bridges problem could never be solved. But to protect the family's reputation and name, he hid the truth. For years, his father had anyone who came close to the truth eliminated, and his own son was included on that list. The Count tells him to keep quiet because he doesn't want to hear the truths that are tearing him apart. He again threatens to kill his son. He justifies it for the good of the family. But Abel is not deterred. He tells Cam that it's too late now, because the truth can never be hidden. And today, Blair has exposed everything, which has reached the entire city's mathematicians. He says that his father can eliminate some people, but he can't kill all the witnesses. Then Abel steps forward, grabs the barrel of the gun himself, puts it on his shoulder, and says, "If you don't kill every witness, the entire state will know the truth by tomorrow." He then asks if his father, he truly believes he can hold on to the family when everything collapses. Count Vic is at a loss for words and drops the gun. Abel picks it up. The father, now devastated, asks what he should do next. Abel replies that he must become the new head and change the family. Only then will the Howard name survive. He adds that his father knows full well that no one else can save the family. Hearing this, Count Vic is lost in thought and finally agrees with Abel. Several days pass. Then, the change happens, and our boy wakes up in his teacher Brittany's house. He loves the room because it has an actual bed and isn't a smelly old closet. He goes out to say good morning to Brittany, but then he stops and his eyes widen. In Brittany's room lies a huge stack of papers filled with equations. Blair immediately realizes that she spent the entire night searching for the numbers she mentioned at the ball. News of the unsolvable problem theory spreads nationwide, leading to Howard. The family's reputation begins to plummet further. The mysterious number becomes known as the Devil's Number. Every mathematician in the country sets out to solve the mystery, but none achieves a breakthrough. In fact, mathematics in this world is still at a very basic level. It hasn't even reached the level of explaining physics, and the very concept of physics hasn't even been discovered. Yet, scientists are highly respected here, and they work tirelessly through the night. Blair is confident that the answer will be found. After this, while Brittany is still asleep, Blair picks up the newspaper and starts reading it. She learns that the Howard family has a new head, and people are saying he will close the Mathematics Society. Hearing this, Blair begins to wonder why such a drastic step would be taken. Just then, a sleepy voice comes from behind, "Good morning," and Brittany comes in. Seeing her sleepy face, Blair feels embarrassed for a moment as she looks so innocent. He just stares at her, while Brittany stares at him silently for a few moments. Then, her mood changes. He goes because he remembers that he told Blair to wake him up early. She puts her finger on his cheek and says, "Naughty boy," and then, in a teasing mood, brings up the number that Blair had mentioned in front of everyone. But the problem is, she gets too close. So close that Blair's face turns red and her nose suddenly starts bleeding. Just then, Brittany looks down and realizes what she's wearing. She screams at the realization, and the whole house echoes with her powerful voice. The scene then changes. Blair is seen cooking something in the kitchen with a clear handprint on her cheek. Guilt-stricken, Brittany claims she accidentally hit her. Blair realizes that when Brittany wakes up in the morning, she's a completely different person. The blonde girl becomes a little upset. She thinks Blair won't like her the same way anymore, to which our boy calmly replies that he likes her just the way she is. Hearing this, the girl is surprised and looks at him. A slight blush appears on her face. A smile comes up, and she feels a little shy, while Blair feels a little proud inside. The girl then curiously asks why he's mixing eggs and red berries. Blair explains that he's making a tomato omelet. This seems a little strange to Blair. Blair then explains that in his hometown, these red berries are called tomatoes, and almost everyone there knows how to make a tomato omelet. He recalls his past life, where he always ate this dish. After cooking, he quickly gets ready. He starts to head to school. But before he leaves, he tells the girl to try it. Suddenly, Brittany stops him and cleans his hoodie with a white cloth placed on his chest. Our boy blushes with embarrassment, but at least his clothes are a little clean. Brittany tells him to leave, to which Blair gives an awkward smile and says goodbye. Left alone in the house, Brittany looks at the food, which she still finds a little strange. She takes a small bite, gently pops it into her mouth, and, as soon as the taste hits her tongue, she's astonished. Brittany had never tasted anything like it before. Her whole body fills with mushy bubbles. She savors that sweet tomato flavor and can't believe food can be so delicious. Meanwhile, Blair has arrived at the academy. But then her stomach rumbles. She remembers that she didn't eat anything for herself while cooking for Brittany. The other girls in class are gossiping about the new head of the Howard family, the one who disbanded the Math Society. They praise this mysterious man, saying he's handsome. He solved the family's biggest mystery and then disappeared. One girl explains that her uncle told her the boy was about their age, but he asked to keep his identity a secret. Everyone wonders how someone so young could have made such a significant discovery. Blair half listens, but then Isabella comes up to him and asks if he knows anything about the devil's number, to which our boy immediately denies it, saying he knows nothing. "I know." Blonde doesn't believe it and flatly tells her he's lying. Suddenly, third-year student Alice enters the room and tells Isabella to stop teasing Blair. Alice greets Blair cheerfully, to which Blair responds with a smile, while Isabella glares at her. The rest of the boys in the class are shocked by this and walk away jealous. One boy is truly perplexed, wondering why Blair is so popular. Alice then approaches Blair and asks, "What? They were talking about the devil's number?" But before Blair could answer, a loud rumbling sound came from her stomach. Both girls were shocked, and Blair was embarrassed. She apologized, but Alice burst out laughing. Isabella called her a pick and complained that it wasn't even lunchtime yet. Suddenly, a small bread roll wrapped in a napkin appeared in front of her. Alice smiled and said she had taken an extra roll by mistake and asked Blair to help her finish it. Blair looked at the bread. He almost drools and genuinely thanks Alice, saying that she's a very nice person. Isabella angrily pulls his cheek and says that he shouldn't take food from strangers. Blair tries to explain that he wanted to refuse, but the smell of that bread was very tempting. Blair, angrily, asks why he didn't ask her. Blair reminds him that he called her a pick a few minutes ago, so he didn't ask for anything. Alice then says that helping a genius is normal. This makes Isabella incredibly jealous. A little embarrassed, she offers Blair her sandwich, telling her to forget about Alice's roll. Alice laughs and teases her, saying, "Let Blair decide. He's not your boyfriend, so you can decide." Isabella loses her patience and glares at Alice. Blair is given the choice of either her sandwich or Alice's roll. The fight between the girls escalates, and our boy just wants to eat in peace. Finally, he asks Isabella for the sandwich. "And thanks." Lond erupts in a joyous victory dance, thinking she's won. But then Blair picks up a roll and a sandwich with both hands and stuffs them both into his mouth. Everyone's eyes widen as he puffs out his cheeks and manages to swallow. With teary eyes, he declares the food delicious and thanks them both. The entire class is astonished. Isabella still boasts that her sandwich was so good that the player ate it in no time. Just then, Alice notices a small piece of her roll. The crumb is on the player's cheek. She teasingly says that there's something on her cheek and she'll eat it herself. She gently picks the crumb up with her finger and eats it herself, smiling and saying that Blair is very messy. Isabella is irritated by this. Just then the bell rings, signaling the start of class. Alice laughs and tells Blair to study carefully. Isabella angrily tells her to wait outside after class. The two third-year girls leave the room, slamming the door. She closes. Blair finally breathes a sigh of relief. She thinks all these changes are getting a bit much. Just then, someone pulls her cheek again. It's Toby, who asks where she met Alice. Blair says he met her a few days ago at night. Toby's face turns a little strange. Blair explains that Professor Brittany took her to a math seminar, and that's where they met. Then Toby remembers that it was at that very seminar that everyone started talking about the devil's number. But before the curiosity subsided, the teacher, she enters the classroom and calls the player to the board. Brittany tells the class to split into groups and solve the problem. Then, quietly, without showing it to anyone, she gives Blair a small bread roll. Blair makes a slightly awkward expression. Brittany whispers that she noticed she didn't have breakfast, so she brought her something. Blair, already full, looks at the bread in utter desperation. Then she goes back to her desk, where everyone has already split into groups. He also hands him bread and asks where he got it. The player doesn't want to go into details, so he says he'll tell him later. Right now, they have a problem to solve. Suddenly, the pink-headed girl interrupts and asks what he knows about the guy from the math seminar. To which our boy, somewhat dumbfounded, says he thinks he saw him there. The girl doesn't understand his answer very well, but she looks at him as if she knows Blur is hiding something. The player then makes an excuse, saying, "It turns out that when the mysterious man arrived, he had been out for a while, and when he returned, he had already talked about the devil's number." He jumps in, and the two can't believe Blair missed such a big event. Blair defends herself, saying she ate too much, which is why she was having stomach problems. Her friend, in a skeptical tone, says that Blair really missed a big opportunity. But the pink-head girl defends our protagonist, saying that just attending such an event is enough. Lucky for her, she remembers that Blair is quite good at math and asks him to take some time to study with her. Toby teasingly says that he wants something else, not study. Hearing this, the other girl sitting next to them becomes irritated and upset by their conversation. Some time passes, and finally the bell rings, signaling the end of class. Our protagonist is exhausted, having spent the entire time avoiding Isabella so she doesn't see him. Now he just wants some peace and quiet. He finally wants to practice magic because he needs to sharpen his skills. But suddenly, a voice comes from nearby. Someone asks him when he became interested in magic. Blair looks in the direction of the voice and sees only a dark silhouette. His face is unclear. Then, a cold blade strikes his neck, and our boy freezes in fear. Blair sees the person threatening him, but he doesn't recognize their face. The dark figure is actually a blue-haired girl. Molly, her classmate, tells her not to move and warns her that her tagger is too strong. Blair recognizes her and is confused as to why she's doing this. Molly says that he was the one who solved the devil's number at the seminar, but according to her, Blair never had that much talent. So she demands that he tell the truth. Why is he impersonating her friend Blair? Blair, undeterred, replies that he is Blair and is keeping the body-swapping thing to herself for now. Molly bites his neck. She removes the dagger from his hand and starts pulling at his cheeks as if checking if he's wearing a mask. Frustrated, she pulls again and again. But then she realizes it's not a mask, but real skin. Irritated, Blair lightly kicks her leg, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward. But our protagonist reacts quickly and catches her with his hands so she doesn't get hurt. Molly, embarrassed, cries out to let her go. Blair says he will, but only on the condition that he never puts a knife to her throat again. She won't. He glares at her angrily, waiting for an answer, and the girl stares at him in fear. He adds that now she's seen for herself that he's not wearing a mask anymore. He's the real player. Molly, unable to bear the tension, red-faced, tells him to leave her alone. She then asks where he got these new skills and why his speaking style has changed so much. Blair decides to tell a half-truth. He says he's Blair, but also not, because he just woke up one day. He explains, he claims to come from a world where magic doesn't exist, but where science is highly advanced. The people there don't even know how to use magic, so to them, it's all a thing of fiction. He further explains that the science in that world is so advanced that it has surpassed even magic. The people there can do things that even the greatest mages here can't. With that technology, they have explored the entire universe and even traveled to other planets. Blair explains that in that world, he was a math teacher. Therefore, he possesses knowledge beyond the reach of the people here. Molly is astonished to hear this and asks if it's really possible to cross the sky and reach other planets. Blair Van calmly replies, yes, of course. He then explains that there are countless planets in space. He finally says that one day he woke up in this world, a math genius and a powerful mech, but had lost some of his memories. Molly, listening to all this, is thrown into deep thought. She doesn't know what to do next. Then, she breathes a sigh of relief. She lets go and smiles. She says she trusts her because the Blair she knew always loved telling fantastic stories like this. Blair, a little confused, asks what she's trying to say. Molly explains that he always loved science more than magic and often said he wanted to live in a world without powers. Perhaps it's because Blair plays along with him. Holding her hand, he softly says he appreciates her concern. Molly becomes a little shy, and as Blair gently holds his hand, she sees the atmosphere turning awkward and pulls it back, saying, "Don't misunderstand. She's just helping him with his memory, nothing more." Some time passes, and everyone at the academy leaves in their own directions. Player stands alone in the hallway, contemplating where his life has reached and what he's done. He starts to feel a little scared, as this is the first time he's told anyone about his world traveling. But then suddenly he feels someone behind him. A huge figure. A hand grabs his body. He turns around and sees Toby, who effortlessly lifts him into the air. A brief argument ensues between the two, while Fizzy watches from a distance. When their eyes meet Fizzy's, the player is already trying to calm Toby down. Toby angrily approaches Fizzy and asks what he's doing there. But to everyone's surprise, Fizzy bows before them. He apologizes to Blair, saying that he treated her very badly. Feige Howard repeatedly says that his apology is genuine and that he's truly sorry. Blair, who always considered him an Agent Blonde, stands there in shock. The atmosphere becomes completely awkward, and the surrounding crowd observes their boss's strange behavior. But instead of saying anything, our protagonist simply stares at Feige with a "what the hell" look. The crowd that had already gathered had no idea what was going on. Everyone wondered why Feige Howard was apologizing to the player. Suddenly, Faggy pulls a stylish-looking piece of paper from his pocket and hands it to the player. It's actually an invitation from his older brother, Fez, who has now become the new head of the Howard family. It turns out that very night, a conference is being held with mathematicians from across the kingdom, where Fez wants to discuss his family's reputation. Faggy's face clearly betrays his composure, and he tells Blair to please attend the conference. Toby, somewhat suspicious, warns him. He suspects this could be a trap. The player stands there, wondering whether or not he should attend the conference. Time passes, night falls, the sun sets, and the Howard mansion slowly fills with prominent scholars and dignitaries. Unable to contain his curiosity, the player heads there to see what the conference is all about. Just then, someone tugs on his ear, and he immediately thinks the scene is becoming too familiar. It turns out it's Isabella, who is furious with him for having told him off before. They leave, and Professor Brittany, who is also present, arrives behind them. She greets them and reveals that she, too, was looking for her at the academy. Blair is surprised to hear that the professor has been invited to the conference. Brittany explains that news of the event has spread throughout the kingdom. Almost all mathematicians are present, some even from far away. But the real twist comes when it's revealed that no one else received an official invitation. Only Blair was sent a formal invitation. Then suddenly, someone touches Blair's ear again, which makes her a little embarrassed. It's Alice who asks what happened to her ear. The entire group surrounds our main protagonist, everyone talking loudly. The atmosphere turns chaotic. Blair understands what's about to happen. These two girls are going to fight all night. Before things get any worse, Brittany tells everyone to go inside, and Blair, sandwiched between the two girls, slowly climbs the stairs to the hallway. Blair walks toward the hallway that leads to the main hall. As he enters, he notices something strange and is stunned. The famous painting of the 7 bridges of the capital is gone. Brittany, standing next to him, is also curious to see how Abel, the new head of the Howard family, will handle this whole situation. Blair notices that Brittany is talking about Abel as if she knows him, to which he asks, "Do you know him?" Brittany replies, "Yes, we're in the same class." "We're in." She explains that Abel originally wanted to become a professor at the academy, but he disappeared about 3 years ago, and now he's suddenly become the new head of the Howard family. She herself is surprised to learn this. Then Blair curiously asks what kind of person Abel is. Hearing the question, Brittany hesitates a little, as if she's having a hard time answering. Then, after a little thought, She says that Abel was a person who was completely immersed in mathematics, as if he breathed math. Meanwhile, a crowd has gathered in the main hall. Abel is in his. He's looking at some papers in the office when his brother Fez comes in and tells him that everyone is gathered and just waiting for the new boss. Abel smiles and asks a funny question. Do you know that waiting makes love more exciting? He then asks if Blair came to the conference. Fez says the crowd is huge, so he can't say for sure if Blair came or not, but he tried his best. Abel sees his brother's tension, so he calms him down and says, You are not our father. There is no need to be afraid. After this, he stands up and says, Come on. Now the time has come to start a new era of the Howard family. People sitting in the main hall have been waiting for a long time and slowly start to relax. Then the back doors open and Abel enters with his brother. Walking confidently on the red carpet, he comes to the middle of the hall. Some people are surprised to see him because the new head looks very young. Abel goes and stands in front of everyone, greets everyone and says, Hey, I'm Abel Howard, the new representative of the Howard clan. Brittany sees him and realizes he's no longer the same boy from 3 years ago. His way of dressing, his manner of speaking, everything has completely changed. Abel turns to the crowd and says, I know you're all waiting for the main topic. But first, I want to tell you a story from our family history. He pulls out a book and says, This is the diary of our clan's first ancestor. This book contains the truth our family has hidden for centuries. The story goes like this. When all the other scientists went to solve the 7 bridges problem, their ancestor went too. He worked there for a long time, but couldn't find an answer. Still, he didn't give up. One day, he thought he had found the right solution. He was so excited that he ran to tell everyone. The next day, he showed everyone his supposedly correct solution. He was so happy that he didn't even check whether his solution was actually correct. But that very night, when he tested it, he realized his big mistake. In fact, he had found a solution. He hadn't actually solved the problem, but had taken a wrong shortcut in his research. He realized that by morning he would be humiliated in front of everyone, and unable to bear the shame, he threw himself into the river, punishing himself for his mistake. He left a notebook in which he had written everything and had asked his descendants to tell the truth to everyone. But they didn't do so. Instead, the family hid the book and fabricated a false story that their ancestor had solved the problem simply and the proof had drowned in the river. They did all this to protect the family's honor. He did it to save himself. And this lie continues to this day. Abel says, But the truth cannot be hidden forever. Now we must face our actions. After saying this, Abel bows before the entire hall and apologizes. He says, I'm sorry for hiding this truth for so many years. Just then, many in the crowd begin shouting angrily, asking how the family could hide such a big thing for so many years. Blair looks at him and understands that Abel has an undeniable determination. Now that everything is clear, there is no solution to the 7 bridges problem. It was clear that the Howard family had been lying all these years. Suddenly, a girl from the crowd asks if this was the reason Abel disbanded the Math Society. Without looking up, Abel calmly replies that yes, atonement was also a reason, but it was not the main reason. The real reason for disbanding the society was the number that everyone calls the devil's number. Hearing this, the same girl asks again if they found that number. Abel straightens up and says no, they couldn't find the devil's number, but it wasn't due to their lack of ability. He says that the number simply doesn't exist, which surprises Blair a little. An old man in the audience then asks why he thinks the number doesn't exist. Abel explains that the number doesn't exist within the framework of their current knowledge, and that's why he disbanded the Match Society. A man in glasses then asks if this means they'll never discover the devil's number. Abel replies that it doesn't. He says that the devil's number can be solved. It is possible, and one day people will definitely be able to. But for now, this is a completely new research field. And the person who can guide everyone into this new field is none other than Mr. Player of Shandon Academy, the same man who invented the devil's number. The crowd begins to stir, as most of the people present didn't even know our MC. Abel, understanding this, says that perhaps few people know Player because he is a rather modest person. When he introduced this number, he himself asked that his name not be revealed, but now this obstacle. To cross over and enter the new field, Abel says they need Mr. Blair's help. At that moment, Professor Brittany suddenly turns to him and asks what they should do next. But then everyone realizes that Blair has disappeared. Yes, he has literally disappeared without a trace. Then the blonde boy turns to his brother and whispers that Blair isn't there. Abel smiles and says that he thought curiosity would get the better of him, but maybe he was wrong. He says, Sir and Leader will return, and they can ask all their questions in person. Some time passes after the conference. The next day, gossip erupts in the second-year class. Rumors spread that Blair was the one who created the devil's number, and Abel blamed her for it. Because of this, no one cares about the Howard family's problems anymore. Blair is now everyone's talking about her in her classroom. Suddenly, Toby approaches her, pokes her, and calls her names. But Blair interrupts him, saying, Blair claims he didn't see anything at the conference. He left on time and now he doesn't want to talk to anyone. Ignoring her, Toby says, Look over there. Blair turns around and sees the person standing in front of her. It was their history teacher, Hang, standing directly in front of her desk. Hang says he knows Blair is a math genius, but she never passed his class. Blair tries to defend herself, saying she just finds history topics a bit confusing, but the teacher isn't willing to listen to any excuses. He wasn't. He angrily slams his hand on the desk and says that even though Blair is famous now, she's still a student and should focus on her studies. Toby interrupts, alarmed, saying that someone is looking for Blair. Hang turns to him in irritation and is about to speak when Toby just points. Hang, without looking, says, I don't care who it is, even if it's the vice principal. Suddenly, the vice principal himself puts a hand on his shoulder and says he's here for Blair. Hang's face turns pale. He turns pale with fear in an instant. He tells Blair to get up quickly and go with them. Blair gets up without a word and walks out. In the academy hallway, President Kelvin is standing with the vice principal. Kelvin extends his hand, and Blair, looking down slightly, asks what he wants from her. The vice principal explains that the whole world is demanding she solve the devil's number enigma, and the city's mathematical society is also under tremendous pressure. Hearing this, Blair's expression changes. She looks up. Just as he was about to speak, Calvin interrupts. He says they really need his help and it would be good for him too. But Blair says with a slight smile that she doesn't have to do it. The scene cuts to Brittany's classroom where she is teaching when the door swings open. Toby comes in without knocking. He is completely half asleep and says that they have taken Blair. Come quickly. After this, the entire crowd gathers outside the conference room where the top of the academy is waiting to interrogate Blair. Teachers and administrators are seated. 4 vice principals are standing inside, and about 10 managers are standing outside. Blair asks Calvin how he expects cooperation from him. Calvin says that since he is the inventor of the devil's number, he cannot disappoint the entire mathematical community like this. Blair changes the topic and directly asks if Calvin calls every truth diabolical. This angers many people. Calvin directly asks if it is true that the devil's number cannot be expressed as an integer. Player, Molly confirms, saying that not only his number, but even the square cannot be expressed in terms of 2 or 3. He explains that there are many numbers that cannot be represented by initials, and most importantly, this can be mathematically proven. Calvin, shocked, asks if this means they were wrong for hundreds of years, to which Blair replies that this is normal in mathematics because it is a science where people make mistakes and then correct them. Calvin then asks if he is part of the mathematical community. He could help them by teaching them the method to prove it, but Blair apologizes and says he can't. His words now make it clear what people are really afraid of. They fear the fact that what they've believed for centuries could be wrong. Blair says that fear is a common human emotion and nothing to be ashamed of. Entire wars have been fought in his country in search of truth. He says that until a person conquers their fear, they won't reach the truth. He believes they must face this devil step by step. If he explains everything to them directly, the entire mathematical world will be in danger. He says that if people show courage and face their fears directly, they can surely win this challenge. After all, humanity has always placed duty above all else. The old president is completely shocked by this statement, as if a weight has suddenly fallen on him, at which point, everyone in the room bows down and salutes the boy with utmost respect, thanking him for the lesson. He thanks Blair for his work. The president fully agrees with Blair and says he's right. They were all just a little hasty. Everyone then thanks Blair for his guidance and promises that the mathematical community will never forget his contributions. Blair, fearing this fame might escalate, tries to convince the president to change his mind. But then, suddenly, the door to the room explodes with a loud bang, taking it with it. A man in white flies through the air and lands on the other side of the room. The door whistles and crashes across the room, sending some chairs flying through the air. Everyone, including the player, looks in that direction in surprise, and there, standing in the hallway, is teacher Brittany, her eyes burning with anger. She releases all her power into the air, ready to tear apart anyone who might harm her students. Her face is frozen with anger, and she gently asks why they took her player. Our boy waves, smiles, and calls out, "It's fine. They just want to talk." Hearing this, Brittany realizes what she's done and immediately breaks all her magic spell in embarrassment. She apologizes to the president and the others and starts making excuses. But the president doesn't care. He says it was his fault for not informing her that he was going to meet with the student. Some time passes. It's afternoon, and the whole Blair matter is finally resolved. Blair and the teacher walk down the hallway together, both lost in their own thoughts. The atmosphere becomes a little awkward when Brittany starts talking, saying she was afraid they might harm Blair. Blair smiles and says, "Relax, no one will do anything to her in such a big academy." Then, suddenly, Brittany says she has a question, to which Blair calmly replies, "Ask." She says, after all, she found the devil's number. "Why did you create such a big drama over this?" Blair calmly replies that this is what happens in the math community. When someone asks a question, we ask a counter question. But Brittany isn't satisfied. She shyly asks if he likes Isabella. Hearing this, Blair freezes completely. She didn't expect him to ask this. Brittany has a whole love triangle going on in her mind, between Blair, Isabella, and Feige. According to her, Blair hates Feige because she likes him too. So she promises she won't tell anyone that Blair insulted Howard about Isabella. Blair tries to reason with her, but it's no use. Brittany refuses to listen and runs down the hallway, smiling as if she's going to fix everything. Blair yells after her to stop, but she doesn't listen. He stands there, wondering what a huge headache he'll have to endure. Then the scene cuts. It's night, and our protagonist is walking home. Next, he finds himself in the kitchen where he's preparing dinner for Isabella. He thinks Brittany's imagination is really wild and he'll have to clear things up soon. Suddenly, Isabella herself appears to see what he's cooking. Just then, teacher Brittany arrives and reveals that she invited Isabella so the three of them could research the devil's number. Blair then changes the topic and asks if it's true that Brittany's main magic is wind-based. He says he wants to build a refrigerator to store food, but for that, high-level water magic is needed. Teacher Brittany is shocked to hear this and asks what a refrigerator is. Blair hands him a piece of paper and says it's basically like an icebox where food is stored. She and Isabella look at the paper together. Brittany is astonished by his drawing, while Isabella finds it so funny that she bursts out laughing. Blair becomes a little irritated by this. She snatches the paper and complains that he's being serious. But the teacher doesn't take his drawing seriously. Using her water spell, she creates an object similar to the one she created on paper. Seeing this, Blair is stunned and asks how she did it. She explains that she has mastered not only air magic but also water magic. Hearing this, Isabella is completely shocked because such mages who master two elements are very rare, literally a few. Seeing this, Blair asks out of curiosity that if she is so powerful, then why is she still in the academy? Hearing this, Brittany becomes a little flustered. She is lost in thought. After a while, she looks back at the food in the pan and, to change her mood, quickly announces that dinner is ready. Turns out, Blair has prepared a full dinner for the three of them, beautifully decorated on the table. Isabella looks a little confused because she has never seen such dishes. Blair explains that these are all recipes from his homeland, which is why they don't recognize them. Isabella initially doubts whether he can cook so well, but is excited to taste it. After a while, the scene changes. The plates are completely empty. Only crumbs remain. Isabella licks her lips, savoring the taste of the food. She enjoys Blair's cooking so much that she sits there with a dreamy expression. Blair is genuinely surprised by his reaction, as Isabella rarely shows her feelings. He teases, "Do you remember? You said you'd rather starve than eat my food." Hearing this, Isabella's face turns red and she grabs his ear and starts screaming. "The food was great, right?" The teacher laughs, and they both look at her. Brittany laughs. "You two look so good together. You're the perfect couple." Hearing this, they both turn red. They don't know where to look. Breaking the awkward silence, Isabella lets go of Blair's ear and says, "I'm not interested in powered girls." Blair retorts, "I don't like agent girls either." To lighten the mood, Brittany changes the topic and reminds Isabella that she's a beginner-level magician. She's about to move in. She asks which element she wants to choose. Isabella says she wants to try the wind element, just like her teacher. But Brittany explains that while wind is powerful, it doesn't help much in lower-level combat. She says that right now, the most important thing for Isabella is to learn to defend herself, and for that, she suggests the earth element. But Isabella immediately refuses, saying that she finds the earth element's attacks too heavy. Hearing this, Blair thinks to herself, "Wow, what a solid reason." But then suddenly she catches his ear again. He suddenly jumps up and starts screaming, asking how she knew what he was thinking. To which the teacher calmly replies that she didn't need to know anything because it was clearly written on his face. Brittany then directly asks Blair which element he wants to study. Our boy goes into a thinking pose, finger on his chin, and after a while says that he's loved all the elements since childhood, to which Isabella immediately interrupts him. She tells him to stop being so darned, because I don't think you have the talent to learn all four elements. But as Brittany looks at her, she feels something different. A shiver runs through her body. She says, "No, Blair can't just do it. He'll master all the elements." Isabella thinks this is utter nonsense, but the teacher explains that when a player performs magic, a tense and kinetic aura forms around them, which raises the suspicion that perhaps they have mastered all four. He has the ability to control the elements. Then she says they'll discuss this later. Now it's time to start the real magic lesson. Hearing this, all the students become excited. After all, their teacher is a super high-level mage herself. But she also warns that becoming a great mage cannot be dependent on magic alone. She explains that casting spells and making gestures takes a lot of time. Therefore, a mage must also know martial arts so that he can defend himself even without magic. The entire class listens attentively. Our boy is thinking about how easy it would be to wash dishes using water magic. Brittany then insists that sometimes hand-to-hand combat is more useful than magic. So, before teaching Swell, she wants to teach them martial arts. Then it occurs to Blair that her teacher is also a fighter. Isabella steps forward and says she'll fight Blair, having already practiced martial arts at home. Brittany simply warns her not to get hurt. Isabella laughs and says she'll use her full force. She won't bet and teases the player, saying, "Even though I'm not as good as you at math or magic, I'm definitely better than you at fighting." The two then change clothes and go to an empty room. Isabella, trying to scare him, says, "You'll leave this room crying today." As soon as she says this, she moves forward with lightning speed and tries to land a powerful punch on Blair's face. Their fight continues for a long time. It's night outside, and the sky is filled with stars. But inside, the two clash. She continues, but Blair was already prepared. He catches her hand in mid-air with perfect timing. Isabella freezes in shock. Blair seizes the opportunity, pulls her towards him, knocks her down, twists her arm, and pins her to the ground. Now Isabella starts fake crying. As if she's given up, she tells him to let her go. Blair becomes a little frightened and says, "Okay, I'll let you go." But as soon as he says this, Isabella's foot flies towards his face. Those fake tears were just a trick to counter and attack. But Blair had anticipated it. He moves quickly, causing Isabella to lose her balance, and she falls again. This time, she loses her balance and falls hard. She begins to fear that falling from such a height will be very painful. But suddenly, her fall stops. When she opens her eyes, Blair is holding her tightly, just inches above the ground. He looks down and softly says, "Sorry," which makes Isabella blush. Teacher Brittany is stunned by all this. She can't believe that this boy is the mayor's daughter, who has been learning martial arts since childhood. Blair explains that he never received formal martial arts training, but in his hometown he used to practice a fighting style called sand. Brittany, surprised, says she has never heard of the style and believes that his homeland is truly mysterious. Meanwhile, Isabella, still in his arms, pulls the player's cheek and says, "Now put me down," and then, to save herself from losing, blames the floor on the slippery floor. Seeing this, Brittany also gets excited and tells Blair, "When you fight a real master, you won't even know who hit you." And now she realizes that was true. Her guard is completely open, and Brittany knocks her unconscious in one blow. She catches her mid-air and gently lays her down on the ground. Isabella comes running in, frantically asking if she'll be okay. Brittany explains that she's only unconscious for a few seconds and will wake up soon. To which Isabella replies, "It's good for me. May that paralysis remain like that forever." Blair's fainting, taking advantage. Brittany laughs and says, "I know you have a crush on him, Bella." Isabella screams in shock, blushing, and denies this, saying, "You're crazy. I have no crush on that creep." But Brittany insists, "It's just a noise." Just as Isabella is about to respond, Blair suddenly jumps up, yells the teacher's name, and the first thing she grabs is Brittany's breast. Isabella blushes further with embarrassment, while Blair slowly regains consciousness and tries to understand what's going on. It's happening. The next day, our boy is sitting in class at the academy, nursing his bruises. Robbie asks with a mischievous smile what happened at Brittany's house yesterday. Lear remembers everything in a rage, especially the moment when he accidentally grabbed the teacher after fainting. Then Isabella, completely enraged, pounces on him, and poor Blair runs away, screaming, "You're going to break my arm." The teacher immediately intervenes, stopping Isabella and telling her to let him go, because she didn't do it intentionally. She was unconscious at the time. Hearing this, Blair becomes furious. He thinks that while the girl doesn't have any special technique, her strength is still strong enough to break his arm. He never imagined Isabella to be so skilled in martial arts. It seems she trained with a renowned master and has been practicing like crazy since childhood. In this world, ordinary people don't get the opportunity to learn martial arts or magic from a young age. Therefore, Blair suspects that she may be from a noble family. Suddenly, Toby comes shouting from behind. Excited, he declares that he has mastered the spirit summoning technique that Blair taught him. Blair is stunned by this, as he never imagined someone could learn such a complex technique so quickly. Filled with excitement, Nobi declares that he wants to show her what he has learned. Then, he meditates, gathers his energy in both hands, and summons the element of fire. Magic slowly begins to build, and in his excitement, he attempts to cast a spell, calling it the fireball technique. He does. Blair watches him curiously, but nothing happens. He wonders where the fireball is, to which Toby replies, "Look carefully." When they both look at his palms, they see two small fireballs floating in the air between his hands. Blair laughs and teases him, saying, "At this speed, you'll never surpass me in magic." But deep inside, he thinks they look more like two tiny sparks than fireballs. Then something catches his eye. He turns to look and sees. A hand stands in front holding a large cake. It's Alice. She learned that Blair had broken his arm, so she brought him a snack, thinking he might have come home without eating again. She laughs and says that Toby must have already finished his meal. Blair hesitates, saying that it feels weird to eat your food, but at the same time, he can't take his eyes off the cake. Alice smiles and asks, "How did you like it?" As soon as Blair starts eating, he agrees that her food is the best and asks, "Is it? What are you doing here?" Alice whispers that she has a question for him. Blair says, "Ask, I'll give you an honest answer." Alice gets straight to the point. She asks if he likes Isabella. Hearing this, Blair is completely stunned. Instead of answering, he asks, "Why are you asking?" But Alice ignores him and repeats the same question. Blair tries to be cool and says, "Right now, my only interest is magic." Alice finds his answer a bit boring. Still, she seems satisfied. Blair can't quite understand what's happened. Just then, Alice leans in and kisses him on the cheek. Blair becomes even more confused and flushes. As she leaves, Alice smiles and says, "I'm going to visit you more often now." Seeing this, all his classmates are shocked at how every girl has fallen so quickly for this dark-headed boy. After class, Blair heads to the library. He's still thinking about Alice's words, but then he convinces himself to let it all go. "I've read the books on the ground floor." He finishes the last one. He leans back in his chair, stretches, feeling completely exhausted. His next plan is to go to the second floor, where the advanced books are kept. He walks to the main desk and sees a purple-haired girl completely engrossed in a pink-covered book. Blair smiles, says hello, and asks how he can get upstairs. The girl looks at his ID card with no interest and says, "You're just a student." To go upstairs, one must have a beginner-level mage. Blair tries to explain that her spiritual power is still low and asks if there is any other way. The girl refuses and taunts her, saying, "If you don't know how to read advanced books, what will you do there?" Hearing this, Blair becomes angry and is about to say something when Molly arrives. She recognizes Blair and asks if she needs any help. The purple-headed girl ignores her and says, "You take care of it." Molly explains that going upstairs is difficult. A desk ID is required, even if it's basic. She says Blair can try to get a new certification, but the chances are slim because his spiritual power is still very weak. Despite this, Blair decides to take the risk. He says he's just discovered a way to improve his water element magic. Molly warns him that this is serious. If he fails, he'll be blacklisted and unable to enter the library ever again. But Blair says solemnly that he's ready. Molly thinks for a while and then she agrees. She leads him to the room and tells him to come here. She goes into the examiner's room and explains Blair's situation. A man, surprised, asks if a student wants to improvise water magic. Another examiner laughs and says, "This is nonsense. The water ball technique has been the same for centuries. Nothing new can be invented." The blue-robed magician warns him that if he's bluffing, it's game over. But Molly firmly insists that she trusts the boy and he deserves to take the test. Finally, the people agree. The blue-robed man calls Blair inside. Blair enters the room, a bit tattered. He adjusts his mask and begins speaking. The two majors pay him no attention. They simply sit, sipping red drinks and chatting about random things. Blair politely introduces himself. "My name is Chenlo, and I'm a magic student," he says. He then explains that he's come to show them a way to improve his water ball magic, a method that could multiply his power. "Yes." Hearing this, the red-robed examiner's gaze snaps to him. He instantly remembers that this is the same black-haired guy who used magic to break into their office earlier. He leaps up from his chair and tells the other desk, "It's him. Hurry up. Let's go to the testing room." Last time, he was about to blow up the entire room. The other desk, the one with the mustache, is surprised and says, "Hey, it's just a student. There's no danger." Then he tells Blair, "Come on, show me this improved water ball technique." Blair gathers all her energy around her body. He begins to gather mana. He channels the mana and simultaneously creates the elements of fire and water. Then, a flame begins to burn in his left hand, and a ball of water begins to form in his right. The water mage is stunned by this and silently waits to see what happens next. He immediately complains to his brother about the child using two types of magic at once and prepares to cast a spell himself. After gathering enough mana in his hands, Blair begins to combine the two elements. As the pressure increases, fire. The water begins to fuse together forcefully. Suddenly, as the two spells 1009, a powerful wave of water spreads everywhere. The fire mage, who had already put up a shield, immediately realizes the same thing is about to happen again. Just then, a powerful explosion occurs in the room, sending everything flying around. Thick steam rises, and as it clears, the player's silhouette becomes visible in the center. He brushes the dust off his clothes, prompting the water mage to angrily yell and call out to the child. Staring angrily, he asks how the black-headed boy does all this. But for our protagonist, the technique is quite simple. First, you create a water ball, then a fireball. Then, combine the two elements by compressing them together with your hands. When they merge, they release more energy than either one could produce alone. The man in blue robes takes a deep breath and wonders how the boy managed to use the two elements together. He's delighted with the result and tells him to stop. Molly is their guest. She prepares a cup of tea for his attention, to which he thanks her. Feeling a little awkward, he asks the girl to sit down to calm things down. To keep the conversation going, he asks if Molly is also engaged. She smiles and says that her skills aren't as strong as his, but he's impressed by Blair's performance. The protagonist is quite upset, saying that he's not that great because he hasn't even reached the initial level yet and that the energy ball's power is comparable to his technique. He can use two elements, but that's not because of his skill. He thinks it's not as difficult as it seems. It's like doing two different things with both hands. He demonstrates by giving an example, drawing something on a piece of paper with one hand and something else with the other. Then, he hands the paper to Molly and shows her that he's drawn two animals at once. Molly says that a dog and a cat are cute, to which he smiles and says that they're actually a wolf and a tiger. Blushing, Molly says that she can do two things at once too. Meanwhile, the two mages who were testing him go to the vice president's office and tell him about the student. The vice president doesn't believe them and says that no one at that level could create two elements simultaneously. The man in the blue robe, named Brady, insists that he and Andre saw it with their own eyes. The vice president gets a thought. Perhaps this boy could open a new path for magic. But the question is, how many people will be able to use this magic? If the technique isn't possible for everyone, then what's the point? On his orders, all the managers and staff are gathered in one place. The sudden call upsets some, as many were busy with their work. Just then, President Tom enters the hall with the majors and announces that one of them has invented a new technique. But there's a catch. They must simultaneously create a water ball and a fireball. Preety tells everyone that he's called everyone to demonstrate the technique's effectiveness and whether ordinary people can use it. Some majors doubt it. We begin to wonder if this is even possible. The purple-headed girl looks at our protagonist and wonders if he's the creator of this magic. But she quickly gives up, thinking he's just a student. After this, all the majors concentrate and try to summon both elements. One of them seems to have some success. Fire begins to glow in his hands and a ball of water begins to form. But suddenly, the water goes out of control and the swell breaks. He tries again and again, but simultaneously, fire, and he can't get the water. The crowd starts saying, "It's impossible. No one has ever done it." Brady tells the vice president that no one here has been able to do this trick. He orders them to take him to our protagonist so he can explain it himself. On the way, Brady wants to ask something, but the president interrupts him, saying that perhaps only Chenlu can use this magic. He says, a little disappointed, that perhaps no one else in the world can do it. It begins to seem like our boy. He'll fail the test. But then suddenly Molly enters, having performed the trick. She stands holding a perfect water ball in one hand and a burning fireball in the other. The three senior mages are stunned to see her. Molly, surprised to see them, greets Vice President Shelton. Our protagonist also greets them, saying that Molly is very smart and has understood the technique well. Then, smiling, he asks if he's passed the test. The old man explains that according to the rules, this magic trick, 3 people must attend, and in the entire magic society, only Molly has been able to summon both elements. Molly is a little taken aback and asks if this means he won't pass. But the president smiles and says that he's decided to make an exception for Chenlu because his method could completely change the future of magic. Furthermore, he invites our protagonist to become an honorary member of the Magic Society. Our boy respectfully says that this is a huge honor for him, but he has one condition. The president lets him speak, and Blair explains that her condition is that Molly be promoted to assistant manager. Molly is shocked. Her eyes widen, and she is confused. A short while later, the purple-haired girl angrily enters the secretary's room because Molly has been made assistant. She begins to hate the blue-haired girl because she feels the position should have been hers. She pushes the secretary and angrily calls her idiot, but then suddenly remembers that the protagonist had asked about the second floor of the library. Blair is filling out some paperwork in the president's office. He signs a document confirming the patent for his new technique. The old man explains that he now officially owns the copyright for the improved water ball technique. Our boy is astonished to learn that copyrights exist in this world. The president explains that he will now promote his technique and pay anyone who wants to learn it, with half of that money going to our protagonist and the rest to the Magic Society. If anyone tries to secretly learn this technique without paying, the Magic Society immediately becomes aware of it. Such individuals are immediately blacklisted, and in some cases, they can even be arrested. Blair is distraught, thinking about how backward their science is, yet their intellectual property protection is so advanced. The old man then reveals the price of the technique, 100 gold coins. Upon hearing this, the protagonist almost collapses, as this amount is nothing less than a treasure to him. But the president, he completely misunderstands. He thinks Blair thinks the price is too low. Blair explains that this technique is for highly skilled magers, and that if the price were higher, those who buy it but can't operate it would be upset. Blair says he has no problem with the price, but he has a solution. He suggests adding a disclaimer at the end of the instructions, stating that this technique is only for highly skilled individuals. Therefore, one should think twice before buying, and once before buying. There will be no refunds. He even adds that the final interpretation of the rules rests solely with the Magic Society. The old man asks what this means. Blair explains that this is to protect them from any future problems. The president is impressed by his detailed thinking. He feels that this boy has thought of every little thing in advance. Blair laughs and says, "You are no less clever. Our ways of thinking are quite similar." A little while later, Molly finds Blair on the second floor of the library. She takes him there. Upon arriving, he's surprised to find the place is much more spacious than the first floor. Molly explains that only high-level majors are allowed here, so this floor is mostly empty. She then explains that there are numerous books on advanced magic and new techniques, which he can read at will. Seeing his reaction, Molly asks what he's looking at so intently, to which our protagonist simply replies that he likes his new uniform. The girl blushes and quickly says thank you. Blair then quickly changes the topic and asks if there are any books on how to increase spiritual power. Molly explains that there are very few books on this topic, but she quickly searches for it and finds it shortly. The book is titled Theory and Practice for Increasing Spiritual Power. But as she starts to descend the stairs, Molly slips and begins to fall. She closes her eyes tightly because she feels like she's about to hit the floor, but she feels nothing. When she opens her eyes, she sees that Blair has caught her midair, and she's now in his arms. A silent moment passes between them. Blair asks if she's okay. Molly blushes, and deep inside, she feels a strange acidity, as if she's been in this situation before. But they weren't alone. A red-headed girl, who had just moved to the second floor, watches the whole scene from a corner. She misunderstands, and strange thoughts begin to run through her mind. She believes Molly has gotten her promotion by seducing Blair. She steps forward and starts talking to him, saying, "Come on," to which he responds with a slight irritation. Then, in a seductive voice, she congratulates him and says she knew he would pass. Then, in a highly provocative tone, she declares that she wants to help him and will do anything for him. But Blair, unimpressed, simply tells her to get out of the library. Her plan fails completely. She's shocked that such a cheap trick isn't working on him. Blair realizes he's a little harsh, so he apologizes. But immediately afterward, he makes a sarcastic remark, "Get out now. I'm going to read some books that are beyond your understanding." The redhead apologizes and says she's sorry for being so conservative earlier. She also warns her not to trust Molly, who always speaks ill of everyone. Hearing this, Blair understands that in reality, he's the one who starts the gossip, since Molly hasn't said a word about him. To silence her, he threatens to call President Elton if she doesn't leave. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately leaves. Finally, Blair finds some peace and settles down to read his book. The book states that a given mage's spiritual power depends on their natural talent. The more talent they possess, the faster they level up. Currently, only 2 methods are known for increasing this power: meditation and continuous use of magic. But the author of this book had discovered a new method. When a mage learns a new technique, all his spiritual power is depleted. But when he rests, it not only returns, but also increases to its maximum capacity. The logic is clear. The player must repeatedly deplete his magical energy completely and then allow it to recover. By doing this, he can become more powerful. He can even break the limits of his talent. Blair is excited after reading this and decides to test this method today. This is his chance to become a true mage. Without wasting any time, he runs to his favorite spot, the academy fence. But suddenly, something strange comes to his mind, and he stops. He realizes he's forgotten something very important. He immediately runs home. As soon as he gets home, he sees both girls staring at him angrily. The reason is that he forgot to make dinner. Blair is shocked to see how dependent they have become, like little pets who can't do anything on their own. Isabella gets up from the table. She starts yelling and asks why he's so late and why he hasn't cooked. Without arguing, Blair puts on his apron and says he was busy at the Magic Society, so he thought the professor would make something. He then asks what the blonde girl is doing there. Isabella excitedly explains that she'll be staying at the professor's house from now on. Hearing this, Blair is so shocked that he drops the frying pan. The girl is angered by his reaction. She doesn't understand why he's not happy that he's done it now. She's also going to live with him. Brittany explains that Isabella will be here and practice magic and matches together. But Blair finds this completely unbelievable and starts blabbering in front of So. Isabella catches him talking to herself and immediately starts threatening him. Blair ignores her because she knows she must complete her magic experiments today, no matter what. Dinner is finally ready, and everyone sits down to eat. Isabella finishes her plate first, and as soon as she takes a deep breath, the player interrupts, ruining the mood. He says, "Now go wash the dishes." Then everyone gets up to clean up, when Blair suddenly goes into the bathroom and reminds Isabella that she's forgotten to tie her hair again. The real trouble begins when he enters the room and sees the 2 girls changing. His face instantly turns red as he accidentally sees them naked. Without a second thought, a slipper flies through the air and hits him squarely in the face. Some time passes. It's nighttime. Everyone is getting ready for bed. Blair is sitting at his desk in his room, reading something, thinking about how he has to care for these girls like they're his own children. But suddenly, he feels bored sitting still. He jumps up from his chair and bangs on the table. He decides that now is the time to learn a new technique, not just the mundane household chores. Looking at the book, he thinks that today he's going to learn the firebird technique, which is detailed in the book. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Someone knocks. A little irritated, he asks who it is. Outside the door is Isabella, who wants to come into his room under the pretense of asking him something before bed. Blair suppresses his irritation and says, "Come in." She says she was afraid the slipper he threw in anger might hit her. But Blair immediately realizes it's just an excuse. He wants to talk about something else. So he asks directly, what does she really want? The girl, a little shy, says she can't sleep and wants to ask what she wants. What are you going to do with your life? The player is a little surprised and says he doesn't understand the question. Isabella explains that she has 1 year left and is a friend, so she just wants to know what his plans are after graduation. To which Blair calmly replies that he hasn't thought about it yet. Maybe he'll stay at the academy and become a teaching assistant. The girl suddenly grabs his arm with both hands and, almost begging, asks if he doesn't want to go to the capital. Her eyes are shining, and she says that her father can help. Then they can study together. The girl thinks that if that happens, Blair will cook for her every day, and being with her makes her feel good. The girl is so close that Blair becomes a little embarrassed and says that studying further would be a waste of time. For now, he wants to stay at the academy and focus on magic. Isabella worriedly asks if he will be able to learn magic properly just by staying at the academy. To which he replies that Professor Brittany is there and her talent and knowledge are enough to teach him. Isabella's face falls as she immediately imagines Brittany as a rival. Her tone changes, and she sarcastically says that the real reason is that he wants to be with Brittany, not her. She doesn't even wait for an answer and begins pressuring him. Just then, the door opens, and Brittany herself enters to see what's going on. As she enters the room, she asks why they haven't slept yet. Then, she notices them both in an awkward position, which leaves her completely bewildered. The night passes and morning comes. Brittany makes breakfast for everyone and everyone sits comfortably at the table. Lara remembers that she tried to exhaust her power the previous night to learn new magic, and in the morning she realizes that her power has indeed increased, meaning her method is working. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by the teacher's voice. Brittany jokingly says that it's still too early for what they were doing in the room last night, to which Blair immediately clarifies that they were just discussing plans after graduation. But Brittany misunderstood. Brittany agrees and apologizes, but at that very moment, Isabella angrily slams the cupboard on the table. Everyone can see that she's completely irritated. The atmosphere becomes a little uncomfortable. Then, she irritably says that she has to leave for class. Brittany avoids escalating the situation and nods. As Isabella gets up, she deliberately elbows Blair on the nose while passing by. Brittany is shocked and she asks if he had a fight with Isabella, to which he denies it. Then, Brittany changes the topic and asks if he has any free time this morning. She says she needs to submit an article on the devil number to the Mathematics Society. Player readily agrees. As he walks along, he thinks about what a math genius Brittany is. She just helped him a little, and he did all the research himself. Finally, he arrives at an old brick building that appears completely abandoned from the outside. When he goes inside, the situation becomes even worse. People are hustling everywhere, and papers are strewn across the floor. A mustachioed man at the counter tells Blair to put his manuscript on the shelf if he's brought it, and to speak to the manager if he's come to claim his reward. Blair explains that he's just come to submit his article. The man looks at him strangely, as if he's seen him somewhere. After a moment of thought, he suddenly calls out his name. Blair is astonished, wondering when he became so famous. A secretary standing nearby says she saw him at a seminar. People gather around him, seeking autographs and asking questions. Seeing this, Blair panics and quickly says he's just come to deliver the teacher's article. As he starts to leave, the secretary says he can come back to collect his reward anytime. Hearing the word reward, Blair turns around excitedly and asks, "Which reward?" The mustachioed man apologizes, saying he thought Blair was just there to collect money. Blair maintains his composure and asks, "What exactly is this reward?" The man explains, "The Mathematics Society is giving you a prize. It offers cash rewards to people who solve very difficult math problems, and the more difficult the problem, the bigger the reward." Hearing this, the player's eyes light up. He asks to show him the problems. The man leads him to a wall where a stack of sheets are pasted, filled with numbers, figures, and equations, as if they were wanted posters. He explains that these problems were there before he arrived, and he'll probably never see anyone solve them in his life. Blair is now completely serious. He gets into a mood and tells everyone to keep quiet so he can think carefully. Then he leans against the wall and pretends to gather mana around him. Just then, a society member, surprised, asks, "Andres representative, what is this Blair doing?" Another boy explains that they can't disturb him because a genius can have a sudden inspiration at any time. He just stands there, anxiously waiting for a miracle. Then the man next to him says, "Look ahead, the one he's working on." He sees that the player has long since disappeared. Seeing this, the man panics and looks around, wondering where the genius he trusted so much has gone. Meanwhile, the black-haired man has already left, happily thinking that he can earn around 500 gold coins simply by solving problems so easy that even a child can solve them. He is currently completely penniless and doesn't have the money to buy new technologies. He doesn't even know that the Mathematical Society building, there's so much gold in it. He doesn't really care how far he's advancing the world of mathematics. He just wants cash. Our protagonist runs down the street, jumping and dancing. He even scares some kids along the way. He thinks the best way would be to solve all the problems quietly and then go straight to collect the reward. A day passes, and everything is quiet at the Mathematical Society. The brown-haired man asks Andre why the player ran away yesterday if he's such a genius. Andre replies, "It's likely that even a genius like the player couldn't solve those problems, as they've been lying there for years." Suddenly, the door slams open, and a huge stack of papers lands on the table. It's revealed that our boy has come to submit everything at once. He says he's short on time, so he should be rewarded immediately. The man in socks, surprised, asks which problems on those papers have been solved, to which the protagonist replies that the solutions to all of them are the same. The man with the mustache is shocked, and the boy with the black hair looks at him in disbelief. Protagonist Joe D, now disguised as Chalu, confirms that he has solved all the Yabo City Mathematical Society's fast problems. Vice President Andre and his colleagues spend the entire day checking the solutions. Suddenly, someone shouts that the mustachioed man has verified everything and all the solutions are correct. Everyone present is completely astonished. Their faces look as if they have witnessed a miracle. This boy has actually solved all their old problems. The black-haired man, bored by all the praise, falls asleep on the pile of books. The people around him go wild. Someone suggests he should be called a math cod. Finally, Andre himself comes to him and, with tears in his eyes, tries to wake him up. As he wakes, he asks if they've checked his solutions. Upon receiving confirmation, everyone present bows in respect. Andre asks his name, to which he replies, "Come on." They decide on a reward, but he's not offering a monetary reward. The younger part refuses, demonstrating that their partnership is just beginning. Then, Blair, still in Chanel form, heads straight to the Magicians Association to spend his cash. He slams the money on the table and tells Molly that he needs to buy new magic. Somewhere in the distance, a knight on horseback races through the rain at full speed. He runs as if on an important mission, afraid he'll be late. Ahead, he sees the palace of the Lord of Yabo City, nestled among the mountains. He finally reaches the gate. He arrives, but is stopped by guards. He explains that he has come from the capital and must personally deliver the order to the city leader. Upon reaching the Lord's office, he hands the letter to a gray-haired gentleman. He is Austin Clavius, Lord of Yabo City. He appears a little confused as he reads the letter and asks if what it says is true. The messenger explains that the capital has confirmed someone named Bear is already in Yabo City, but no one knows his location. Upon hearing this, the mayor's wife declares that Bear is a traitor and Clavios was a top-tier mage who disappeared 3 years ago. Clavios panics, saying that if he uses his powers again, Yabo City will be destroyed. Meanwhile, our protagonist is sitting in a classroom and suddenly drops his pen. He didn't drop it, but rather, he's drained of energy, having exhausted all his stamina the night before learning new magic. He's already spent 500 gold coins, and now he's wondering what a new way to earn money would be. Toby jokes that ever since he always looks tired since he started living with Brittany. Most of the girls in the class gather around a girl who has drawn a math card. The paper depicts the player as Chen Lu, standing in a very manly pose. Toby becomes irritated by this and calls the girl stupid. Seeing this, the protagonist asks, "Who is this god?" Toby explains that recently a guy named Chen Lu came along who solved the Mathematical Society's 23 most difficult problems, and now the entire Lone Kingdom is talking about him. Blair, he's delighted that people are praising him, but he's also angry that his fake name has now been elevated to something like a god. Toby laughs and says that someone with such a good maths background must be an old man, not a young boy. Then, changing the topic, he asks who Blair will team up with for magic training after class. A little surprised, Blair asks why he's not going with her. Toby explains that his level is too low right now, so he can't participate. He also warns her that there will also be second and third year students there. Hearing this, Blair reacts a little differently, as if contemplating something. Finally, the time comes when night arrives and the training begins. The instructors explain that the purpose of this session is to further develop the students' magical abilities so that they can apply what they've learned in real life. But they also make it clear that safety comes first. Therefore, most of the dangers in the mountains have already been eliminated. Then they tell the students to form teams of 3 or 4 and spend a night in the mountains. They must return by noon the next day. As soon as the explanation is over, Isabella and Alice head straight to Blair. Isabella asks who he'll team up with so she doesn't have to choose between them. Blair says they'll all be together. Alice laughs and says how cute it is and how big he is to want everyone together. He likes the idea. But Isabella's face clearly shows irritation because she won't get time alone with Blair. Seeing her condition, Alice asks if she'll join the team, to which Isabella agrees. And she nods. Our boy feels a little relaxed seeing that the situation doesn't escalate into a fight. Then the scene cuts to a distant place behind the mountain, where a gray-haired man stands, staring at the horizon. He turns and tells a man, Mr. Baird, that the sun has set. Ped remains silent for a moment, as if considering what to say to his men, who are waiting for his orders. Finally, he announces that they have reached their destination. He looks ahead at the fog-shrouded mountains. He observes and declares that the city of Yabo will not see the sun tomorrow. The scene then shifts back to the mountains where the exam is taking place. Night has fallen, and the sounds of nature can be heard everywhere. A small white rabbit sitting in the grass suddenly senses someone approaching. Without wasting any time, he gathers fire magic in his mouth and releases a fireball towards the intruders. But the fireball vanishes into thin air before reaching its target. The one who stops this magic is none other than Isabella, who extinguishes the attack with a simple gesture. At this, the girl excitedly exclaims that she has controlled the magic released by a wild animal. Blair, standing nearby, explains that if Rabbit had lost control of that fireball, he wouldn't have been able to move. Then suddenly, our boy jumps up as someone grabs his ear. It's Isabella. She's in the mood to teach Blair a lesson, saying that rabbits shouldn't be grabbed by the ears. She takes the little critter from him, hugs him to her chest, and lovingly hugs him. She caresses it. Then someone pulls Blair's ear again, but this time, the pull is very gentle, not painful. It's Alice. She comes to Blair in excitement and asks, "Does it hurt?" To which our boy continues the conversation, asking Alice if other animals can use magic. Alice replies yes. She explains that on the Divine Grace continent, people and most animals have magic, but they can usually only control one element and can't do anything very complex. For example, rabbits only control fire and can barely make small water bubbles. She also explains that no one knows the answer to the question Blair asked Professor Anthony. The scene changes to a man standing near a large rock in the middle of the forest, deep in thought. It turns out that the man is Professor Anthony, and a shadowy figure is moving towards him. Akil approaches him and asks why he isn't patrolling the mountains. Anthony says that he still has to answer the same question. He's thinking about what Blair asked. The vice president, a little curious, asks what the question was. Anthony explains that our protagonist discovered that rabbits can shoot fireballs from their mouths, so he asks why humans can't do the same without spells or gestures. Echo remains silent for a moment and ponders the matter. Both of them become so lost in thought that they just stand there in the middle of the forest, overthinking the same thing. Then suddenly Echo, the gray-haired man, comes to his senses and tells Anthony that you should go and protect the students. But the professor persists in his question, saying that Akel didn't answer it. The vice president becomes irritated and loudly declares, "Pass it and go protect the students." Meanwhile, Blair's group decides to sit by the fire and relax. Isabella, holding her shirt suggestively, says, "Our boy has felt something before. So tell me, whose is it more, mine or Alice's?" Blair blushes with embarrassment and says, "It's not enough to tell. It's difficult." "Then touch it again," Alice mischievously says. Isabella angrily declares that her rabbit is lying there, and she wants our boy to believe it. She hands him the critter she's holding and tells him to touch it again. But the rabbit tries to swallow it from her hand, as if trying to escape. Isabella can't stop her, and to her astonishment, sees the rabbit run off into the woods. She finds the rabbit holed up in a hollow tree stump, only its tail visible. Isabella tries to get closer and peek. She checks how far inside he is. Just then, Alice slowly approaches. But suddenly, a strange noise comes from the stump, and the ground begins to shake. Blair's entire group realizes something is wrong. Suddenly, the ground begins to crack beneath them, forming a large crater. A funnel-like pit forms beneath the girls, pulling them in. They fall into a strange room, and dust and dirt begin to rain down on them. Then, Isabella rises like a zombie emerging from a grave, pulling her hand out of the mud. She slowly pulls herself out. She finds Elise, picks her up, and dusts her off. They lean on each other, trying to understand what just happened. After all, they've made it out unscathed after falling nearly 22 feet. She looks up at the hole she fell from. Isabella wonders where she is. She sees some wooden beams holding up a tunnel-like structure. Without caring for herself, Elise falls to the cold ground, struggling through the pain and calling out for Blair. Isabella sees that her friend's condition is dire. She's barely conscious. She puts a finger to her nose to check if she's breathing and panics as Alice's breathing slows. Without a moment's notice, Isabella gives her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a while, Alice suddenly regains consciousness, gasping for breath. She sits upright and begins coughing violently. Her face turns red, but she seems to be back to normal. Isabella breathes a sigh of relief and asks, "Are you okay?" Alice asks where she is, to which Isabella replies, she doesn't know if they fell into a hole in the mountain. It might be an old mine. Alice says she's never heard of a mine near the academy. Then Isabella points to a nearby door she just saw. After a moment, Alice thanks Isabella for saving her life, but Isabella's reaction is strange. She just stares at her friend with a confused look. Alice asks what happened. "Why are you looking like that?" Isabella says she can't believe Alice saved her. He said thank you. Outside, everyone felt the earthquake and panic. The students feared they would fail their exams because the shock had sent all the rabbits fleeing. Just then, Archie arrives and calms everyone down. Just then, Anthony comes running in and announces that all the students have been evacuated from the area. He says the earthquake was sudden. The teachers did everything they could, but they haven't found the remaining students yet. Professor Coke is now checking the list to see if anyone is missing. Suddenly, everyone hears the sound of galloping horses. A thud is heard. The ground shakes, and that dangerous sound is heading straight for them. A group suddenly appears, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. At this, they move closer and closer to the students. The students simply stand there, looking completely confused. Professor Anthony wonders what these soldiers are doing here, and Archie stares at them, his face filled with fear. He tries to piece it all together and says that it might have been an earthquake. It wasn't an accident. Amidst all the events outside, the story shifts back to the girls in the mysterious catacomb. Isabella opens the door she saw earlier, revealing a huge room behind it. The two enter and explore. Inside, they discover a strange pillar glowing with purple light, with symbols of the same color floating in the air around it. Isabella, without thinking, raises her hand to read the symbols, but she doesn't understand anything and says that the writing is very complex. She doesn't understand it, so she decides to touch the pillar. Suddenly, an energy beam emerges from the pillar and shoots straight towards her. The energy covers Isabella's entire body and blows her back about 10 meters. Seeing this, Alice immediately runs towards her, but Isabella gets up and says that she is absolutely fine and that perhaps there is a powerful spell on this pillar. Alice the redhead explains that she saw something like this in some old magic books. According to legend, ancient people built a jointed copper column with magical engravings on it, and with the help of copper wire, they created a strong magic field. Isabella, curious, asks what this field is for, to which Alice, having no idea, guesses that it might be for healing or growth. Then suddenly, a volley of metal arrows comes flying towards them from above, gaining more speed as they fall, but the attack is not very accurate. The arrows, while coming down, pierce through the eyes. He falls a few meters from the girls. Both look up to try to understand where the attack came from. Upstairs, near the railing, stands a planted man holding a jointed arrow. He looks down and says that the girls are very skilled. The man simply stands leaning against the wall, a mysterious expression on his face. Alice asks him who the armored man is, to which he replies that he should ask that question, and then bluntly says that they are both about to die. Hearing this, both look at each other. They look at him and start thinking of a way to escape. Then, without wasting any time, both of them start preparing a fire spell to attack him. But he just smirks, as if he knows that both of them will not be able to do anything. Then he stands completely still, and the joint fireball created by both of them flies towards him. Suddenly, the fireball is stopped by an ice shield which appears in the blink of an eye. The attack has no effect. He takes a look at the girls whose mouths drop open because he has taken them so easily. The magic is blocked. Then, to close the distance, he leaps over them and lands behind them. Isabella receives a powerful kick, sending her flying. He then turns his attention to Alice. Isabella tries to get up, and Alice prepares to fight. But she doesn't even have time to react. The man's spear pierces the wall right next to her head. Just a show of force, Alice freezes in fear, and the white-head man gives a smile. Then, he grabs Alice by the throat and lifts her up, using force. He starts squeezing her. Alice gasps for air while he continues choking her relentlessly. With a serious face, he apologizes in a way and says he will have to kill her. Alice is almost about to faint when he takes out a sword from his belt and attacks her with full force. The sword hits something and blood falls on the ground. But it is not Alice. The sword is now embedded in the shoulder of our protagonist, Blair. The attacker panics because he has no hope. She didn't expect Blair to appear. Alice looks at Blair in fear and notices blood coming from her shoulder. At that moment, Isabella regains consciousness and screams Blair's name, happy that he has come to their rescue. Then, suddenly, a flame erupts in front of the attacker, startling him. The flames spread across his body like a wild beast. The long-lost guy is shocked because Blair used magic without chanting a spell. Then, a massive fire explosion occurs, trapping the man in the center. When the smoke, it becomes clear that Blair's group is safe. Alice and Isabella have escaped, and our protagonist is there to protect them. The wound man, concerned about Blair's bleeding shoulder, asks. But Blair explains that he came through the same hole and followed them there, saying he'll see Wound later. By then, the villain begins to recover from the explosion. We learn that he's a servant at the bar, and he's shocked that Blair uses magic faster than him. The white-head man decides that he should kill everyone. He has to be killed because they have discovered the secrets in the basement. His long metal spear is covered in a thick layer of ice. He charges towards Blair with full force. The girls panic and tell Blair to be careful, but Blair stands there waiting for him. The attacker is completely shocked by this reaction. Then he notices a giant floating above his head. Upon closer look, he realizes it is the water ball technique. He is even more stunned because the player did not cast the spell. Then he charges even more directly at him. It falls and engulfs his entire body. Suddenly, blood spurts from everywhere and Plump Guy coughs uncontrollably. His eyes are filled with rage, and his exposed parts are badly burned. His metal sphere slips from his blood-soaked hand. He tries to get up, but is unable to do anything except collapse under the weight of the force and fall unconscious. On the other side, on the surface, we see Bed sitting on a massive boulder, deep in thought, with a very serious expression on his face. One of his men notices this and asks him what the problem is. Bed gets up from the boulder, looks away, and says that some rats have infiltrated their ranks, while the large squadron of knights that had passed the students is now far away and moving rapidly towards the forest. Their commander orders the horses to stop and announces that an underground passage exists ahead. He tells everyone to dismount and prepare to enter. Turns out, the leader of that bandit group is no ordinary human, but a highly trained warrior named Beard, who is also a top-tier mage and considered extremely dangerous, then places his hand on the shoulder of one of his subordinate captains and signals ahead. A short distance away, a lone mace appears standing in the middle of the road with his staff. It's Beard himself. He looks at the knights as if they were old acquaintances and simply informs them that the passage is now closed. Hearing this, the knights, without thinking, decide to attack with full force. They stand in formation, one behind the other, just at the commander's signal. Waiting for the knight to approach, one knight even tells the one behind him not to stand too close. Then they charge with bravado, and the entire clearing resounds with their battle cries. This scene then pans to show a black-headed knight lying on the ground, blood pouring from his head. His sword has fallen off, and he lies in the mud, surrounded by his dead comrades, trying to breathe as heavy rain pours down on him. Upon regaining consciousness, he realizes that all he sees around him are the corpses of his horses and companions. He clutches his head in pain. That night, Ethan realizes he's the sole survivor of this entire massacre. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. The voice comes from a corpse lying nearby. It's Ethan's uncle, still struggling to stay alive. Ethan runs to his uncle's side and, seeing his condition, is inconsolable. His uncle's legs are completely gone, and Ethan feels a tremendous anger toward him. But the old knight calms him down and tells him not to worry, and he hands Ethan something and tells him that the mission must be completed. Ethan panics, saying he can't do it because he's the same man who single-handedly destroyed an entire army. He explains that the man killed their commander single-handedly and can crush him with a single finger. Ethan tries to save his uncle, but the man keeps talking about the mission and makes a final plea to complete it. He says that Ethan must save Yabo City, and as he says this, his uncle's hands go limp and he dies. Seeing this, Ethan is completely devastated. He breaks down and screams in anger and pain as if he's gone mad. The scene then shifts underground, in the same dungeon where Blair's group was present. After defeating the mountain goon, the girls finally pay attention to Blair's wound. Isabella is extremely curious about how Blair uses magic without incantation, but Blair flatly denies it. Not getting a straight answer, Isabella applies strong pressure on her wound. Blair screams in pain and writhes on the ground. Alice gently presses her a little. She asks. Isabella replies, if he's in pain, Why was he showing off his skills? Their attention then shifts to the mysterious pillar in the center of the room. Alice explains that she read in a book that this pillar creates some kind of magical formation. They don't know exactly what it does, but they do know that the previous earthquake is connected to it. Alice also talks about the man who attacked them and says that the entire system is more complicated than it appears. Blair, he says they have to find a way to get out of here and report all of this. He also says he can't handle this alone, at which point a sword is suddenly placed on his neck. The girls look back in fear and see a man standing right behind Blair. A knight had sneaked in, and now his sword is pointed directly at Blair's throat. Armored guy asks who they are and what they're doing there. Seeing this, Blair moves in a split second. The knight's attention is slightly distracted and Blair grabs his forearm and, in one swift movement, dodges from under the blade. The knight is shocked by his speed. Blair seizes the opportunity and launches an attack. He grabs the knight's hand, twists his arm behind his back, locking him completely. Blair then warns the girls that this knight is not alone. He has another companion. Isabella digs at the brown-haired knight, a look of surprise and interest on her face. The knight, named Ether, yells at Blair, demanding that she release him immediately or else the entire Yabo city will be destroyed. Hearing this, Blair freezes, completely unable to understand what he's saying. Out of curiosity, Blair's entire group asks Ethan what he means. Blair leaves him, and Ethan begins to explain. Isabella also asks for more details. Ethan explains that the capital learned a few days ago that a man named Bird had infiltrated Yabo City, but they haven't been able to find him. The real problem is that no one realized how powerful this bird is. Hearing this, Blair innocently asks who this bird is, whom everyone is so afraid of. The whole group bursts into laughter, unable to believe Blair didn't know such a prominent criminal. Alice then explains. She explains that Bird is the most dangerous criminal in the kingdom of Lonan. So much so that even small children know his name. And that's not all. Bird was once a general in the royal army. He was a top-level mage not only in combat, but also in magic. He was considered one of the most prominent figures in the kingdom. But no one imagined that he would betray his army in the middle of a war and leave everyone in ruins. He's been missing ever since, and the king has placed a huge bounty on his head, but no one has even gotten close to him. Isabella then asks Ethan if it's true that Bird Yabo City came to be just for that structure, and what exactly does that system do? Ethan, with a fearful face, explains that this magical system could destroy the entire city. The player group is shocked and asks again if the entire city could really be destroyed. Ethan explains that this formation is made up of 100 pillars spread throughout the mountain. No one knows what they are, who built it or why. All that's known is that this structure is thousands of years old. 10 years ago, the city's leader learned about it and summoned some mages to investigate. The mages discovered that this formation was many times more powerful than modern magic. If activated at full power, it would generate so much energy that it could destroy the entire Yabo city. Because there was no way to safely remove it, they sealed off the entire area and made it top secret. Knight would have had no idea what it was. How does Bird turn on this system? Ethan informs everyone that the formation is now fully activated. Hearing this, Blair wonders how to turn it off, and then Ethan reveals a magic stone in his hand, which everyone's attention is drawn to. Our team is completely confused by the stone. Ethan then explains that this formation consists of many pillars, but there is a main one that connects all the others. He explains that this stone was found near the master pillar, and when the mages tested it, it turns out that bringing the stone closer to the pillar significantly reduces the formation's power, and touching it completely drains the formation. Blair immediately understands that their mission is to find the main pillar. Ethan confirms this, but warns that Bird is much stronger than they thought. Blair advises Knight to summon as many soldiers as possible. Ethan replies that it's too late and there's no time to call in reinforcements. He explains that the formation only has an hour, reaches his maximum power. He then proudly declares that only he can find the pillar and everyone else should hide in the shelter because they are civilians. But right in the middle of that dramatic speech, Blair points to his buttocks and, trying to hold back a laugh, says he didn't want to interrupt his brawl. Uther looks down and is shocked to see a huge wet spot forming on his crotch. His face turns red and he panics, saying it's because of the rain. Suddenly, Isabella rises from her chair and, with an angry expression, declares that her family, Klaus, has been protecting Yabo since the generation. She announces that she will also accompany them on the mission and help deactivate the system. Meanwhile, Blair discovers that the bird's head is adorned with a 100 million gold coin, and her eyes widen at the news. Meanwhile, Ethan finally realizes that the girl standing before them is Isabella, the mayor's daughter. The player is overjoyed upon hearing the reward. Putting a hand on Ethan's shoulder, he says that as a good citizen, saving Yabo is also his duty. Seeing this, Alice refuses to back down and says she will also accompany him on the mission. Knight becomes emotional seeing their debt. But then, disrupting the situation, someone suggests that Ethan change his stripes first, which angers Ethan again. Meanwhile, on the other side, several majors gather in front of a mysterious magical barrier. They try to break it with different spells, but Dom resists all their attacks. Easily tanks. One of the mages tells Elton that their magic isn't having any effect on the barrier. Another mages, Andre, says they should wait for the president. But the vice president tells them that the president has gone to the capital and won't return until tomorrow morning. Just then, the mayor of Yabo arrives and asks how things are. Elton explains that despite so many mages, the barrier hasn't even been scratched. The vanguard has crossed the barrier and found a plaque with something written on it, and now they can only hope. Make sure everything goes well. Then, while walking through the underground tunnels, Ethan suddenly exclaims that this mission is very dangerous. At this, the player turns around and lightly smacks him on the head. Ethan complains about hitting him near the web, and then he feels something moving on his neck. He touches it and finds a yellow spider with a white head on his hand. Upon seeing it, he screams loudly and runs. While running, his foot steps on a pressure plate, which presses down. Just then, Blair grabs his collar. Kara pulls him back, and an arrow passes through his neck. Faced with death so close, Knight thanks our protagonist. Blair warns everyone that this place is full of traps and asks if they're sure they're safe. But Ethan remains confident and reveals that he knows of a secret path from the core. He explains that there are multiple paths to the main pillar room. However, everyone must go through the main gate, where Beard will be standing, and a direct confrontation with Beard means direct death. So, he will take them on a shortcut, allowing them to escape without a fight. They will get inside. His plan is simple. Enter the room, attach the stone to the pillar, and quickly leave. Blair becomes curious and asks how Knight discovered this secret path. Ethan explains that he has a degree in history and can keep reading ancient texts. One day, he found a map in the palace, which revealed all the pathways to this dungeon. The black-haired boy, hearing this, asks how a historian ended up in the army. Knight explains that it's very difficult to get a job in history, and his uncle, he got him this job in the Royal Army. This is his first mission. Blair thinks that finding jobs here is just as difficult as it was in his previous world. After walking some distance, Ethan finds a distinct panel-like opening on the corridor wall. He presses it, causing the walls to open on both sides, revealing a secret passage. Ethan explains that this way they can go directly to the main room and finish the mission. There, a bed is already inside the main room. His man tells him that outside the barrier, it's working perfectly and the enemy hasn't been able to get in. BD praises the defense system and asks about a man named Sid. The servant explains that he went on West Sector patrol and hasn't returned. Baird, noticing the main pillar and the surrounding scriptures, thinks someone else may have infiltrated or gotten in. Just then, Blair and his team proceed through a secret passage. They reach a staircase that opens below the main room. Blair leans over to check the situation and, seeing the coast clear, opens the hatch. It appeared to be part of the floor. The gang descends into the room and is astonished by its size. Isabella remarks that the space is quite large, but there's no pillar, but only an energy orb. Ethan explains that the pillar transforms into this orb upon activation. The scene begins with Ethan finding a plaque on the floor, which contains instructions on how to raise the pillar again. He then begins to read the written lines aloud, and suddenly, something strange begins to happen. Suddenly, a small pillar appears, completely enveloped in a purple glow. Ethan explains that it will take a few minutes to fully rise. Alyssa, delighted, says it's good the knight came along. She's surprised to see that, despite being such a coward, he's taking the task quite seriously. Ethan, in a mood to show off to the girl, immediately brags about being a soldier of Yabo City and that the safety of the citizens always comes first. Blair hits him on the head and tells him to stop acting and reveal his true identity. Knight makes a serious face and says he's doing all this for his uncle. He then explains that his father died as a child and he was raised by his uncle, who became like a second father to him. But Barb killed his uncle and the other soldiers. Now all he wants is to protect his uncle's only daughter, who lives in Yabo City. Hearing this, Blair tries to lighten the mood by saying she thought Ethan was doing all this because he had his eye on his cousin. In response, Ethan turns completely red and says that he doesn't deserve her. Then, suddenly, both girls grab Ethan in the most painful places, teasing him further, saying that he's getting a little too excited. Then, they notice a photo in Ethan's hand, which shows a girl. Ethan explains that it's his uncle's daughter, Lena, and that he'll run off to meet her as soon as their mission is over. Blair, ignoring the photo, suddenly grabs Ethan by the arm and pulls him close, telling him not to say such things because speaking out is like cursing your fate. Ethan is confused, to which Blair explains that it's a saying from his homeland that one shouldn't celebrate victory before the task is completed. Both girls also retort that they've never heard a word like knocker. After this, the pillar finally rises completely and everyone falls silent. Ethan explains that he's going to activate the seal and asks Blair's team to wait. Blair, surprised, asks what the seal is. Ethan explains that it's a simple spell placed on the fragment. He goes to hide his power so that Baird can't find him. He then channels some of his power into the stone, and it slowly rises into the air with a purple glow. Ethan holds the fragment in the air and tells everyone to run as soon as it touches the stone pillar. His face suddenly changes color, and he falls into complete panic. A ball of golden fire suddenly appears at the spot where he had placed the seal. In the next second, his entire body is engulfed in orange flames, and he continues to try to compose himself. Within moments, the magic vanishes. It happens. But by then, Night has fainted. The seal falls from her hand and stops near her head. Turns out, Baird wasn't as stupid as Blair's team thought. He had noticed the rats that attacked her, and despite his injuries, Ethan quickly recovers from the magic attack. So, the two girls look at each other and instantly understand what they have to do. Seeing Baird and his crew ahead, they both secretly begin preparing their spell. Once the spell is complete, they throw fireballs at the two big bosses of the gang, but the white-haired guy doesn't react at all. The fire magic vanishes into thin air before it can reach him. This leaves both girls even more shocked, as his spiritual power is so high that he can nullify their magic effortlessly. But then, suddenly, a shower of fireballs comes flying towards him from nowhere, and this time, he can't stop it. The magic hits him directly, and this attack comes from the player. He's surprised that he finally hit him for the first time. Big Boss usually never gets hurt, so his henchmen panic. But Bart himself is impressed. He realizes that Blair launched this attack without any incantation or gesture, and that there's something strange about her spiritual power. Blair seizes the opportunity and tells the girls to grab the fragment and leave immediately, while he blocks the table. He then throws several fireballs at the bed. This time, at the last second, the white-headed guy erects a magic shield and is shocked that the black-headed protagonist is able to escape without any warning. How is he able to perform such powerful magic without any preparation? But the girls are unable to complete their task because there are many other strong people present in the room. Still, Isabella refuses to give up. Despite being caught, she tries to sense the seal's direction. Seeing this, Blair understands that the only way out is to defeat the gang leader. Baird meanwhile observes Blair's technique and wonders why she has summoned two different elements. Our protagonist creates both water and fire magic and then tries to merge them. It seems both elements fuse right in front of Beard, and a massive explosion engulfs the entire room. Seeing the explosion, White Hair Guy's crew panics, believing their boss is in danger. The player confidently thinks his attack has hit the bed. But before the smoke clears, Whitehead Guy emerges from the explosion and charges straight at Blair with his fists raised. Blair is caught completely off guard, having not realized the table was capable of absorbing his attack. He will block. Barrett then hits him hard, explaining that it's important to know someone's weaknesses before attacking them. Otherwise, you won't be prepared for a counterattack. After landing a few heavy blows to his key points, Barrett knocks him unconscious. He says that the boy has talent but no knowledge of real fighting, and that if this were a war, he would be dead long ago. Meanwhile, Ethan finally regains consciousness and shouts that Parrot is wrong. The maze is shocked, having never expected Ethan to get back up after delivering such a powerful magic hit. Ethan's face is completely disfigured, but his eyes are filled with courage, as if he's ready to fight to the death. Amidst the chaos, he even manages to pick up the seal that had fallen near Isabella. His body is completely broken, and he can barely stand. But suddenly, he raises his hand, which holds the stone. Before anyone can react, he takes his hand back and prepares to throw the seal with all his might at the pillar. To stop him, Barr immediately shouts to a blonde boy named Oslo to use his spear. Throw it. Seeing this, Blair shouts at Ethan to save him, telling him to duck down. But when Ethan hears his name and hears the sounds around him, he freezes and is lost in an old memory. Suddenly, he remembers a moment from his childhood when he was standing near his uncle's grave with his other uncle and cousin. Then he asks about his uncle Jason, who died. Was he a hero? Because he was strong. To which his other uncle says that Jason was neither strong in body nor in spirit, but he was a coward. Child. Hearing this, he's confused as to why people call him a hero, and the answer is quite simple. Later in the scene, we learn that Ethan's childhood uncle called him a hero because he did only one thing his whole life: sacrifice himself to save others. Returning to the present, the entire scene becomes so emotional that Blair and her crew break down in tears. Isabella, uncontrollably, screams Ethan's name. Ethan, without even trying to dodge, takes the spear straight to his chest. But despite this, he accomplishes his goal. The scene then shows that even a normal person can achieve something incredible and become a legend. Ethan's thrown stone hits the right spot and immediately begins to pull the strange pillar inside. A man from the outside team, hopelessly asking if the formation has stopped, simply remarks that Oslo, the spear-throwing blonde boy, didn't even try to escape. Meanwhile, Bede slowly approaches Ethan, who is kneeling on the ground. He places a finger under his nose. He checks his breathing. A few seconds later, he announces that Ethan is gone. Hearing this, Blair becomes completely enraged, as Ethan had just become her friend. Bear's crew begins to wonder what they should do now, since their entire plan has been ruined. But Bear notices a drawing in Ethan's hand. It's a picture of Lena, the girl Ethan wanted to meet before returning home, and suddenly, tension is clearly visible on his face. The Night Squad is terrified by their boss's condition, but he simply says, "This time, they have lost." He explains to the drone that the young soldier didn't deliberately run away, but accepted his death and sacrificed himself, shutting down the device. Looking down, he says that this time the defeat was theirs, and they must get out of here. Hearing this, the blonde boy, surprised, asks why they can't try another plan. Beard explains that he hasn't properly understood the method and that trying again will result in their deaths. But his henchmen immediately fall to their knees and force him to shut down the device again. They try to escape. They say that revenge is necessary for what has happened, and that if there's even a shred of hope left, they're willing to sacrifice their lives for it. But the next moment, another squad of knights arrives and captures our protagonist and his entire team and ties them up with ropes. The girls are tied to chairs, while the player is tied tightly around his chest and arms and thrown at the girls' feet. Isabella and Alice are horrified to see his condition, as he is still in a state of shock. He's seriously injured. But Blair looks at him with concern and says he's fine and recovering. At that moment, the knights inform their boss that all preparations for the plan are complete. After a moment of thought and courage, Bed lands a powerful punch to his chest and, with full energy, calls on his soldiers to support him one last time. His crew obeys without a second thought. Everyone approaches the purple pillar, places their hands on it, and begins to recite spells. Each knight's magical energy combines to form a joint. Mist begins to form. Blair, shocked, asks the girls what's going on. Alice immediately explains that it looks like a sacrifice spell. They're trying to reactivate the barrier, but the price will be that they'll never regain their magical power. As they pour all their magic into the pillar, it begins to react. Up on the surface, Elton informs the mayor of the city that the barrier was weakening, but now it's back to normal. The mayor doesn't understand much. He manages to get out, but he senses something serious is happening in the underground. Back in the underground, one of Parrot's men shouts with joy that they've succeeded. But suddenly, he realizes that his body and the bodies of his friends are slowly disappearing. He smiles and says goodbye to his master. In exchange for this sacrifice, Baird promises to destroy Ibo City. Hearing this, the disappearing soldier calms down and looks at his leader with gratitude. Alice and the rest of the team realize that the barrier has been activated. Isabella herself, unable to resist, Baird shouts, "Why is he doing all this?" She asks why he wants to destroy the entire city and kill millions. Devastated by the deaths of his team, Baird says he knows he's not well and that he and his team are just crazy people. Elisabella, not getting a clear answer, asks again why he wants to destroy the city right now. This time, Baird thinks for a moment. There's still half an hour left before the city burns down. So, he decides to tell Isabella his story. The scene then goes into a flashback. Goes in. We see Bede and his comrades trapped atop a tower. Oslo says they've run out of arrows and only have half a day's rations left. The commander suddenly stands up and says they have to break the siege at all costs because they can't die here. They need to deliver intel about the enemy. But Oslo, embarrassed, says the kingdom has already declared them traitors. They've been fighting the enemy for 10 days, but reinforcements never arrived, and rumor has it they were sent. He didn't. Seeing the soldiers' morale fall, the commander gets up and scolds Oslo, hitting him squarely against the wall. He says this whole traitor rumor is just an enemy mind game. Oslo is about to protest, but the commander stops him, saying they're fighting for the safety of the homeland and that he doesn't care if someone wants to give up. A soldier sitting next to him shouts that he trusts Baird and will stand by him until the end. Oslo, saying the same, pledges his loyalty to the commander. He boosts everyone's morale, and all the soldiers shout that they will obey his orders to the end. Confident of victory, Bad orders everyone to attack. 3 days later, a guard on the walls of Yabo City sees some soldiers coming down the street. They are none other than Bad and the trapped members of his squad. White-headed Bad smiles with joy at returning home, but collapses from exhaustion. But when he awakens, everything has changed. He finds himself in a detention cell. He tries to explain his identity. He claims he is a commander of the royal army and must make an urgent report to the king. But then the prison warden arrives, shocking him. He reveals that Baird has been declared a traitor, and to make matters worse, he tells him that his wife and son have already been punished according to law, and that his turn will be the next day. Baird is devastated by this. He grabs the man by the collar and shouts that he never betrayed his country and that he and his family should be released. The warden frees himself and tells him the truth, that everyone knows he's not a traitor. The problem is that someone very powerful above has ordered his death, and that's why he and his family were to be wiped out. The man simply turns around and walks away, revealing this grave truth. He then declares that there's nothing left to discuss. Hearing this, Bear is devastated, having given everything to save his homeland and received only betrayal in return. Shortly after, another guard on his rounds suddenly hears a strange sound. Hearing this, he feels a blow to his neck, causing him to collapse. Immediately, Bear's cell door opens, revealing his men, who have escaped from another prison to rescue their commander. But Bear has lost all will to live. He sits in a corner, unresponsive. Then, a loud scream is heard in the hallway, indicating that a guard has spotted the squad. Chaos ensues. Some people try to stop the guards, while the others grab Bear and drag him out. They all fight their way out of the prison. The next day, a public execution is staged in the city, and the announcer tells the false story that Bad betrayed the kingdom, gave the enemy important information, and had come to join his army the day before. But the brave soldiers stopped him. It is also said that Bird resisted, killed the guards, and then escaped. After this, 3 of his squad members are brought in, branded rebels, and threatened with execution. A loyal Bad man wearing a hood stands among the crowd, disgusted by the sight of them celebrating this lie. Beard is standing with him, still unreacting. Then the soldier quietly tells him they must leave the city. Beard speaks for the first time, telling his men to leave without him and leave him alone. Later that night, Bad and his men, who were unwilling to leave him, they arrive at his family's grave. Everyone is confused about what to do now, as even their own country has turned against them. Bad then tells them not to call him commander anymore, as that life is over and the state that tortured them is now their enemy, and he will pay for the pain they have caused. The scene then suddenly changes, and the girls are seen waking up from a trance. It turns out that everything they just saw was a spell cast by Parrot. Shocked by this, Alice asks, "What is this?" It was all an illusion. The white-haired man explains that these were fragments of his own memories, and that he used synchronization magic to ensure everyone saw the same thing. The red-headed girl is surprised and asks where he learned such ancient magic. Just then, Blair begins to move slightly, which the girls notice. Isabella, worried, calls out his name. Finally, our boy Blair awakens. She sighs with relief and says she was very scared because Blair was trapped in the dream longer than the others. Blair doesn't understand. He finds a tear in his eye, as he was the only one who had access to the deepest recesses of Bard's memories. Bard then stands up and says that he never intended to invade their space, and that it was all going to end soon anyway. He then explains that before joining the royal army, he worked in Yabo City's security, where he discovered the system upon which he based his entire plan. He then explains that after taking revenge, he was going to take his team to the place where they found the Ancient One. Records were found. They included ancient magic, its history, and a complete manual for using the system itself. From those texts, he learned that a long time ago, a war had taken place between his ancestors and the people of Yabo City, in which his ancestors had lost, and that this system had been created at that time. However, this system had never been activated. When activated, it generated so much magical energy that the entire Yabo City could disappear in an instant. Hearing this, Alice immediately tried to stop him, saying that she understood his feelings, but revenge cannot be taken at the cost of innocent lives. White-haired Bede, with a slight smug expression, retorts that he himself doesn't always understand. Blair then retorts that such "please, don't do this" remarks won't achieve anything, as Beard wants revenge not only on the kingdom, but also on the civilians who mocked his squad's execution. Upon hearing this, Beard confirms that Blair has delved deeply into his memories. The system then reaches its maximum charge, and Beard decides to activate it. He raises his hand and places it into the strange energy pillar. A dangerous energy begins to rise from underground, causing every living being on the surface to feel heavy in the chest. Elton and the other mages immediately realize that the formation has been activated. Even Professor Brittany, sitting in her office, feels the vibrations and, seeing a purple flashing light in her window, thinks it might be an earthquake. But then she realizes it's not an earthquake, but something underground. Something very dangerous is happening. The students then stand below, staring at the continuously expanding power sphere. Isabella thinks it's all over and apologizes to Blair for bringing everyone into this mess. She was about to confess her feelings, but Blair interrupts her, saying they'll talk about it later, when everyone gets out alive. Isabella looks at her stunned. Meanwhile, Maze bids his old friends farewell for the last time and shouts that the entire kingdom will be here. Will retaliates, and just as he's about to activate the system, Blair punches him in the face. The punch is so powerful that the bed is thrown several meters away. Blair knows he must stop this white-headed man. Almost all the knights and mages on the surface suddenly fall to the ground. Andre immediately realizes that the magic system activation has stopped. One knight sighs with relief, saying he thought it was all over. The mayor stands, staring at the barrier. Just then, Ilton hears something behind him. Movement is seen. It's Professor Brittany, who angrily asks what's going on. Knight tells her that all the students have gone home and she shouldn't be here. But she refuses to believe it and reveals that Blair and Isabella haven't returned yet. She says that at least 2 students are still downstairs. Hearing this, Elton finally understands who the professor is talking about. The city chief's daughter. Odin overhears this and realizes in shock that his daughter is in the middle of all this chaos. His mind suddenly flashes to that. Flashing back to when his daughter was a child, she said she wanted to protect the city when she grew up. Austin is surprised and asks why. His little girl simply replies that she belongs to the Claus family, and therefore wants to protect the city and her father. Hearing this, Austin becomes emotional. He hugs his daughter tightly and bursts out laughing. He then realizes that his daughter has grown up and is truly fighting for the city. The scene then returns to the fight. Baird, still on the ground, asks how Blair freed himself from the rope. Blair simply replies that he should ask the soldier they killed. Our boy then remembers that Ethan gave him a knife in the hallway, explaining that it was a city guard tradition. Surprised, Blair asks, "What would a guard do without his knife?" Ethan replies, "Our protagonist will need it more." Hearing this, Blair laughs and he says he almost forgot this tradition and calls Ethan a respectable soldier. He then looks at Blair and asks if he's really going to fight now that he's seen all of his memories. The protagonist immediately confirms that he has to save his friends and stop the psycho from blowing up the city. Hearing this, Bad says they have different perspectives and that enough is enough. He immediately begins preparing his spell and creates a giant fireball. The red-haired girl warns Blair that this maze is very powerful, but our boy is quick to point out that he's already figured out how to defeat the pair. The maze then finishes its spell and unleashes a shower of fire on the player. The fireballs come rushing towards him with full force, ready to incinerate him completely. But just before the attack hits, Blair puts up a barrier. The flames hit the shield with great force, trying to break it, but it doesn't. Fire. The balls extinguish as soon as they enter the barrier. The girls are shocked to see this, because Ped's attack penetrated the shield, yet failed to even touch the protagonist. In fact, Blair didn't just create the shield. He also removed all the oxygen within it so that the flames would extinguish themselves. Seeing this, Baird panics, thinking that this boy can control his element and is perhaps even more powerful than him. Then suddenly, he looks to the right and sees another fireball coming at him. Fire! She swiftly moves toward the white-headed man, ready to incapacitate him. At this very moment, a voice in Blair's mind confirms her suspicions were correct. The enemy can cast magic without even gesturing. Our protagonist takes advantage of this distraction and quickly approaches the bed. He teases her, saying that it seems Baird isn't ready for a hand-to-hand fight. He then delivers a solid punch to the face, with enough force to knock a tooth out of her mouth. Baird falls several feet to the ground, his staff falling from his hand. Seeing the opportunity, Blair lunges forward to grab his weapon. He thinks Beard won't react, so he grabs the staff midair. He's now holding a massive staff with a blue crystal at the tip. But the next second, he realizes there's still magic left in the staff. Beard smugly remarks that the MC is still very predictable because he had a hidden sword inside the staff. Realizing this, Blair is shocked and tries to figure out what to do, but the enemy charges at him with a sword. Before Blair can react, Baird cuts him squarely in the area of his old injury. Blair, writhing in pain, falls to the ground and clutches his injured arm. The bed then steps on his injury, causing him even more pain, and our boy begins thrashing in agony. Mez admits the protagonist's skills are impressive, but says he lacks killer instinct because he had the chance before and he killed him. He didn't kill him. Maze then announces that he will finish the fight and kill him, because killing a uniformed opponent on the battlefield is an honor. But Blair raises his head and shouts that this isn't enough. At this, Parrot looks behind Blair in shock and sees several fireballs coming toward him. They hit him squarely in the face, lighting up the entire area. This attack was carried out by Isabella and Alice, who together cast a spell on white-haired Sky. The attack slightly injures Bed. The player immediately takes advantage of this distraction. He sucks all the oxygen out of his enemy. He lifts his blood-soaked hand and casts a spell on the bed. The white-headed man begins to convulse and struggle for even a little air. Then his consciousness slowly fades, and he thinks he's let his teammates down once again. Finally, his eyes close completely, and he falls to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the girls rush to Blair. She asks if he's all right. Meanwhile, the energy stored in the pillar begins to fade. It seems this trap deactivates automatically if no one triggers it for a while. Isabella, excited, asks if they've really defended the city. Realizing they have, she happily hugs Blair tightly, even though he's still standing there, wounded. Suddenly, large chunks of earth and stone begin falling from the ceiling. Alice explains that many ancient ruins detonate themselves in this way. They self-destruct so that the enemy cannot use the place again. Isabella, still confused, asks again. Alice clearly states that the entire system has begun to collapse. Just then, a large stone block from the ceiling breaks off and falls directly on them. Blair reacts immediately. He grabs both girls' hands and runs to avoid being crushed. During the escape, he scolds Alice for not informing him earlier that they had to leave. The main pillar also crumbles and is ready to collapse on them. Escape. During the scene, our boy sees his dead friend sitting in front of the collapsing pillars. He decides he will honor his memory. He then turns around for a second and says goodbye to both his friends. Outside, the knights and majors look at the magic barrier, which suddenly begins to vanish. The crowd cheers as the barrier is finally removed, but Professor Brittany wastes no time flying towards her students. She casts a flight spell and zooms towards the dungeon entrance. Seeing this, Elton smokes and says, "She appears quite impatient." The city leader then orders his knights to handle the situation at the fallen barrier. Worry is evident on his face, and he only wants his daughter, Isabella, to be all right. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the students are still trying to escape, fleeing through falling stones. Finally, the three reach the dungeon entrance from where they entered. Isabella looks ahead, startled, as the ceiling is about to collapse right in front of them, and she yells for everyone to retreat. Then, a massive stone falls. They fall down, blocking the entire exit. As dust spreads, the two girls cough and call out for Blair, who had suddenly disappeared among the falling stones. Then they see Blair a little distance away, standing completely exhausted. Isabella panics and asks if he was caught in the collapse. He says he's fine, just that his shoulder is hurting a lot. Alice realizes that the exit is completely blocked, and they have no way out. The group is trapped in a narrow, dark hallway filled with rubble. Then Blair spots a path where the rocks are a little thin and suggests they could clear the way by blasting them. Isabella says that it would take a lot of fireballs to do that, and she doesn't have that much energy. Our boy asks if she knows the fire shield technique, because he has a plan. Then, instead of pumping oxygen, Blair starts drawing oxygen from the surrounding air with his hands. He explains that when the oxygen concentration in the air is at the perfect level, the explosion becomes more powerful. He then creates a sphere of pure oxygen, ignites it, and throws it directly onto the pile of rubble. The explosion is so massive that pieces of rock fly everywhere. Meanwhile, the girls use fire shields to protect themselves from flying debris. As the path clears, Blair excitedly shouts that they finally made it out. The scene then shifts outside, where the sun is seen rising and golden light falls on the mountains. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, from the newly cleared exit, a hand reaches upwards, searching for a grip. It's Alice who's the first to emerge, struggling to pull herself up. Isabella immediately grabs her hand and pulls her up. Blair is the last to emerge, completely exhausted. Both girls support him, and Isabella asks how he's feeling. Blair says he's fine, but deep inside, he's thinking he can't go any further. His body has reached its limit. Suddenly, his legs give way, and he tumbles downward. He begins to fall. The girls can't catch him, and Blair thinks she's sure to fall to her death. But then someone grabs her hand. It's Brittany's teacher, who used magic just in time to fly in and save Blair. Sometime later, our boy awakens in a hospital room, surrounded by all the girls. Opening his eyes, he tries to understand what just happened. He's a little confused and in a lot of pain. He hears the voice of Isabella, who was sleeping next to him. He gets up and tells her not to move. All the girls are overjoyed that the protagonist has finally woken up. Isabella, in particular, grabs her shoulders in excitement and starts shaking her. Brittany explains that her wound wasn't fatal, she just lost a lot of blood. Blair changes the topic and tries to tell them something about Bear, but she stops her, telling her that Isabella and Alice have already explained everything to her, and there's no need to write it in the report. Blair agrees because there's nothing they can do about it. Suddenly, the door opens and someone enters. The girls and Blair turn to see who it is. It's the chief of Yabo City, who's come to meet Blair one. Curious, Blair asks why such an important man has come to visit her. The man bows and thanks Blair for saving his daughter's life. Hearing this, our boy becomes so embarrassed that he can't even look up. The man then invites her to dinner at the Clavius family's home, shocking Blair. Isabella immediately assumes that dinner is meant to introduce him to his parents, which makes his face turn red with embarrassment. The next evening, Blair gets dressed up and stands ready for dinner. Isabella tells him that many other families and important people will be attending the dinner. Our boy starts to feel a little nervous about the crowd. Isabella explains that their family dinners are always like this. Then Blair realizes that the title of city chief has been passed down in their family for generations. So dinners at their house are essentially high society parties. As it happens, suddenly, Blair begins to imagine that one day Isabella will also become the next city chief. And if he marries her, he will be able to do whatever he wants in Yabo. Their son will also become city chief. But to do that, he will have to take Isabella's last name, Calavis. He remains lost in this fantasy. Then Isabella grabs his left ear and pulls it hard, telling him that he is thinking something dirty again. She asks him what he was thinking. Blair doesn't dare to tell the truth and makes an excuse, saying that he has 2 kids. It's possible. Then he quickly changes the topic and says that a friend's wife is having twins, and they've asked him to help them choose names. Isabella was really thinking he was thinking about their future kids, but she didn't dare say it. So she simply asks if he's thought of any names. Blair says no and explains that the couple wants to give one child the mother's last name and the other the father's last name. She asks how he would feel if he had children and one of them took the mother's last name. The player replies that if she has 2 children, she won't have any problems. After some more conversation, they reach the place where everyone is gathered. On the way, Isabella sees her mother, whom Blair was about to meet. Isabella's mother, who has light hair like hers, greets them both. Blair bows and greets Mrs. Clavius. The woman gets straight to the point, thanks him for saving her daughter's life, and tells him that Isabella talks so much about her. Hearing this, the people standing nearby, all the girls start looking at Blair with interest. Seeing this attention, Isabella becomes nervous and suddenly grabs Blair's hand, telling her mom that she's taking her to meet her dad. One girl even asks why Isabella is so upset, but Isabella doesn't answer and, dragging Blair along, leaves. Everyone's eyes are on them as they walk toward the family head. Meanwhile, something interesting is going on in the chief's office. A man named Abel Howard has arrived in oversight. The white-haired, this man claims Finance Minister Walter is up to something, but the old man replies that such a lowly official can't challenge his power. Abel says that this used to be the case, but in the last few years, the capital has begun seizing power from city leaders. Now, each city's finances and military are no longer under the control of the mayor. The king manages everything by sending his own men, and the finance minister is the queen's younger brother. Every year, auditors from the capital come with immense power, and if they find even the slightest mistake, they can even report the city head. They can arrest him. Abel already knows that Marcus Walter is about to arrive in Ibo City. He explains that he spoke with Walter a few days ago and is almost certain that he is planning to make some move against Ostdown. The mayor thanks him for the information and says he will be careful. After saying this, Abel begins to leave. But the mayor becomes suspicious and asks why Howard decided to reveal all this. Abel explains that it is for the safety of his family, as it will take time for the Howards to recover. The city leader immediately ignores him. He understands and looks at him suspiciously. At the same time, Blair and Isabella arrive at the office looking for Abel. Seeing the dark-haired boy, Abel thinks that the protagonist always shows up wherever there's trouble and silently wishes him good luck. The students finally reach Isabella's father's office. After greeting the old man, they sit down. A little surprised, Isabella asks why her dad has been silent all this time. He then tells Isabella to leave the office and make a fuss. He tells Blair they can talk alone. She leaves without question, and our boy says he'll be back as soon as he's done. The girl says she'll wait outside. As the door closes, the old man stands with a serious face and thanks Blair for saving his daughter. Blair, being cool, says that a man should always protect a woman. Holding a sword, Ostdown reveals that Isabella also said he cared for her at the academy. As he says this, he begins to draw his sword. Blair, a little nervous, says that the two of them, Professor Brittany was an understudy, and they just supported each other. The family head presses the sword with its tip drawn on Blair's face and asks if what Isabella said is true. Blair says yes, and at that very moment the old man takes out the entire sword and says that his daughter had said in her sleep that he kissed her, hugged her, and even had sex with her. Our protagonist gets confused and asks when did he kiss her. When he doesn't get an answer, the old man insists that he must have hugged her and then had sex. When he doesn't understand, Blair asks directly, "Is that why he was called?" Oz is shocked by her attitude. He says that Blair is the first person who has spoken to him like that, and it was all just a test. He extends his hand and asks her to take care of Isabella. Our boy extends his hand and they share a firm handshake. Later, at the old man's insistence, they both decide not to tell anyone about their conversation. Some time passes, and the entire family sits down to eat at a table near the mansion. Isabella is curiously wondering what her dad, and what did Blair talk about in the office for so long? Picking up the silverware, our guy seriously says he can't tell her because it's their personal secret. The girl doesn't like this at all and, with a pout, angrily declares he's hiding something from her. Later, she retaliates by lightly punching him. Suddenly, a subordinate arrives and calls for Ostam. He tells him the finance minister and the tax collector have arrived. The minister in blue goes straight to the city head and asks why he wasn't invited to such a fancy dinner. Gone? Ostam says it was a family dinner, so he didn't want to disturb them. The minister says it's okay. The collector has explained the problem to him. Just then, the tax collector himself approaches the table. He says he suspects the Clavio family of tax fraud and wants to begin an investigation immediately. Osdam's face falls. He politely asks if they can at least finish dinner, but the collector refuses. He says it's not a topic for debate and that he represents the interests of the capital. Is doing. All the dinner guests start whispering amongst themselves, clearly worried. Isabella starts shaking completely. She puts her hand on Blair's knee for support. Her face and body language clearly show how scared she is for her dad. The minister then says that it would not be good for Osdom to create a scene in front of so many people. Therefore, it is better to cooperate with the investigation peacefully. The old man starts raising his voice angrily, asking him not to give him orders. His wife tries to calm the situation by announcing to everyone that dinner is over and Ostamamam has some business to attend to. Blair tries to calm Isabella down, saying they should leave. Then he sees that Calvin and Brad have also come to dinner and are standing behind. The blonde girl takes Blair's hand and leads her away from the crowd, trying to calm herself down. She looks completely broken. Our boy asks how she's feeling, because the city leader is in big trouble. If anything comes out, he'll be stripped of his title and thrown in jail. And being Walter Queen's brother, he has no say in the city. He acts as he pleases. As they pass other girls, they overhear them gossiping about the mayor. One girl says she never imagined the Clavia family would fall so easily. Hearing this, Isabella squeezes Blair's hand tightly, causing him to immediately look at her. His face darkens with worry. The beautiful girl standing before him is now crying. The sight truly shatters Blair. He nervously asks why she's crying, but Isabella doesn't answer. She clings directly to his chest and cries. She's scared for her dad and almost goes into hysterics. Our protagonist decides to calm her down. He gently tells her not to worry, that everything will be fine. In her mind, Blair swears that he won't let anything happen to her dad. After a while, our boy calms Isabella down and goes to talk to Calvin and Brad. He greets them, and they ask what he's doing there. Blair says that the clan chief is her friend's dad. Then, the two boys change the topic and thank Blair for saving the city. Our protagonist, curious, asks what he's doing there and if he came with the tax collector. Calvin explains that the tax collector is the vice president of their mathematics society, so he had to come with him. Brad's job was to be the collector's bodyguard. Our boy then asks why the collector caught the city chief with a money problem, when it should be handled by the finance minister. Calvin explains that the minister actually works for the city chief, so ultimately, all responsibility lies with him. The character then catches up with him and asks if Calvin himself believes this. The guy, a little awkwardly, says they're just scientists. They don't collect taxes for the government. They can't study this. So our boy changes the topic. He asks if they remember the guy who solved all the problems in the Mathematics Society and also created a new technique for the Magic Society. They say yes, they remember it very well. Suddenly, Brad remembers that he never told anyone about the magic community. He didn't tell them. Then our protagonist blurts out the truth. He's the guy himself. Come on. Both presidents freeze in shock. They can't believe such a genius is just a student. They think he's joking, so they politely tell him to stop joking. To provide proof, our character tells them how much money he's made from riddles and even reveals the secret to a new magic technique. Then the presidents finally understand. They apologize. Brad immediately goes into flattery mode, saying, "Now you understand how he did it." Defeated Bad. Calvin falls to his knees and declares he's ready to do anything, even give his life, if only our boy could help the tax collector. With serious expressions, both presidents declare that their job is to protect the ministers. But they can make mistakes. Perhaps tonight, our boy will notice that these two, who were always polite, are suddenly behaving like teenagers. It seems the image of the mathematics god Chen La has taken over their minds. Both declare that they'll even kill Walter for Chen La. Plan. Our boy, according to the plan, says there's a problem with the tax collector and he needs to be handled. But the presidents misunderstand. They quickly declare they'll kill the collector's entire family. Their blind devotion makes our protagonist look like a stunt. He quickly explains that he doesn't want to kill anyone. He just wants the collector to leave Evo City. Both presidents are embarrassed and finally understand the real demand. They also say they won't reveal his channel identity to anyone because it could lead to serious consequences. There will be trouble. The conversation ends, and the two depart on their mission. Calvin goes into the crowd and calls Chief Caesar for a private conversation. Blonde guy tells him to wait a moment while he handles everything. Stepping back, Calvin states bluntly that Walter is unfit to be the finance minister of Yabo City. Hearing this, Caesar's expression turns serious. He says that it's not his decision. Just then Brat, who was standing nearby, laughs and says, "It seems the rumors are true." Blonde guy becomes confused and looks at the president. Suddenly, Brad puts a hand on his shoulder and smugly asks if Caesar likes Walter. Blonde guy angrily brushes his hand off, saying he's just doing the right thing. The president interrupts, saying the decision isn't really Caesar's. Some bigwigs want to remove Walter, the city's top official, and if that doesn't happen, he can't guarantee Caesar's safety. Calvin also reminds him that before becoming tax collector, he was the vice president of their math society. This pressure leaves Blonde guy in deep thought. He looks at Walter, who, he's enjoying the party carefree, unaware of what's about to happen. Caesar then orders the guards to arrest the man in the blue suit. He yells that the head of the Ostum family should be arrested, not him. Tired of his shouting, Caesar orders the guards to silence him. He then goes to Osdom and tells him they have proof that Walter embezzled the king's money and leaves. The family head stands there in shock. Seeing the minister being taken away, his wife glances at Blair. At that time, our boyfriend just wanted to go out and find Isabella. Seeing this whole strange situation, the wife starts laughing. The husband asks what's so funny. She pours wine for them both. While making cheers, she says that Blair's a really nice guy. With the tension gone, they finally relax and enjoy their night. Meanwhile, Isabella is sitting on a bench thinking about Blair. Before she knew it, our boyfriend comes over and puts his hand on her head. Crying, she asks if he's really her and how is her dad. Our MC is absolutely. In a casual tone, he says everything is set. He explains that his friends helped and Walter has been taken away. Now, a new finance minister will be coming to Yabo City. The girl, surprised, asks, "How?" Walter was in partnership with the tax collector. With a slight smile, Blair says that his friends are a little more influential than the tax collector. After the work is finally done, she excitedly asks, "Who are these friends?" He leans closer, places a finger on her lips, and says that she's asking too many questions. Emotionally, Isabella kisses him on the cheek, leaving our boy completely flustered. She runs away, blushing with embarrassment, saying dinner isn't over yet. Even before the main event begins, the courtroom attendees are betting on who will win. Meanwhile, a gold coin falls from someone's pocket and starts rolling. Isabella runs towards the table, and Blair runs after her to stop her. Without looking ahead, the girl steps on the rolling coin. She loses her balance and begins to fall right into our. On the protagonist's side, Blair, despite having a broken arm, tries to catch her. He tries to save her from falling on him. But as he reaches out, his fingers accidentally get caught in Isabella's shawl. A little of the blonde girl's chest is exposed in front of the parents. Isabella starts crying loudly, and our man, in a panic, tries to calm her down. She covers her chest, calls him perverted, and says she did it on purpose. The girl starts punching him while he tries to explain. He was just trying to stop her from falling. Seeing that her punches weren't having any effect, the blonde girl decided to escalate things and started imagining a fireball. In response, our boy looked at his parents as if asking for help. Suddenly, Isabella realized that using a spell would be too much. She stopped chanting and instead started cursing the boy. He tried to apologize again, saying he didn't see anything. He acted dumb, which only infuriated the girl even more. She feels embarrassed. Odom's wife watches the scene and laughs, saying that's just how young people are. The family head takes advantage of the silence and calls Blair in for a private talk. Meanwhile, the mother explains to her daughter that this young man has already helped their family a lot and seems to like Isabella. But she plays hard to get, saying she never asked for any help. Finally, Blair and the old man head to the office, and their conversation begins. Autumn conversation. He begins by saying that his son isn't as simple as he seems. He says that his protagonist understands everything, but the situation is complicated. In reality, two boys named Calvin and Brad used to gamble for the old man's money, and today's winnings have paid off that debt. The protagonist replies that it was an honor to defend Isabella, but at the same time, he raises another issue. The finance minister has been arbitrary with taxes for the past 3 months, and the price of pork has quadrupled. The old man asks if this is all true. What were the reasons to help him? Blair explains that if pork has become expensive, then other things in the city will also become expensive. Taxes affect the economy and people's lives. And if the minister is allowed to continue like this, people will struggle, and if people have no food, the entire city will lose hope. The old man admits that he is absolutely right and the responsibility lies with him, but our boy tells him not to blame himself. While the two are having a serious conversation, women peek in through a crack in the door. Inside, Autumn and the players are smiling and discussing the need to choose a responsible person for the new minister's position. Suddenly, someone places a hand on Isabella's back and pushes her into the room. Unable to control herself, she falls into the room. She slips and flies straight towards the player, who is holding a glass of wine. She reaches out to stop herself and collides with him. The impact sends the glass flying from her hand, spilling wine onto their clothes. The glass falls and shatters on the floor. Isabella's mom arrives just in time and tells her daughter to be more careful. She tells the girl to get clean clothes for Blair and set up her room. Both try to say something, but the woman stops them. She simply thanks the young man for his earlier help and bids them both good night. A short while later, Isabella and Blair are in the hallway, both in dry clothes. He tries to ask if she's going to sleep at his house today, but she doesn't even answer. She just grabs his hand and tells him to follow her. And who's spying on their conversation? Autumn and his wife. As soon as the kids leave, she asks her husband what's going on. Autumn explains that the tax collector only changed his mind because of Blair. He thinks Calvin may have pulled some strings, but he feels there's more to the story. His wife says everyone has secrets, and it's important that Isabella continues to receive good treatment. Autumn then asks how she knows their daughter is being treated. He likes this guy. Mom replies that it's obvious. Isabella always wanted to go to the capital, but suddenly this year she didn't apply. His theory is that the girl wants to wait a year so she can go to the academy with Blair. Dad argues that maybe she doesn't want to leave the house. Just then, our boy is lying on the guest room bed, trying to relax after this crazy night. He thinks about how he used to pretend to be someone else to avoid problems. But now he sees that by being Chenlo, he has significant advantages. As Walter, Queen's younger brother, he can pressure people like Autumn and bend the rules, and as Chen Luo, he's a math god. Calvin idolizes him and believes everything he says. One word from God has pushed the real Walter away. The rules of the game have changed, and he now controls people's lives. Our protagonist understands that he must protect himself and those on his side. The conclusion is clear. To advance in this world, status and he needs power. Suddenly he hears a knock on the door. He immediately gets up and opens the door, but no one is there. Then suddenly the person jumps in through the window as if it were completely normal. Our boy, annoyed, asks why he didn't use the door. The girl has already jumped on his bed. She explains that she didn't want anyone to see her. Our boy asks if she's crazy, because if someone saw her climbing in through the window, it would be a very bad idea. But she jokingly asks, why couldn't he sleep? She then says that maybe he'll be excited by the big bed. Blair jokingly says that it would be better if she took off her clothes. The girl immediately turns red. She calls him pervy and tells him she's here to discuss something serious. She wanted to know what he discussed with her dad in the study. A little awkwardly, our protagonist asks if she really wants to know, and she insists. Blair says it directly. He looks at the girl's chest and says that her Father thinks she's small and is worried about her. And that's why her dad asked Blair to take care of her. The girl gets irritated. She wonders why her dad would think that way. But then suddenly she realizes our boy is just playing a prank on her. She freaks out, screams, and jumps out of bed. Blair tries to reason with her, but it's no use. The girl stomps his foot in his face and says she won't listen to anyone because she doesn't want to talk to a pervert. She says she knew she shouldn't have come there and immediately heads for the window. Just then, Blair, feeling embarrassed, runs after her, trying to explain. He says he knows the real reason she came and tells her not to worry because nothing bad is going to happen to her dad. But then she blurts out that wasn't the reason she came. Actually, she wanted to say something else. Our protagonist immediately turns serious and tells her not to say that, saying he already understands. The girl understands what he's thinking. She panics and says that it's not that at all. After this silent exchange, she breathes a sigh of relief. She says she just wanted to thank him and tell him that she believes in Blair. Embarrassed at being so sincere, she doesn't even wait for a reply and jumps out the window. As the blonde girl leaves, our boy stands there, thinking about her words, unaware that the family head was standing outside the window the entire time, listening to their conversation. The next morning, Blair is saying goodbye to everyone at the mansion's entrance. Austin's wife greets him and asks if he slept well and how breakfast was. He says he had a great sleep and the food was delicious, but he has to leave now. Acting a little dramatic and pretending to cry, the woman asks why he isn't staying until dinner. Wasn't she a good hostess? Blair tries to calm her down and explains that she's misunderstood. Austin then interrupts his wife, Anna, saying, if he doesn't want to stay, let him go. Then he directly asks if Blair saw anyone last night. Our protagonist doesn't dare tell the truth. He says he didn't see anything and that he has to leave. Sensing trouble, he quickly leaves, leaving Isabella's parents wondering about him. Sometime later, we see Ozuna in his office, reading reports. Then there's a knock on the door. The tax collector and Kalina enter, apologizing for disturbing him. Caesar also apologizes, saying he was very busy yesterday. He was careless and got into trouble for it. But Odin, a good man, says it was his fault too, as he is responsible for the money. After a brief personal conversation, Colino and Caesar leave the city lord's estate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man named Abel finds a letter and is left wondering. He realizes that Caesar helped Ozun and that this Blair isn't as simple as he thought. After reading the letter, he says that the matter is getting more and more interesting and sends the paper away. The scene changes to a mother and her son walking through the town of Yabo. Let's see. Mom points out that the Mathematical Society's main building is nearby, where the kingdom's best mathematicians work. But the child isn't interested at all. He says he loves magic and wants to be a wizard when he grows up because magic always beats math. Suddenly, Colino appears behind them and jumps into the conversation. He says that math is the foundation of all science, and without it, no research is possible. Then, pointing his hand at the child's head, he asks if magic can really beat math. What? The mother defends her child, saying he's just a kid. He doesn't know anything. But the boy persists, insisting there's always someone stronger than him who can do it. Colino doesn't even look at him. He simply says there's always someone stronger. But defeating math is impossible because math is always evolving and improving. After schooling the child, Colino continues on his way to the Mathematical Society building to attend to his work. As he turns around, the boy mocks him. He makes funny faces. As soon as he reaches the building, the entrance guard greets him. Vice President Colino, then his assistants, come running in and tell him that everyone inside is in panic. People are thinking the world is about to end because the number Colino mentioned is the devil's number. Another assistant corrects him and says the real name is the irrational number. Apparently, everyone has accepted this as fact and is looking for some hope of sequence in this number. But Colino calms everyone down by reading the paper. He says that the discovery of this number, it just shows that science is progressing and they have to find the truth. He remembers that when Blair revealed this irrational number, the other scientists didn't have to fight over the Edwin Award. The scene changes and two mathematicians are fighting over who should get the award for their theories. Kalina is sitting at the awards ceremony where the biggest names in the math world are gathered. In the middle of the event, he gets up and tries to sneak out. But the crowd surrounds him and asks for votes for his theories. Everyone smiles and votes for him. They give it. Meanwhile, the judges discuss that this year's awards ceremony will be more relaxed, with less tension. Then an elder announces that this year's award has been given to Brittany and her student player from Yabo City. Kalino sits in his seat, crying emotionally, happy that his society has finally succeeded. Then he is called on stage to present the award. The judge gives him a golden statuette and congratulates him. Kalino holds the award with tears in his eyes. He feels that with God Chen, his mathematical society will move forward. Then an older judge tells the crowd that this year, Blair discovered the irrational number and Cord Chen solved 23 problems. Another judge adds that if Chen had been there, the award would have been his. But Kalino doesn't care. He's simply overjoyed. Meanwhile, a huge crowd is protesting outside the Magic Society building. Our boy comes to see this because he heard that people have lost 100 gold coins to some fake magic. The magicians are furious. They say they were sold a useless technique and, on top of that, they're called talentless. Our boy tries to get through the crowd and falls. Then he gets the idea to crawl underneath. The redhead starts crawling between everyone's legs. It was a weird method, but hopefully the direction was right. Just then, one of the building's guards sees him and grabs him by his clothes. Just then, the main door opens and someone comes out to speak to the crowd. This man was the association's manager. The guard asks him where President Angus is because he was the witness to this magic. Black. The head manager says the president is in a meeting with some important people and he's been sent to work the crowd. He walks over to the crowd and tries to reason with them, but they're so angry they won't listen. Shouts erupt from all sides, saying this water technique is complete nonsense. A total scam. Our son interrupts, saying his mother always says liars should be punished. The guard holding him by the shirt throws him aside so he doesn't interrupt the adults. The manager, with a forced smile, said that the technique wasn't fake and that some people had already used it. A man in the crowd didn't like this at all, and in a fit of rage, he grabbed the manager and demanded his money back. The man who came to calm the crowd down then said that the technique was real and some people could even do it. Just then, a red-headed man in the crowd shouted, "Bring at least one person who can do this technique, then everyone will be quiet." Suddenly, everyone turned back at the sound of a woman's voice. She was a noble woman. Upon her arrival, all the protesting tables immediately bowed. She asked why there was such a crowd in front of the Magic Society. The red-headed mage explained that the association was breaking the law by selling a fake technique at an absurd price. The bland noble woman said she couldn't believe the Magic Society could do such a thing. The black-headed manager defended himself by saying it was a new technique that required great skill. But the crowd refused to accept this excuse and continued shouting that it was all a lie and that Chan Lo was a blatant liar. That's when the noble woman made her decision. The matter could be resolved simply. The Magic Society would have to demonstrate the technique. The manager took out a scroll detailing the spell and said he would demonstrate it. He also explained that the magic was created by combining the elements of fire and water. The woman took the scroll and asked if there was anyone in the Magic Society who could control two elements simultaneously. The black-headed man said yes, and that President Angus had even tried the technique himself. The red-headed man then jumped in and said, "The woman shouldn't stop talking nonsense. Ignore it." But Blonde took just one look at the technique and instantly combined fire and water magic. The crowd was left wide-eyed at how easily she did it. The rest of the table began whispering amongst themselves, shocked that someone could control two elements. The girl herself was surprised that she had never even considered such magic. The black-haired man explained that Chan Lu calls this combination magic, and the Magic Society is debating this theory. Then Blonde remembered that he had mentioned this famous name before. I heard, from here and there, that unkind kid kept teasing the red-headed maestro, saying that he had promised to apologize if anyone else tried this magic. The kid insisted that the plan had already been demonstrated and he still hadn't apologized. The red-headed maestro lost his patience, and instead of apologizing, he raised his hand and went to hit the kid. The kid, scared, tried to defend himself, but the blonde was faster than him. She didn't let him do anything and lifted him straight into the air with her magic. The maze, scared, pleaded to be put down, and the girl puts him down. As soon as he lands, he apologizes to her. The girl simply says, "Think about what you've done, because you made such a scene just because of your poor skills." With a small smile, she warns him that she doesn't usually give second chances. Just then, the boy's mom arrives, furious because the child ran away from her. She grabs him by the ear and starts pulling him towards the house. On the way, the child keeps talking, super excited about the magic he saw and the table that had made it so beautiful. A new method was invented. Somewhere in the distance, the player suddenly felt as if someone was talking about him and began sneezing nonstop. He told the girls, and they were shocked and asked what happened. But in reality, the boy had still entered Professor Brittany's office. He asked what he wanted. Blair said she had something important to discuss with them. Isabella, who was in the room, immediately assumed he might have come to confess to the professor. Her own imagination frightened her and she wondered if she should ask. Someone overheard her. To avoid being caught, our character and the professor go to the rooftop of a building. Once there, Brittany asks what secret he wants to share. The player says he can't just say it and asks him to first create a fireball. The professor forms a fireball in his hand, but suddenly the magic disappears, leaving only a small amount of smoke. She looks at her hand in shock and asks if she did it. The player confirms and asks if she remembers the additional elements. Then she explains her theory. He begins to explain. He discovered that fire needs oxygen to burn. Without oxygen, the fire goes out. Impressed, the professor asks if he can extinguish the fireball simply by controlling the oxygen. He says yes, he can. He adds that without oxygen, everything on the planet would suffocate. This is the same method he used last time to defeat the tree, by removing oxygen from its surroundings. Brittany realizes that Blair can control these additional elements. The difference is that normal elements can be controlled with spells and gestures. They exist, but no one has been able to control these additional elements since their discovery. Now Blair has proven it's possible. The thinking goes that if many people can do something, they're called geniuses. But if only one can do it, it's called an anomaly. Yes, people can be quite cruel to people who are different. Concerned, Brittany asks if he's told anyone else about this. Blair says no, only she knows. Then she asks him to promise it'll remain a secret to Isabella or Alice. He shouldn't tell anyone until one of them becomes his wife. The boy is a little embarrassed by the mention of marriage, but assures her that he won't tell anyone. The girl, very seriously, says that he will have to swear. He is a little surprised, but placing his hand on hers, he takes the oath. They hold hands for a while, and the girl even smiles slightly. But suddenly, her expression becomes serious again. She warns him to remember what he said because this information could cost him his life, and she must be careful not to tell him. He shouldn't have even mentioned it. But Blair, with complete confidence, says he trusts her. Blood asks why he trusts her so much, and he replies that if he meant her any harm, she wouldn't have been so worried. The girl's face becomes even more serious, so much so that Blair thinks he said something wrong. But suddenly, she hugs our boy and genuinely thanks him for something. The protagonist explains that he was discussing the theory of combined magic with the Magic Society and his spiritual powers. He's also trying a few things to try to increase his chances. The girl gets a little tense. She thinks it's not right for her to get involved with them so soon because she's still weak. But he shows her his cards and tells her that he used a fake name, Shanlu, so that no one would know who he really is. Brittany breathes a sigh of relief, But at the same time, something strange starts running through her mind. Suddenly, she understands everything. She screams loudly and pins the boy who pounced on her to the wall. She asks if Shelvo is the same one who attacked her. He solved 23 problems at once. Blair confirms that it was him, and that he solved the riddle just for the money. The girl is completely shocked. She begins to list all the achievements of the man named Shanlo and comes to the obvious conclusion that this boy is the player. Brittany's face takes on a strange expression, and she backs away from him. She admits that she can no longer teach him math or magic. Even though her teacher was one of the best in the kingdom, he's still nowhere near the player's level. But she says that in Magic-y, she can help him because her teacher is also an archmage. Brittany promises to ask her teacher to take the boy on as a student. Blair is a little surprised and shy by her sincerity, but accepts the offer. Then he realizes that if Brittany's teacher takes him on, they will become classmates. He asks why she stayed at the academy if she was already an archmage student, but the blonde dodges the question and, as always, says she'll tell her story later. The boy finally comes down from the roof and he considers going back to the same office where Brittany was. But before he can go in, Isabella suddenly appears. She grabs his hand and starts pulling him somewhere. He tries to break free and asks what happened, but she ignores him, looking very flustered herself. Curious, she asks what he and the teacher discussed in private. Our boy looks towards the door. He remembers their conversation and his promise not to tell anyone this secret, not even his friends. So Isabella, instead of telling her anything, he simply says nothing important happened. Blair is enraged by his secret and says he's lying because she's never seen Brittany so flustered. Then she directly asks if he confessed his feelings to the teacher. Suddenly, Blair covers his mouth with her hand, signaling him to remain silent. Isabella is unable to speak and betrays everything with an irritated expression. The boy focuses on the door to see if anyone is listening on the other side. When he hears nothing, the conversation ends. He decides to try and tell a small lie. He asks if she really wants to know what they talked about. Lud gives her an angry look and says, "Yes, tell me." So our guy says that Brittany was asking who she likes more, him or Alice. The girl gets a little flustered and realizes he's lying. Still curious, she asks what he said. He tells her that he told Professor Brittany that he would dedicate his entire life to magic. Isabella gives a fake smile. She says she understands, but deep inside, she feels something else. She realizes it's all nonsense and decides to punish him. Pulling out his right hand, she gives him one last chance to tell the truth and begins to form a fireball in her hand. Our protagonist tells her to stop, and Kamali asks to speak. Continuing his lie, he reveals that he told Brittany that Alice was just his classmate and Isabella his dearest friend. He thought this would calm the girl down. At that very moment, Isabella begins to think, if Alice had just, he's a classmate and Isabella's just a friend, so Blair likes someone else. She fumes angrily and leaves the room, deep in thought. While connecting, she realizes the boy likes her teacher, Brittany. The player doesn't understand why the girl is so angry, but is glad she listened to him. A little while later, he arrives at the classroom and sees a crowd whispering about him near the windows. He doesn't like it at all, as if he's an animal standing in a cage, all eyes on him. Suddenly, the hallway goes quiet, and Ailes stands at the door. She appears looking for the player. He doesn't notice her at first, but the sudden silence in the room strikes him as odd, and he goes to see what happened. As he gets up and heads towards the door, his face suddenly hits something very soft and comfortable, and he realizes this situation has happened before. Alyssa suddenly becomes very embarrassed and asks if he's so friendly with everyone. Blair turns red and apologizes, saying it was an accident. The girl finds the situation funny and apologizes, saying it was a mistake. It was hers. She calls him silly and says she needs to ask him some questions. Alice asks for help with some problem she couldn't solve herself. Confused and a little irritated, he takes her notebook and promises to help. The crowd outside the window comments on their awkward encounter. Suddenly, Isabella appears and asks what they're doing there. Someone in the crowd asks if she's there to see Blair too. Just then, Alice comes out of the classroom and encounters Isabella. Plon asks what she's doing there. Is she? Rivalry is palpable in the air, and the redhead directly asks if she likes Blair. Irritated, Isabella looks away, saying, "Stop that nonsense. Nobody likes a blackhead." But Alice immediately says that she likes Blair. Isabella becomes furious, while the redhead remains calm and says that she's fallen in love with him. She then adds that if Blondel doesn't like Blair, she won't try to steal her. But Isabella becomes sad and says that there's no chance of her being a friend anyway, because Blair likes someone else. He does. Alice says she'll compete with the other girl too, but Blonde tells her not to try because she won't be able to stand up to her. The redhead realizes it's her game and accuses her of wanting Blair and thus displeasing her. Upset, the blonde walks away, saying she's not trying to steal anyone, and that if Alice likes Blair, that's her problem. The girl then comes back and sits next to our protagonist, still lost in the conversation. Blair is her. Seeing her in a bad mood, he decides not to mess with her. Out of nowhere, Blonde asks him who he'll choose between her and Alice. Hearing this question leaves the player completely shocked. While he's thinking, the girl stares at him with angry eyes. Trying to be a little reasonable, he asks why he has to choose between the two. But Blonde remains adamant, saying, "Just choose. No questions." The pressure sends him reeling, and the first thing he says is, "I'm yours." He'll choose magic from the two. Isabella stops him, saying there are only two options. Our boy, smiling, asks if he can add one more option. Blonde, surprised, asks if he wants Brittany to be the third option. He replies that it would be disrespectful of her. Then the boy makes a different statement. He asks if he can choose both. Isabella becomes even more angry and flatly refuses. Blair pulls his leg, asking if he can give her some gold if she chooses him. "Will you lend it to me?" The girl's face and eyes turn red with anger, and she says take this seriously. Finally, our MC asks if this choice is like choosing a wife. Plod says choose as you wish, and the boy, without a second thought, says he will choose Isabella. Hearing this, the girl is completely flustered. Her anger suddenly vanishes. She asks why he said that. The boy casually says that Alice is older than him, more delicate, and has bigger breasts. But in every other way, the blonde is better than her. Superior. Blair's line comes across more as an insult than a compliment, and the next moment, she's slapped hard. The MC is terrified again, realizing she's made a mistake. The blonde then runs out of the room, and our boy picks up a book and starts reading. Just then, his friend Toby comes to the door and asks if it's true that he saved Alice and Isabella from the bed. Blair casually says, "Yes, that's what happened," and continues reading. Toby is shaken by his school's reaction because he defeated a super strong mech and still acts like nothing happened. He doesn't want to go into details. So Blair simply says he doesn't remember how he defeated Beard. Hearing this, Toby literally falls to the floor and begs for some details. Then our boy reveals that he remembers Beard trying to hit him with a fireball, and at that very moment, he thinks that maybe he can win by absorbing all of his magic. With that thought, he uses all his strength and absorbs Pad's magic. Eventually, the bed's magic vanishes, and he himself falls unconscious. Toby becomes super hyped by this story and, with glowing eyes, asks him to teach him the technique. But the protagonist says that after waking up, he couldn't use his power again, so it's impossible to teach him. Nevertheless, he names the technique the oxygen absorption law. He says that he already taught Toby its rudiments. So, if Toby trains properly, he might be able to learn this secret magic. But his friend says that he doesn't have the courage to face the enemy. Remember all this. To motivate his friend, Blair says that she trusts him and that all he needs is a little determination. Toby agrees and promises to study the oxygen absorption law with all his heart. Toby also tells him that the part of the academy fence where they used to jump and escape has now been sealed for security reasons. Hearing this, our boy panics. He immediately gets up and runs towards the Magic Society. Toby cannot understand why he suddenly ran away. Meanwhile, our protagonist is wearing clothes. He transforms into Chanel. Upon reaching the association, he goes straight to the front desk on the first floor and asks for the manager, Molly. The receptionist, noticing the ordinary Magic Society member pin on his chest, realizes it's not right to keep such a man waiting. Blood escorts him to Molly's office and tells him he can enter. The guy opens the door without knocking. Apparently, the girl was on some important business, because the sound of the door slams so hard that she falls to the ground, sending her glasses flying. The protagonist enters and sees Molly sprawled awkwardly on the floor. He immediately rushes over to help her up and offers her a hand. Molly looks at Chloe and asks what he's doing there. He casually says he's come to see her and compliments her outfit. The girl thanks him and complains that she's still not used to her super high heels. Suddenly, he grabs Molly's hand, pulls her closer, and examines her forearm. He sees that it's injured from the fall. The girl continues to complain about her heels. She keeps falling over herself, but still wears them because they make her look taller. He flirts a little, saying that she's a really hard worker, and that's why he recommended her for the manager position. The girl is flustered by his compliment and looks away. Then the guy gets straight to the point and asks how much money his new technology has generated. Molly gives him a report, which states that the total profit has reached 800 gold coins. Our guy is left wondering, because he didn't expect so much money. He didn't. The problem was that it was just a one-time score. Once everyone finds out that this magic isn't actually used, no one will buy into this hype. He then asks Molly where the money is and if he can get it right now. The girl explains that the cash is in the office, protected by magic. Without hesitation, she begins to cast a spell, and a golden circle forms around her. Suddenly, gold begins to rain down in the middle of the room. The boy immediately thinks that if he takes all this cash, Isabella will definitely notice. He'll do it, and he won't know what explanation to give her. Seeing his strange expression, Molly asks if he's in any financial trouble. He makes the excuse that he doesn't have enough space in his house to store all that cash. The girl then suggests that he keep the money with her and come and get it whenever he needs it. Chanel likes the idea and agrees, because he was going to spend it at the Magic Society anyway. After sealing the deal, Molly then spells it out and stores the gold. Our boy says he should leave now. He's good. He says goodbye, but Molly offers to drop him off at the door. Chalua tells her that they won't necessarily meet again soon, because that's his most valuable treasure. His mind is focused on the two things he loves most about magical society: magic and gold. That's why he wants to return ASAP. The girl, on the other hand, misunderstands this and is completely flustered. Later that night, our character lies in bed, deep in thought. He realizes that the combination magic won't bring him any more money. He has already collected the rewards for 23 tasks, but now he cannot figure out how to make more money. Finally, he hugs his pillow and falls asleep. In his dream, he reaches the magical society and goes straight to the counter. He proudly declares that he has killed the bed and immediately demands his reward. The lady at the counter tells him that the reward is huge and asks if he wants to take it all at once. He replies that gold is never too much and imagines himself on a mountain of gold. But the dream suddenly turns strange as gold begins to rain from the sky. Then he sees that all the gold around him is freezing. Feeling cold, he lies down on the mountain of gold and thinks he should call Isabella to keep him warm. Slowly, his eyes open. He mutters about how cold it is. Then he sees Isabella standing right next to him, her hands outstretched. The boy is so frightened that he jumps up as if awakened by a nightmare. He realizes that the mountain of gold was all a dream. Isabella stands there in complete confusion after seeing him. Now fully awake, he asks why she has come to his room. She says that she has come to wake him up because some guests have come. She also tells that he was shouting gold, gold. Maybe he has seen the nightmare. The boy ignores the guests and just asks what kind of guests have come. Then the blood looks at his body as he was lying almost naked and turns completely red. Her eyes widen and she starts shouting why he is naked. The boy is very relaxed. He tells Blair that he'll get dressed if she leaves. But she refuses, telling him to get dressed right away. I'm watching. Still, out of curiosity, she covers her face with her hand and peeks between her fingers. She thinks she never noticed Blair's body was so toned and muscular. The boy, without understanding her embarrassment, asks why she's still standing there and tells her to get out. Finally, the protagonist emerges from the room, and two men are seen waiting for him. They greet each other and sit down at the table. They sit down to have tea. Calvin explains that he's come to congratulate them on winning this year's Edwin Award. He says he's been a judge for years, but for the first time, all the judges unanimously agreed without discussion. The protagonist thinks he should have invited Isabella, as there wasn't a prize money for the award, and he was hoping she would be happy and treat them to a nice meal. Calvin then says that he's seen Brittany's solutions to two of the problems that were in the prize pool, and her thinking seems familiar. The girl immediately explains. She says she used Blair's ideas when solving a problem involving capitals and prepositions. Calvin continues to praise her, saying everyone knew the solution to that problem. But no one thought that the same logic could be applied to solving other problems. The girl becomes flustered and says she used Blair's method only after trying all other methods. The conversation escalates, and Calvin asks if she coined the term topology at that very moment. The girl explains that Blair had already mentioned it, and he's the one who's going to create this field of mathematics. Calvin says that he believes Blair's skills and Brittany's dedication will make topology a proper science. Over tea, the protagonist muses that topology is a very important science in the modern world, and that they may never be able to fully develop it. Another man at the table thinks Shenluo should also study topology, because he solved 23 difficult problems in one sitting. But Calvin tells him not to worry. With them, the god of mathematics, his blessings. Hearing this, our boy literally chokes, and Isabella immediately rushes over to help him. After a long conversation, Blair thanks them both and tries to usher them out, saying he doesn't want to take up any more of their time. Calvin agrees, saying goodbye and talking about leaving with President Oatley. After the important discussion is over, everyone settles down to breakfast prepared by Blair. Brittany is fussing in a corner, trying to calm her mouth, and asks if she's eaten. "Did I put anything spicy in it?" He answers yes and points to a flower. Isabella is surprised, as she thought it was just a decorative plant. Brittany thinks the boy didn't have money for food and tells him to tell the truth. But the boy says that was the point and asks her to try it. Isabella says she wants some spicy seasoning too, but the boy warns her not to taste it. There's no compulsion. Then Brittany also says that Isabella should absolutely not eat peppers. Seeing Blair and her teacher refuse, Planonti becomes a little sad. Seeing this, Brittany changes her mind and says to give it to Isabella, reminding her that Isabella didn't bring a rabbit to celebrate the award. The boy says that according to him, she can eat whatever is on the table. Then, the blonde sees the ice-cold water in Brittany's mug and decides to try it. Blair immediately tells her not to give it to her. It's not good for her health. Hearing this, Isabella turns red with anger. Her friend is upset. Seeing this, Brittany makes ice cubes in her glass with a spell. With a smile of victory, Isabella drinks the entire ice-cold water in one gulp, and then what was destined to happen happened. After some time, she falls ill, lying in the blanket. She is wondering why her stomach is hurting so much. Seeing her condition, Blair starts taking care of her. He brings hot tea and places it on the small table near the bed. Isabella is surprised to see this and asks what he has brought because the drink tastes very strange. He explains that it is black tea. It's sugar-coated, and if she drinks it, her stomachache will go away quickly. The girl, noticing the color of the drink, says it looks a little like blood. Blair doesn't like her words and tries to take the cup back. He says if she doesn't want to drink it, he can drink it himself, but she doesn't let him stop. As soon as she starts drinking the black tea, She finds it very sweet and tastes good. The effect is almost immediate, and her stomachache begins to subside a little. Our boy tells her to take care of her health. He tells her she looks a little different. He's about to leave to run some errands, but she asks him to stay and talk. He's surprised that Blair noticed she wasn't normal these past few days. But then suddenly she understands why she asked him to stay. Because she couldn't ask the real thing directly. Unsure of what to ask, she quickly asks what element he'll study when he becomes an initiate level mess. The very question, she realizes, is stupid, because she hasn't previously asked. He told her that. But to her surprise, Blair says he'll study the water element. She's shocked to hear this, because he initially said he'd study the fire element. He explains that he's changed his mind. Fire is good for offense, but it's not particularly good for defense. Water provides balance in both offense and defense. He says that people underestimate the water element, so he'll take advantage of that. Enemies will think he's weak, and he'll surprise everyone by showing off a simple water ball. Isabella then says that this is how. In it, she is considering studying the fire element. The player is surprised, as she always wanted to study the air element. He asks why she changed. She replies that fire's attack power is on a different level, and that it will allow her to protect the player until he becomes a strong mage. The protagonist, confused, says that studying magic is a lifelong journey, and he doesn't always need her protection. But before he can finish, she cuts him off, saying she's made her decision. The player simply looks at her, confused. He watches. With tears welling up in her eyes, she asks if he believes her. The boy doesn't answer. He simply says she should take more care of her health instead of constantly worrying about him. A day passes, and our character bumps into Brittany, who asks her for help with some problems. Isabella has recovered by then and is now looking after Blair, who is helping her with papers and notes. Isabella then bids them goodbye and says she's going to practice magic. As she leaves, she asks why she suddenly becomes so quiet. She says that the old Isabella used to come with them to study math. But Blair says that she's taking magic very seriously these days, and it's true. Meanwhile, Isabella is thinking that she needs to become stronger so that she can keep up with Blair. She goes to the training room to practice. Suddenly, Alice arrives, specifically looking for Blair. She asks what Isabella is doing here alone, and where has Blair gone. The blonde, a little sad, says that she was in Brittany's office studying math. He's studying. The redhead says she didn't want to disturb him. She just had some good news, but now she'll have to tell Isabella. Isabella doesn't react to the taunt, which even surprises Elise a little. Then Elise hands over a document stating that Isabella has become the first student at the academy to reach the initiate level. Isabella takes the paper and turns around, taunting that she now has a target to shoot her fireballs at. Elise replies that the blonde practices the same technique all day and seems to have burned her emotions in the fire. Suddenly, Isabella looks out the window and wonders when she should take the initiate level exam herself. Time passes, winter arrives, and it's snowing outside on the first day of winter break. But Blonde says with absolute certainty that she's going to go, no matter what. On the street, she bumps into Blair, who's waiting outside her house. He's come to drop her off at her exam, but she says she should stay home because it's too cold. But he tells her that he's also going to take the beginner's exam, and also, he wanted to leave. Shocked, Isabella asks if he's acquired the necessary spiritual power. He explains that he mastered the basic level of all 4 elemental magics a few days ago, and honestly, he doesn't even need a certificate. He just needs the water mage rope, and this is the only way to get it. They walk without speaking for a while. Suddenly, Isabella calls his name and stops, as if she wants to say something. He stops and asks what happened, making a serious face. Planin says she needs to ask him something. The boy is a little surprised. It happens, but she has an idea of what's coming. She asks how his spiritual power increased so quickly, recalling that when they first met, he couldn't even conjure a small fireball. She says that in just one semester he has mastered all 4 elemental magics, and that when he levels up, the power gap between them will only grow larger. The boy simply says that everyone learns magic at their own pace, and she shouldn't worry. Then, stroking her head, he says that he will reach the highest level first so that he can protect her. The girl blushes but refuses to keep quiet. She shakes off his hand and says she'll be the first to reach the highest level. The protagonist doesn't back down and says he'll be the first. Arguing like this, they head towards the association. Upon entering the building, Isabella informs them that the fire desk exam is on the second floor, so they'll have to separate. The lady at the counter informs them that today's examiner is Mr. Hall, whose standards are very high. He thanks the blonde and asks to be shown to his office. Upon reaching the room, the girl knocks. She tells her that a young man has come to take the basic exam. Blair enters and sees a man sitting alone. This is the examiner, the man with the mustache, who directly asks her to show him her magic. The examiner has just begun looking at the papers when the player calls out to him, saying he's ready. The mustachioed man's eyes widen as he casts a spell so quickly that he can't even see clearly. Then the player summons a spell that resembles an alien's head, and the examiner is amazed by his skill. He was quite impressed. He said that Spell's speed was absolutely phenomenal and his spiritual power was highly concentrated. It was clear that this kid had trained like crazy. But then suddenly the examiner looked closely at the player's face and asked if they had met before. Our brother said, "That's impossible, he's here for the first time." It immediately occurred to him that the examiner must have seen him during Chandu's time. Then the man asked if he had taken the student-level exam before, and if not, what was the reason? Why is he so obsessed with such a high-level test? The player then remembered that he had taken the fire exam under the name Chalu. He had no name. He pretended that he was so engrossed in training that he forgot to take the exam. The examiner found his story to be false. He said that every child takes this exam at the age of 8, and if Blair hadn't taken it, it meant he had natural talent and didn't need any training as a child. Learning magic without talent takes a long time, but at 20, he was strong enough to pass the basic level. The calculations didn't match. The only explanation the examiner could come up with was that he had used some forbidden elixirs and trained with illegal books. Hearing this, our character panicked and quickly began to explain himself. But the examiner wasn't ready to listen. He told him not to go and explain to the judge and try to fool him. Blair said he would wait for him to calm down before explaining everything properly. And then suddenly he focused and summoned a water dragon. The hall was shocked because even a mid-level mage wouldn't summon it so easily. Seeing this, he too used a high-level water spell to stop the boy. He created a joint water barrier and braced himself for the dragon's impact. But at the last moment, Blair's dragon transformed into a small stream of water, as if someone had poured a cold shower on the examiner. Then Blair revealed the truth. He didn't pass the apprenticeship exam because he chose the wrong element. As a child, he wanted to become a fire mage, but he had no talent for fire. He didn't have any, so his progress was 0. Later, he realized he was good at water magic. Then he started studying again, trying to prove he wasn't that strong. He admitted he didn't even know how to control a water dragon properly. Halls angrily yelled, saying he couldn't fool him. Blair calmly replied that he was an academy student and his teacher was Brittany. "If you want, you can check his file." Halls accepted the offer and said he would call the higher-ups right away, and Blair would have to wait there. As she left, she thought that perhaps she had misjudged the boy, because the academy was attended only by children from wealthy families or geniuses. The mustachioed man slammed the door and left, leaving Blair standing there, thinking how weird this guy was. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Blair wondered how the examiner had returned so early, but when she opened the door, there was a girl, Molly, struggling to balance herself while carrying a large number of papers. Without looking up, she began to say that she had brought the complete list of candidates for the exam. He told her the examiner had just left, but upon hearing her voice, Molly assumed she was talking to Chan-la. When she looked up and saw Blair standing in front of her, she dropped all her papers in shock. She stared at Blair in confusion convinced she had heard Chandler's voice. To clear her doubts, she asked bluntly if he was the same boy. Just then, another girl, Isabella, entered, and she didn't like the scene she saw. She felt Blair and Molly were standing too close. Blair couldn't understand why. Isabella was furious and asked what she was doing there. In a fit of anger, she countered by asking why she couldn't be there. Molly then approached Blair and said that she was letting her go this time, but next time she would have to tell her the truth. Isabella saw this and was completely confused. She thought they were sharing a secret. Jealous, Isabella wasted no time preparing a spell and scolding Blair. Blair told Molly to let her go so she could explain, but she wouldn't. Blair was forced to ask for help. Seeing this, Molly explained the situation herself. She said she was there because she had been ordered to keep an eye on Blair and apologize for the misunderstanding. Isabella immediately stopped the spell and looked at Molly in surprise. Isabella asked why someone was keeping an eye on Blair, but Molly simply said she was following orders. Then she picked up the papers, said she had to deliver documents, and left. Blair stood there, thinking about the situation. Isabella told her. He tried to stop her because he had seen Molly at the academy, but to no avail. He then asked Blair why he was keeping an eye on her and what he was doing there. Blair said it was a long story and explained the entire exam scene from the beginning. After hearing everything, Isabella laughed and explained what the examiner had assumed about Blair. Blair also clarified the confusion about Molly, saying that Halls had left the girl on watch duty. Just then, the doorknob turned and the door opened. He came back. Blair asked if he had all the information, and the man with the mustache said that he had no doubts now and that he hadn't come alone. He had also brought President Angus, who wanted to speak to our AMC. As soon as the president arrived, he praised Blair's talent, magic, and mathematics. Blair greeted him politely and said that he was just an ordinary person. Angus then looked at Isabella and asked what she was doing there. Isabella, a little confused, asked if he had forgotten that he had personally called her. She was invited to the Magic Society and is also a student of Shandanasa. Angus smirked and said he didn't remember. Then, without hesitation, he asked if Blair was really dating Isabella. Blair was shocked that Isabella was now a member of the Magic Society. Isabella immediately showed off her membership. The president then invited Blair to join the society. Blair accepted and asked if this meant he had become a novice mage. Hall admitted he was a little confused and he gave Blair a robe and an honorary member order, officially making Blair a novice mage. Touching the robe, our character finally feels like a part of this world. As he leaves, Hall and Angus discuss how this dark-haired boy reminded them of someone. On the way home, Blair wonders if he needs more money, as magic at his level is quite expensive. It seems he's going to use up all his money trying to catch this bear guy, and when he levels up, the prices will be even more insane. She realizes she'll have to find a new way to earn money, as magic is incredibly expensive. Blair is lost in deep thought when suddenly, a snowball lands on her head. It was thrown by Isabella, who was quite pleased with her prank. For fun, our boy uses water magic to create a joint snowball to get even. But the blonde girl wasn't about to give in. Instead of a snowball, she starts creating a fireball in her hand. Confident, Blair declares she'll regret it, and then, moments later, in the shower, he had to admit he was really burned. He came out of the bathroom and found Brittany sitting there. He asked where Isabella had gone, and the professor told him that vacation had started and she had gone home. Brittany then asked when he would be able to go home. Blair explained that after his father's death, his mother was very sad and started crying whenever she saw him. He didn't want to hurt her, so he requested the professor to stay, secretly wondering if he was the real Blair, or else his mother would feel very weird seeing him. Brittany listened to him. Hearing this, she becomes a little downhearted. She grabs Blair and pulls him close. She hugs him to her chest and tells him he can stay as long as he wants and that they're going shopping the next day. She then gives a sly smile because now the player will have to cook her 3 meals a day. The next day, our character and the professor go shopping. They pass by the math society, and Brittany tells him to wait a bit because she has some work to submit. Blair is sitting in the waiting room with two mathematicians. He overhears their conversation. They're discussing a new problem that someone solved on the spot. Both complain that they've already thought of a solution but haven't had time to submit it. Hearing this, a light bulb goes off in Blair's head. Suddenly, he has a brilliant money-making idea and blurts it out loud. The two mathematicians look at him strangely. Just then, Brittany comes out and is shocked to see vegetables scattered on the floor. Blair assumes it's his hand. She accidentally falls from the pot. She gets worried and says that someone will step on her. Pick it up quickly. Blair jokingly shows the tomato in his hand and says that everything is under control and there's also an egg under his foot. Looking down, his condition worsens. The egg has broken and the tomato has become crushed. Now Brittany's favorite tomato egg dish is gone. Seeing this, Brittany picks up a tomato, crushes it in her hand, and says with an annoyed expression that she is not angry at all. Our character understands that saving her life is still the most important thing. Cash will think about it later. Home. Upon arriving, Brittany looks happy and says Player is a nice guy. He wipes his sweat and says he loves seeing her happy too. Brittany, licking her fingers, says the food is incredible and she wants a second round. But Blair flatly refuses. He reminds her that she already ate 3 servings of potatoes and eggs for lunch, a huge plate of potatoes and peppers for dinner, and 2 cups of soup on top. Blair says cut back a little. Brittany looks a little sad and says she's going to study math, while Blair, he does the dishes. Blair thinks the professor is upset and decides he'll cook a lot more food tomorrow. But it seems the professor wasn't upset. Suddenly, she arrives with a money bag and tells Blair to buy more food tomorrow. Excited, Blair says he'll make 5 servings of fried chicken and potatoes and is starting his cash-making plan. He'd found a way to earn gold, but he just didn't have the startup money. Now that he had the money, he had the opportunity. The plan was to do a math problem tomorrow and he sets a challenge. Whoever solves it will win a coin. But the condition is that anyone who tries and fails will have to give Blair a coin. The idea was that the reward would increase. At some point, the jackpot would become quite large. Then, he would solve his problem himself and take the entire jackpot. Instead of sleeping, he sets to work executing his genius plan. He picks up a pen and begins to think about what kind of problem to pose. Then, he has the perfect idea. He dips the pen in ink and begins writing. This problem is the butterfly theorem. It was based on a concept that is loved by mathematicians around the world. The next day, he confidently arrives at the math society, but their proposal is rejected. The front desk clerk explains that the rules state that the minimum reward must be 10 cold coins, and the society charges a 1-coin fee. Without thinking twice, Blair invests almost all of the money to post the problem. The clerk goes to collect the money, but Blair hesitates. Just then, Brittany passes by and, seeing the scene, assumes it's a robbery. Without wasting any time, she hits the mathematician on the head. Blair tries to drag her out. The problem is that they won't be able to buy much with the remaining money, so today's meal was going to be very light. A few days later, they go to the market again. Blair tries his best to appease the professor with the little money he has left. He thinks he'll buy him chicken as soon as he gets the prize money. But suddenly, Brittany disappears. Blair panics and starts searching for her. When he can't find her, he takes the opportunity to run to the math society to check the price. On the way, he finds Brittany, she explains that she already went to the math society. She saw a new problem there and solved it immediately. She received 10 gold coins and is ready to treat the player to a snack.